Becca, please come forward and say a little bit about what's happening on the energy boom. And your state is right up at the forefront, and we're very proud of New Mexico. Now, if I don't win it, I won't say that. I'll take it. I'll come back and I'll say next year. I was only kidding about New Mexico. Please. Hi, how are you?
It is such an honor to be here with you today. And the remarks you were just saying fit exactly in with what I'm going to say. So thank you from Lee County, New Mexico, where your energy agenda is helping us with quicker right-of-way permits on BLM land and drilling permits. We're getting those faster, so that's helping America be energy independent. So we appreciate that. Let me give you a little bit of history. In December 2016, right before you came on, we had 17 active drilling rigs producing 7 million barrels of oil. In December of 2019, we had 53.
Hi, Chloe. Hi, Chloe. Hi. Hi, Chloe. Well, I want to thank you. And before we begin, I want to just say that thank you very much. It's a great place. You have great people on the stage with me. I want to tell you, warriors, fighters, and they love the country. They love our country. I want to just start, though, by saying 2 brave firemen, as you know, died last night in Porterville. And we just want to pay our respects to them. I heard there were 2 great people with incredible families, and I just want to pay my respects to their families and friends. That's a tough job. We just met some of the firemen backstage. It's a tough and dangerous job, and the country respects that profession very much. We just want you to all know that. They really respect you a lot. And you can add the words law enforcement to that group. Nobody respected more than those groups of people. I can tell you that. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the families. Thank you very much. And we're doing well with you. Thank you. We just had a poll that says we're doing very well. Thank you. That's great. Appreciate it. We love you too. And I want to thank Kevin and hello to Bakersfield. I've heard a lot about Bakersfield. Didn't you have a great tennis player years ago named Dennis Ralston, right? Right? He was a great player. He's really great. Is he still around, I hope? Is he? I don't know. Somebody will let me know, but he was a great player. I'm thrilled to be here today as we take historic action on behalf of our incredible farmers and ranchers, growers, and communities throughout the Central Valley and all across the great state of California. What they're doing to your state is a disgrace. After decades of failure and delays in ensuring critical water access for the people of the state, we are determined to finally get your problem solved. The state's not doing anything to help, but hopefully they will eventually come along. Now that they're rationing water for people, they're saying you're going to get, very shortly, I heard the governor saying, you get 50 gallons. 50 gallons sounds okay. People tell me it's like nothing. By the time you do with your showers and your hands and your dishes and everything, 50 gallons is very, very little. Can you imagine a state being rationed when you have millions and millions and millions of gallons being poured out into the Pacific Ocean that you could have, and you'd have more water than you knew what to do with? It's crazy. 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 So we're honored to be joined by a warrior, a real warrior, named Devin Nunes. And Elizabeth, thank you, because you have to put up with it, Elizabeth, wherever you may be. But Mrs. Nunes is here, and she's a fantastic woman. But Devin has been from day one, from the day I met him. And, you know, this all started because I was driving up. What was the highway, Devin, that we were driving by? 99. Does everyone know 99? And I kept saying, Devin, why are these fields all brown and they look like desert? They look like they were starved. It's too bad you have a drought. And then I'd see little patches of the most beautiful land I've ever seen. And then I'd go to the next and I'd see acres and acres of brown, really dry, horrible looking stuff. And then I'd see a patch of the most beautiful farmland I've ever seen. I said, what's going on? It's too bad you have a drought. He said, no, we don't have a drought. they won't allow us to have water in the state of California. That's how this all started. Believe it or not, that's how I really got to know Devin Nunes. Then he became a hero because he found out what was going on in government, and he found out about the hoax and the witch hunt and all of the horrible things that have gone on. But we really got over the fact that I said, boy, that's a beautiful area, but why is everything else barren? And it's because of water. You send millions and millions of gallons out, and we have now given full permission that you don't do that anymore. We have given, and the hard permits were, by the way, the federal permits. The state could do this with a flick of the governor's hand, and we hope that he's going to do it because it makes so much sense. But I want to thank Devin for being an incredible warrior, and likewise, Kevin McCarthy. Who I think we can say, I mean, we have to work hard. We can pick up 7 seats in the state of California. 7 seats. And I want to thank, he said, get rid of Pelosi. That's okay with me. A lot of people agree. Look what's happened to San Francisco. So sad what's happened when you see a slum where it's a slum. It's worse than a slum. There's no slum like that. What they've done to San Francisco is a crying shame. And it's something that we're going to do something about, because if they don't fix it up, clean it up, take care of the homeless, do what they have to do, but clean up their city, the federal government's going to have to step in. We're going to do it in Los Angeles and San Francisco. And I want to thank Judy, because she has to put up with these long hours that he works. Where is Judy? Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you both. What you have to put up with long hours, but you know, the people appreciate it. They really appreciate it, because there's nobody doing a better job than these guys. And really, 2 of you. You also have somebody here who's another warrior. He's a warrior in the waiting. He's been successful all his life, and he's running for the 21st Congressional District, David Valadao. He's an incredible guy, and I think I'm hearing you're doing great. But always pretend you're about 1 point down, right? But you're not going to have to worry about it. He's going to be fantastic. We really need him badly in Washington, so hopefully you'll be sending him. Thank you, David. Good luck, David. And where is Mark Wayne? Mark Wayne Mullen.
Right here. Come on up, Mark.
Come on up, Mark. Come on up.
Jim.
And his son, Jim, who's a great wrestler, who's a great athlete. Mark Wayne, thank you very much. Yeah, the wall is being built. You know, we're up to 122 miles. 122 miles. And you'd think that money, that was not easy, but we got the money and we're building it, and we won a lot of cases in court. We were sued all the way along the line, and we're up to 122 miles. In a very short time, we'll be over 500 miles. It's already had a tremendous impact. So the wall is moving along. But I want to thank you, and Jim, thank you very much. Stay up here, okay? Because I'm going to be signing a very important piece of legislation that is going to give you a lot of water and a lot of dam and a lot of everything, and you'll be able to farm your land, and you'll be able to do things that you never thought possible. And it is true, though, I think, Devin, you can say, I really looked, I'll never forget. It's so bad. I said, gee, it's so bad. I never knew the drought was so bad. He looked at me like, what are you talking about? There's no drought. We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. And this would take care of Los Angeles. It would take care of everything. You'd have more water than you knew what to do. You wouldn't have to be rationing water. And it's just absolutely insane. So hopefully the governor will get his act together and you'll get this done. I also want to thank, we have many, many state and local officials with us, including a lot of the law enforcement, the firemen, finer men and women, and we appreciate it all very much. Thank you. Yeah. A man who has been great is David Bernhardt, and he's working with you. But I have to say that I've been watching another warrior, Tom McClintock, and I'd call Devin, I'd see him on television. There's nobody that represented us during the impeachment hoax. There's nobody that represented us better. I said, that guy could represent me any day. He was tough and strong. That face was good looking, I have to say. In the Me Too generation, we don't talk about looks anymore, but he's a good looking guy. Where's Tom? Tom McClintock, come here. He was fantastic. But we have some great fighters. And with us today is Secretary David Bernhardt, very important man in terms of what we're talking about. And David's leadership has been incredible in this subject. You know, we're talking about something that will change this whole area. Actually change, if you think about it, Kevin, is going to change the whole state if we can do this. And it's an easy word, but it's a very complicated word. When you think of it, it's called water. We need water in the state, and you have so much water, you don't know what to do with it, and this is the man that's going to help us. So, David Bernhardt, Secretary of the Interior, please say a few words. David.
Good afternoon. It should be obvious to everyone in government and to the American people that when President Trump gives clear direction, he expects us to hit our target. And in the fall of 2018, the President directed the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce to address the challenges facing the folks in the Valley and throughout the West related to water operations. And to do that, we assembled a wonderful team, including Commissioner Brenda Berman, the first female commissioner of the Bureau of Reclamation, Aurelia Skipwith, the first African-American female director of the Fish and Wildlife Service, and led by Paul Souza, a career SES executive, we have come up with a plan changing our operations to use real-time monitoring, better technology, and provide more efficient utilization of water so it won't be wasted. And that is just the beginning. And it's because of this congressional delegation bringing this to the attention of the President, and the President saying, let's get it done.
Come on up, David. Come on up. You're going to be a congressman soon, so let's get him up here. Come on, David. Thank you very much. So as a candidate for president, I promised to help solve the water crisis that was crippling our farmers due to the chronic mismanagement and misguided policies. And that's what it is, misguided policies and management. For too long, authorities have needlessly flushed millions and millions of gallons of fresh, beautiful, clean water from up north straight into the Pacific Ocean. It's nothing for the Pacific Ocean. You know what it means? Like nothing. We're talking about the Pacific. I think they think we're helping the Pacific. It's like a drop. It's like a drop. But it can help us to a level that nobody can believe. On the basis of old science, obsolete studies, and overbearing regulations that had not been updated in many, many years, and sometimes for decades. The resulting miscalculation and misallocation of water helped turn natural droughts into man-made catastrophes. I mean, it's really a catastrophe when you think you have farmers that own land, that are paying taxes on the land, that aren't allowed to farm your land. They're actually taking away your land. You think about it. And that's the state, because the federal government, we've done our part. That was supposed to be the hard part. We got it done fast. Commerce worked fantastically with you, David. I know that, right? We got it done fast. To confront this problem, in 2018, I ordered the administration to update the outdated scientific research and biological opinions that help to determine water allocation right here in the state of California. In other words, how much water is available for agricultural producers, communities, for all of the people that live in your great state. Although a lot of people speak badly of your state. I love your state. I understand your state. You have the potential like no place else, but you need the right government. You need the right governor. You need the right governor. Who's so much? You know, I was explaining on the way in, cars. You could build a car for $3,500 less. It would take a tiny bit more, just a glass of fuel more, but that will take many cars off the road because people would be able to buy many cars that are obsolete, that are what they call gas guzzlers. The new car would be safer because it would not be made out of paper mache, because it would be allowed to be a little bit heavier. It would be a little stronger. It would be safer. It would cost you $3,500 less, and because of your rules and regulations in California, we'll end up in a court case with you, Governor. It's so crazy. We're already in a court case over a train, Billions and billions and billions of dollars. It was originally supposed to go from San Francisco to LA. That didn't work out, so now they did this in order to get the cost down. It keeps getting, pretty soon it'll be like a mile long, okay? It's very sad when you see some of the things, but think about the car situation. In other words, you'll get a less expensive car by $3,500 on average that will be safer, that will look better, and that will work better. And you'll get a lot of gas guzzlers off the market because people are going to be able to afford, and they're going to want this car because it's a better car. And we're going to have to fight it out in court, but we'll win. We always win. Today, I'm pleased to announce that this update is complete. We've done the full, complete update on water and water allocation. A major obstacle to providing more water for the region's farmers has now been totally eliminated by the federal government. I mean, the federal government is very tough to deal with. We got it done very quickly. And at the request of Devin and Kevin, and it works out well, Devin and Kevin. But they're very similar people. They're tough, thank you. But we got it done, and we got it done fast. And you also worked with some of the other congressmen and women. We had a lot of help from a lot of the women that worked with us. And I'll tell you, we're very proud of the job we did. Now we can do it very quickly if we can get the state to move. And you can take away the water allocation for people, the 50-gallon going down to 42, 43-gallon. Throw it out the window. You don't have to worry about it anymore. What a difference that would be, right? Going forward, we'll use the latest science and most advanced technology to monitor and adjust water distribution in real time, ensuring that the environment remains protected while directing as much water as possible, which will be a magnificent amount, a massive amount of water for the use of California farmers and ranchers and all of these communities that are suffering from a lack of water. You can't water your grass. We don't have the water. And yet you look and you see the millions and millions of gallons being just wasted and poured into the great ocean. We want to make sure that you get the water that you really are paying for by being citizens and paying taxes and all of the things that you do. You deserve water, and you have the water. There are communities that don't have water. You have the water. This is an easy one. Here with us today is Jenny Holterman, a fourth-generation almond farmer from right here in Kern County. Jenny, please come up and say a few words. Jenny? Where's Jenny? Come on up, Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. Nice to meet you. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. I'm proud to be a fourth-generation California farmer, married to a fellow fourth-generation California farmer. I was raised by strong parents who showed me the farming lifestyle, taught me the importance of conserving our resources and the necessity of water to grow our food. Today, it is not uncommon to find 3 generations on our family farm daily. However, because of the uncertainty of water deliveries, I'm worried that we may not have a family farm to pass down to my children, or my niece or nephew. As an almond farmer, we can't just fallow acres in years with less water. Orchards require consistent irrigation, and without a reliable water supply, hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland could be taken out of production of California's Central Valley. Families like mine could be forced to abandon orchards or sell a family farm. We are an industry of families, and we do not farm the same way that generations before us did. Using new science and technology, almond farmers today use 33% less water than they did 20 years ago. Our water infrastructure should be handled the same way, using updated science and new infrastructure to keep water flowing to families and family farms across our state. I want to thank our president for cutting regulations and supporting the American farmer. President Trump is fighting for farmers with our best interest in mind, and he is working to bring water back to the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And you know, Jenny reminded me of something. So, as you know, for businesses, small businesses, and farms, and some small farms, all small farms, we got rid of the estate tax, or the death tax, as they call it. So now, all signed, all done, part of our tax cuts. So now, if you love your children, and there are some people that don't, and if you don't love your children, this doesn't matter so much. Don't listen. But if you love your children, it's nice that they don't have to mortgage the farm, is the expression. You know the words mortgage. They're going to mortgage the farm, and then they're going to lose the farm. So if you love your children, you have no estate tax to pay. You have no death tax to pay. So you can look down at your children and say they're doing a nice job or they're doing a lousy job, but at least they won't be having to go out to the banks and mortgage the farm. Very well-known term, because it never worked out too well. So you have no more estate tax to pay on your farm when you leave it to your children. That's a big point. Doesn't pertain to water, but probably it does, right? Because the farm's going to be a lot more valuable if we can pull this off, a lot more valuable. And if we do, it's because of the people right here. Also joining us is Matt Fisher, a local citrus farmer. Matt, please come up. Matt. Thank you, Matt. All right, Matt. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vividly recall the day that you were elected. That day gave my family and I such a tremendous feeling of hope and optimism about our future in agriculture. Farming here in the state of California isn't the easiest, and every day since you've been in office, you've done exactly what you promised. You came to California and sought to understand our water issues. You listened to the right people, put a plan in place, selected the right people, assigned a deadline, and got it done. These biological opinions and the balance that they will bring to the water that falls on this state will bring certainty not only to my family and our employees, but several other families that farm here in the state of California. They are based on sound science and will help the Bureau of Reclamation maximize water to not only family farms, but rural communities and the environment. Your leadership on updating these biological opinions will bring significant relief to my family and will save literally thousands upon thousands of acres of citrus from being left to die. So thank you again, sir, for keeping your word and following through to help us here in the San Joaquin Valley.
Thank you, Matt. And you have to know that this meeting, Kevin was just saying, was set up long before Devin and Kevin set it up, long before we heard that Mini Mike hates the farmer. Long before we learned about his hatred of the farmer, disrespect of the farmer. So I don't know. I don't think he's going to be the candidate anyway, to be honest with you. We'll have to start working on Crazy Bernie pretty soon. But it was set up a long time before that. We just found this out about 2 days ago. On top of regulatory failures, California has not built any major water storage infrastructure since 1979, even as the state's population has increased by nearly 70%. Think of that. In the past decade, the cost of water increased by 127% in San Francisco alone, and over 70% in Los Angeles, and you can't even get it. Hundreds of thousands of acres of once beautiful green farmland became bone dry. In our reforms, and what we've done is, in place of 1 year ago, actually, we estimated that our farmers would have received enough water to support up to 850,000 additional acres of crops. Think of that. That's a lot of acres, and over 130,000 minimum, over 130,000 jobs. With today's actions, we will help bring farmland back to life. All of the land that I talked about before will be green and beautiful. You know, they say that this part of the world has among the best land in the world to farm, right? I've heard it from a lot of people. And it's a massive amount, it's a massive amount of money, but it's got, and you see that in those little patches. You say, wow, but it needs water. Larry Starr is another farmer who will benefit by today's actions. Larry, please come up and share with us your story. Please, Larry. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. What a great honor this is to have you in our home, Mr. President. Thank you. So water for us is everything. Water is the beginning, it's the middle, and the end. Without it, without water, we have nothing. It's just the end. I farmed with my brother Fred, my brother-in-law Jay Croker, and until recently, my father Fred Starr Sr. My sons, nephews, nieces are involved as well, and like everyone, water is the most critical part of our existence. It is in fact our lifeblood. And like blood, how it is treated, maintained, and pumped is the single most important factor in our existence. Our farm has been forced to idle thousands of producing acres due to the uncertainty of our lifeblood. Reduced water allocations year after year due to environmental takings, old science, questionable management, and increased regulations. We pay for water we don't get. Still, we see more water taking out of the system. We see more ground being idled. I can tell you that what the end looks like, and come out to my ranch and I'll show you what it looks like. We have considered selling the farm. Prior to the last presidential election, in fact, even my dad, who lived and breathed our farm, seriously contemplated selling out. We thought at the time if President Trump's opponent had won, we would sell for sure. However, that did not happen. And you were elected, Mr. President. And after that, if we even mentioned selling, my dad would go ballistic. He would say, "Not now." He said, "President Trump is going to get things done." He said, "He's our hope." Yeah. And it's a fact, Mr. President, you have got things done, and you have indeed revived our hope. I heard you say in Tulare 4 years ago, the California water situation is ridiculous, and you said there will be water. There will be plenty of it. We can turn it around. I have that on my phone still. That is a promise made and a promise kept. I know that we have had water warriors fighting for us for a long time, working hard for us, fighting for these new regulations that are based on best science, using real-time conditions in the Delta, maximizing Delta water exports while protecting threatened or endangered species in the Delta and protecting the environment. That is a win-win, right? Congressman McCarthy, I just want to thank you for your leadership and your friendship. And Congressman Nunes, same thing. And I know David was involved earlier, and Congressman McClintock. We just, these people were working on this before. And they were working, and I want to mention also Ernest Conant and Paul Souza, who were intricately involved with making these changes. But they have been working on this issue for a long time, and they were looking for traction. They were looking for some kind of change. And I can tell you, traction was found in 2016 when President Donald Trump was elected. People have said to me, no, he's not why. It's timing. It's dumb luck. It's blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Well, I'm no expert, and I know a certain Democratic presidential candidate who says farmers need more gray matter. You know that, yeah. But this ain't rocket science. The reason we're seeing these new rules implemented are because of President Donald Trump. And I want to publicly thank you, sir, and ask you to please keep fighting for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. He could be running for politics one of these days, huh? I tell you, he could do a job. All of you, thank you very much. That was fantastic. But it's so easy. It's common sense. Larry just said it's common sense, and it is common sense. And all we need is a governor, and we can be nice to him. We can be rough with him. We can do whatever we have to do. I'd love to be nice to him. It's all common sense. Remember I said forest management? You don't need all these forest fires. It's management. I said forest management. It's the same thing here. This is even easier. This is even easier. Just have the valve go in a little different direction, okay? This one's easy. I can't imagine why they wouldn't do it. Someday you'll explain to me politically why that's good, that you're rationing water when you have so much water. And it is. It's different if you had a drought. You don't have a drought. You have tremendous amounts of water. So maybe we can get the governor to come along and really be friendly on this one and get it done. Huge numbers, too. Forgetting about human lives, forgetting about businesses. This is tremendous amounts of money coming to the state, coming to the farmers. Your farmers would be doing much more business. Somebody said it would be the largest farm area anywhere in the world if we allowed you to have the water to irrigate and to give you a little. You need the water. You need water. It's really simple. And you have the water. You just need a signature. You're going to have one today. And that was the tough one. Right, Tom? That was the tough one. The tough one was this one. The tough one to get was the federal government. But you got that. And you really had it a couple of months ago, but you have it today officially. So from the beginning, the Trump administration has delivered for our great farmers. We love our farmers. Under the previous administration, net farm income plummeted by 20%, and under my administration, net farm income has increased by over 50%. And we've secured the historic trade deals, including the new trade deal with China. They're going to buy $50 billion worth of your product. I don't know if you're going to be able to make it. The most they ever bought, remember, the most they ever bought was $16 billion. Now they're going to buy $50 billion. They agreed to 20. And on closing, I was saying hello. I said, where are you with the farmers? So we're at 20 billion. That's more than they ever bought. The most was 16 billion 2 years ago. So I got them up to 20. I said, make it 50. They said, what? I said, make it 50. You got 1.5 billion people, 50, it's peanuts. Make it 50 billion. Would you do me a favor, make it 50 billion? They agreed to do it. It wasn't that easy, but they agreed to do it. See that beautiful tractor over there and the beautiful tractor? I said, you got to get bigger tractors, that's all. They look like nice big tractors. That's a big tractor right back there. You got to get bigger tractors. You got to buy a little more land. So Larry, instead of selling your land, buy some more, okay? You know, buy a little more land. But no, they're going to increase it. So think of it. If they go to 40 to 50 billion dollars, you're talking about a whole different industry. Plus, I got Japan for $40 billion. You saw that? We signed that deal 4 months ago. South Korea now is a big buyer. We signed that deal. And the big one is the USMCA. That's Mexico and Canada. And now you're going to be treated with respect. You were treated pretty badly. You had tremendous tariffs going in. As example, on dairy products, you had a 287% tariff going into Canada, but we took care of it. We virtually eliminated all of the taxes and all of the problems that the farmers were having, and I'm very proud to do it. Very special people. And when I was negotiating the farm deal, I told this to Kevin. You know, some people complain, not the farmer. They were going up, fake news, CNN was putting microphones in your face and saying, isn't this terrible? Because China, you know, they're great negotiators, they pulled way back. And the farmers, I tell you, I didn't hear a negative. They said, look, it's very tough, but somebody had to do this. This has been going on for 17, 18 years, really much longer than that, but it's been going on at least for 18 years. The farmer's been hurt. Somebody had to do it. The president's fighting for us, and we're going through a rough patch. But what I did is I solved the patch by getting, we got you $16 billion, and we got you $12 billion from the year before. We took it out of the tariffs that we imposed. People don't say it. They never like to say it, the fake news. But you were hurt the first year by $12 billion. Well, we were taking in tens of billions of dollars in tariff. We didn't get 10 cents forever from China. Now they're paying us 25% on $250 billion, and then more after that. So what I did is I took out the $12 billion. We gave it to the farmer. Then I took out the next year. I said to Sonny Perdue, great Secretary of Agriculture, I said, Sonny, how much this year? 16. I said, 16 billion. They stopped buying. I gave you 16 billion out of the tariffs. We had billions and billions left over. And China came and they signed a wonderful agreement. So we're very happy about it. But the farmers didn't even want this money. The farmers said to me, we had 36 farmers in the White House, and they said very simply, we don't want this money. We just want a level playing field. I got you better than a level playing field, okay? Better. And one of the biggest things I did, and I said, I'm going to get killed on this one, we terminated the Waters of the United States rule, which is basically they were taking your property away from you. Think of that. They called it the Clean Waters of the United States. I said, how do you sign that? How do you do that? But other than the title, it was a disaster for builders and farmers and everybody. And I remember when I signed it, I had a lot of people, a lot of farmers and construction workers and a lot of people behind me. And these are people that didn't cry when they were babies. They would never cried in their life, and they were crying. A lot of them were crying because I gave them their land back. I gave them their rights back. They took away their rights. If you had a puddle in the middle of your farm, they said it was a lake, it was a river, it was a, I mean, they virtually said it was an ocean, right? You had no right, you couldn't get anywhere near it. It was crazy. So we gave it back. Federal bureaucrats will no longer micromanage every ditch, stock tank, puddle, and pond on your land. From now on, it's your land. It's not their land. You're going to do what you want with it. Terrible. It was a terrible, other than the title, it was a terrible thing. Since I took office, the Department of Agriculture committed investing over $6.1 billion to rebuild, think of that, $6.1 billion to rebuild and improve the rural water infrastructure. And last month, I took decisive action to slash regulatory approval times for critical infrastructure, including water projects. We have many water projects going on right now that would have never happened under the previous administration, or if Crooked Hillary won, which fortunately she didn't. Our proposal will limit the process to 2 years. Already, my administration is making every effort to finish the review process for the Friant-Kern Canal in less than 1 year. Less than 1 year. We're going to have it done in less than a year. Right, David? And just to finish up, America is a nation built by farmers who work hard to provide their families, support their neighbors, and draw out God's abundance from the earth. You pour out your sweat and soul. You pour out your heart. You really do. You're incredible people. You work so hard, and you're smart as hell. Because to make it in your business, you have to be smart. Your communities, your country, we appreciate it so much. And that's why I'm here today, and why I will always keep fighting for the American farmer and rancher, the people in this room. We're going to fight for you, and we're going to win, and we're going to get you your water and put a lot of pressure on your governor. And frankly, if he doesn't do it, you're going to get a new governor, because who could conceivably think of somebody that wouldn't do this? So I just leave by saying, God bless the American farmer. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get them up. Come on up, fellas. Come on over here. This is a big step. Where's Jim? Where's Jim? That's yours, Jim. Thank you, fellas. We'll get you some more, too. We're going to have everybody a pen. Good luck, Dave. Thank you, everybody.
Please remain standing as we welcome up the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Honor Guards to present colors. Color guard, halt, left, face. Present color. Please remain standing as we welcome up Promise and Liberty Ponder to lead our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing as we welcome up Ms. Kay Ashley to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and a home of the brave?
Thomas. You may now be seated. I want to welcome you to the February special graduation here at Hope for Prisoners. I want to welcome all our friends, supporters, and collaborating partners, those of you who've come from near and have come here from far. We are very grateful that you've taken the time out as we celebrate these men and women who are taking the next step to live life on a whole nother level. For those who may be new to Hope for Prisoners, I'll tell you who we are, what we do, and tell you some of the things that's brought us to this day. Hope for Prisoners works with men, women, and young adults that are exiting different arenas of our judicial system. So some of the people that we work with, they come home from state or federal prisons, city, county jails, drug rehabs, halfway houses, transitional facilities, and the likes. And what we do is we provide the supportive services to help the men and women returning back to our community, not only get acclimated back into workplaces, but we make sure there's mechanisms in place that once they get inside those workplaces, through partnerships that we built up with employers here in our local community, they're going to be afforded every opportunity to thrive and be able to grow and afforded every opportunity to succeed. We address the needs for them to get acclimated back in their family, which has been a missed mark of reentry, which seems like for a lifetime. It's like we never given a particular close attention to the men and women that are coming home from our prison systems and trying to get acclimated back into the community. That is a huge, huge importance that we put an emphasis on them returning back to their family. The husbands returning back into their homes, and wives and moms returning back into their families, but particularly making sure there's a mechanism in place to help with the family reunification component. Because if that piece is not right, if the home life is not right, everybody in this room can attest to the fact that everything else in the world has a tendency to fall apart. Then on the back end of the process, because it's a long-term 18-month journey where we walk with our folks, wanting to do everything we possibly can to ensure that we're helping them to be stand-up leaders in the community with an overall goal of them never, ever, ever reoffending again. I have a big passion for what it is that I do because I'm a formerly incarcerated person myself. I've been coming in and out of the systems for decades, made a tremendous amount of mistakes trying to get life right. But God taught me very valuable lessons from all those mistakes that I made. And those lessons that I learned, it helped me to live life on a whole nother level. So what my passion in life is, the reason why I know that my God wakes me up every morning is to help other men and women who are facing those same challenges that I once had to face, to do everything I possibly can to remove the barriers that's preventing them from being successful in life and to help to escort them up to a new level of life. So thank you. We founded Hope for Prisons back in 2009 when I first came home from prison. And since that time, we've had an opportunity to work with over 3,100 men and women have been through our process. And of those 3,100 men and women that we've had the privilege to work with, a massive amount of those individuals successful in gaining full-time employment. Full-time employment in sustainable wage jobs where they can take care of themselves and take care of their family. And it has a recidivism rate that is so ridiculously low that it's causing other reentry mechanisms across this country looking for us to replicate our model all across the United States of America. We could not do that without the unprecedented support that we have from many of you right here in the room. The local people, collaborating partners, the churches that we work very closely with, was the foundation of what it is that we do. All of the second chance employers that many of you are here in this room today, and our graduates are going to have an opportunity to walk away today with full-time sustainable wage jobs. But our biggest collaborating partnership, if you take a look around, you'll see where we are today. We are in the headquarters of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and they are here today. We could not do that without the police department. You know, I have to tell you, because you look at all the police officers here in the room, never before in the history of reentry, nowhere on this planet, has law enforcement gotten this involved in mentoring and training men and women who are coming home from our prison system. And that partnership is causing a win-win on both sides of the equation. Because if you think about it, if we're getting our men and women who are coming home from the prison system and we want them to get back out into the community and never reoffend again, number one, we have to instill in them appreciation for the rules and regulations of our community. And we have found that that gets enhanced when they are in a relationship with the men and women who are upholding the law. It gives me an honor and a privilege to introduce you to our first speaker. It's a man that I had an opportunity to sit into a Starbucks 7, 8 years ago when we started having these conversations about what can law enforcement do to help men and women not go back to the prison system. And in that conversation, we talked about a myriad of different things. But the success of that, we could not even imagine that it would have been producing the intended effect that it's producing today. It gives me an honor and a privilege to introduce you to, from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Sheriff Kevin McMahill.
Good afternoon. So I only have like 5 minutes to speak, so buckle up because I have a lot to say. Welcome, number one, on behalf of Sheriff Lombardo and the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, to our home. Thank you for being here, graduates. We also like to thank the President and our great Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, Carolyn Goodman, for being here. Thank you very much. We can't forget why we're here, though. We're here for you, graduates. Congratulations to you on the first step of your journey. You are now part of the Hope for Prisoners family. You're part of something bigger than yourself. Many of you, this is probably the first time you've ever graduated from anything. This is the first step of a journey to becoming contributing members, proud members of our community, and giving back and taking those steps to take your life back. So congratulations to each and every one of you. The question always comes is, why does local cops have a role in prisoner reentry? That's a great question. I get it all from around the country, and I can tell you the first step was as I began to arrest the children of people I arrested as a very young patrol officer. And I knew that something had to be done to break that cycle. And John Ponder came into my life. I had met many other folks that had been working in the prisoner reentry programs, and to be very candid with you, they had not helped a single individual. And when John came before me and asked me if we would participate with him, I immediately thought no. But you can't tell John Ponder no, can you? I think everybody in the room understands that. So we embarked on an unprecedented ask, which was, how do we get law enforcement to work with this population? And the reality of it was, for me, is to begin to understand something first and foremost. We had to move beyond you seeing me as a cop and me seeing you as a criminal. We had to get to a place where we saw one another as human beings first. I have never met a police officer that got into this line of work for any other reason that they wanted to help. That's what we're here to do, and we are here to make your lives better. So the first thing that we see amongst one another is human being to human being connectivity. That is part of the secret sauce of the Hope for Prisoners program. Let me just simply say this to you. When you look at the criminal justice system as a whole, we spend a couple of dollars on prevention efforts. We spend a tremendous amount of money on a crime being occurred, an investigation being conducted, probable cause being established, an arrest being made, a trial being conducted, a conviction being had, and then housing so many folks in incarceration. And what I can tell you is that my men and women face people all day long who have failed in other parts of the social justice system. Fatherless families, poverty, mental health, alcohol addiction, drug addiction, you name it, that becomes our customer. And what I figured out was incarceration fixes absolutely nothing. Incarceration fixes nothing. So rather than having not spent a single dollar or invested in the human piece of allowing you to come home, because for years, what did we do? You came out, you went on parole, you went on probation, you were stuck right back into the same situation with no hope, no opportunity, no chance at a meaningful wage to change your life and your family's life. And John enters with Hope for Prisoners. Today we have more jobs than we have returning offenders. We have to continue to build this process. I have to simply say to you that you are a part of something much larger than yourselves. Please don't ever forget that. Don't ever give up. And as you look all around this room, please take a minute to look to your left and your right, graduates. These are all people that are pulling for you and hoping for you, and God is on your side. So please make that commitment to yourselves. I have to wrap up, but I do want to simply say this to you. We're blessed to have Mayor Goodman here with us today. There's not a finer mayor on this planet. She'll be coming up in just a minute after me to speak, and thank you for your support of LVMPD and our community efforts, Mayor. And then finally, I know the President is listening, and I just simply want to say thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your support of the men and women of law enforcement. thank you for the work that you're doing with Mr. Kushner on criminal justice reform. Listen, folks, we live in a world of divisive politics, right? We live in a world where there are significant challenges. They're working on small things like Middle East peace, right? And then meanwhile, the president has been in Phoenix and California at rallies with thousands of people. Tomorrow he has a rally here in Las Vegas with thousands and thousands of people. Yet he took time out of his schedule to show up for you, to tell you how important you are and how much you mean to the future of this program. God bless you. I just simply want to say his unwavering commitment to justice is greatly appreciated, and we're forever grateful for him coming here to this graduation. I wish each and every one of you the best. Metro will stand alongside of you and do everything that we can to make you and yours successful in the days to come. God bless each and every one of you.
How awesome and a privilege to be able to call him my friend. You know, we're very privileged to have the President of the United States here with us today, as Sheriff McMahill had said, and I'm going to have the privilege of introducing him here shortly. But first, I would love to introduce you to, and I call her America's sweetheart mayor. If you guys would please put your hands together for the City of Las Vegas Mayor, Carolyn Goodman. Yes, thank you.
Okay, no, sit down. I only have a few minutes. I've been cut down because the president's coming. How fabulous for us all. He does take priority, yes? Yes. So first of all, John, we gave him a key to the city. Why? Because he is outstanding. He has changed life, not only in our community for each of you, but for all your predecessors that are now part of this wonderful community and other communities. So the key to the city to this great guy, and don't applaud, he accepts it. I don't want him to take my time. So, what was forgotten? I'm a big cleanup person. Part of all of this, and Sheriff McMahill and our entire LVMPD, awesome. Our faith initiative. My goodness, what would we do without our pastors, our ministers, our rabbis, so many people from the faith. God bless you all, because without faith, what do you have? You sure don't have hope, and you sure don't have the ability to get some higher up help. And even our president, I'm sure, looks up. So I just want to tell you, this is really to each of you and your family, and because of the bright lights, I can't see your eyes, which I love to see every time I come to a graduation of Hope for Prisoners. Nobody can choose what decade they're born in, or to whom they're born, or under what circumstances, what their gene pool looks like, and they have a propensity to have a great talent or no talent and can't sing, can't walk too well. The reality is, the one thing we all do possess, once we get out of those very young years, and I said this to last week's graduation, life is full of choice. And you have to get to the point through your experiences and you're learning to love yourself, but knowing you're part of a greater population that needs you. And the fact that you have this pathway in this town created by this man and all of our wonderful law enforcement and faith initiative individuals who genuinely care about you. You have support. You will continue to have it. And how am I doing on time, John? I have to have every second, you know that. My husband was mayor, and forget my husband, 12 years mayor. He was a little crazy, and you know that for those of you who've lived here a while. Didn't want to have a business card, so he took a poker chip. He also took showgirls, and his Bombay Sapphire, we're not doing that. But his business card was a $100 poker chip. And when it came time that he couldn't, as hard as he tried to get another term, he failed. My kids came to me and said, Mom, you gotta run. We got a lot of egos running for this job, and they're gonna take his name off everything. They're gonna stop everything he's doing. I said, I'll run if I win $1,000 trip. So, what's on here, though, is to tell each one of you, we have the faith in you. We believe in you. We need you, day by day, to stay the course. Stay the choice that you're making every day. You can't point your fingers at somebody else. It all starts with the me in you. I am responsible for my choices. And so I am giving you, with Sheriff McMahill, as we somehow get through everything, and it's so exciting today, but we will be giving you this chip. Or he'll give his own thing, I don't care. I'm giving you this chip. And it has the phone number of City Hall and the mayor's office. We are a hand up for you if you need it, beyond all that you know from all the people that have worked with you, counseled you, have given you now this opportunity to get back into life. You have your beautiful, beautiful families who adore and love you and know that you're coming home. So all I can tell you on behalf of the city of Las Vegas, we need you back helping us make this the remarkable community it is that's getting awards for everything day out and day in of different things we're doing to make life sensitive, worthwhile, compassionate for all. And it is right now today because of this man. So I just want to thank you all. God bless each of you. You know you can call. You will be heard. There is even an email site. No texting for me. We'll leave that to the president. So anyway, John, you're back up.
Yes, 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 yes. Fabulous, fabulous mayor. I'm going to ask the graduates to remain standing as I ask Pastor Jabin Shabazz to move into position to pray when I introduce the president. But what I'm going to ask the graduates to do is I want you to do this. Because a lot of times, things that happen to us in our past could prohibit us from moving forward in our future. But you have to understand that our past does not define us. So what I want you to do is, I want you to take your hands and I want you to extend them right out in front of you. And I want you to fix your eyes in the palms of your hands. Down in the palms, fix your eyes down in the palms of your hands. And as you look at those lines in the palms of your hands, I want you to imagine, if you will, that each and every one of those lines represent things in your past that you're not proud of. Each of those lines represent things in your past that you wish had never happened. Each of those lines in your hands may represent a drug addiction. It may represent a period of incarceration. It may represent a broken relationship. They represent things in your past that you wish had never happened. Now I want you to lift your hands right up in front of your face. Fix them right in front of your eyes. And I want you to look at those things that you wish had never happened. Those things that you may be embarrassed about. Those things that people may continue to throw back up in front of your face. Now with your hands in front of your face, can you see me? With your hands in your face, can you see me? No, sir. Well, neither can you see your future with your past in your face. Hands down to the side, it's over. Now press on to that life God has in store for you. Mayor Goodman?
It's my great honor to be able to give you your graduation oath. So if you will repeat your name when I say I, you give your first and second name, and I will repeat the oath to you. I and your name. Hereby declare an oath in the presence of my family, friends, and all those present. Hereby declare an oath in the presence of family, my friends, and all present, that I will fully embrace this opportunity to a new life. That I will fully embrace this opportunity to a new life. From this day forward, I will strive to be a productive, law-abiding member of my community. Law-abiding member of my community. Be a person of honor and integrity. Be a person who sets positive examples for those around me. Be a person who sets positive examples for those around me. I will strive for all of these things. For all of these things. As I am. A person of value. A person who takes responsibility. A person with self-respect. Who respects others. I will look toward the future. Having learned from my past. My determined purpose. From this point forward. Is to make the rest of my life. Make the rest of my life. The best of my life. So help me God. Congratulations. We are so proud of you, John. You want me off the stage? Now I'll go to the left.
I'm going to ask you all to continue to remain standing as I welcome up Pastor James Shabazz to just pray before I have the privilege of introducing the President of the United States.
Almighty God, we come to you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and we thank you. We're especially grateful, Lord, for the mercy, the kindness, and favor that you've shown to our nation. Thank you, Lord, that year after year, decade after decade, you have blessed us so immensely, and for that, Lord, we thank you. Lord, I thank you for all of these graduates. I thank you that they all have a hope and a future. Thank you that they have a divine destiny, that you have a plan for their life. Lord, I thank you for these decisions that they have made to better their life. And Lord, I just thank you that you're going to honor that and you're going to honor them. I thank you for my friend John Ponder, and I pray that you would continue to bless him, put your hand of favor upon him. I thank you that you have raised him up in our nation for such a time as this. Lord, I cannot wait to see what happens in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years through this incredible man and through Hope for Prisoners. We are all privileged to be a part of it. We are privileged to support it. We are privileged to be here just to witness your hand on John and Jamie and their family. It is a privilege. And Lord, we thank you for our president. We pray that you would continue to bless him. We pray that you would continue to give him wisdom and bring the right people around him at all times. We thank you, Lord, for all that you've done through him and all you will continue to do through him. And Lord, we just give you all the thanks and all the praise in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. God bless you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Pastor Jabin. And I'm going to ask you guys if you will please continue standing. And I want to tell you a story about something that happened to me about 2.5 years ago, when I was privileged to receive an invite to the White House for the National Day of Prayer. And on this National Day of Prayer, it was such an honor to be recognized by President Donald Trump for the transformative power of Jesus in my life. And in the Rose Garden on that day, he told my story. He told my story about the power of prayer. And I remember when I came home, one of the things that really sticks out in my mind is as I walked up into my house, I had my wife and my 2 daughters tell me how proud they were of me. And my 2-year-old daughter promised, with tears in her eyes, said that she cannot wait to get to her 2nd grade class to tell the story about how her dad was with the President of the United States. Some months later, I was back in the White House for a meeting with President Trump and this administration. We were having conversations about criminal justice reform and prison reentry and how we could better serve people returning to our communities from across the country. And in this meeting, I had an opportunity to hear the heart of this president. I had an opportunity to hear his commitment to the people that we love and the people that we serve. And on that day, I heard him make a promise. And him being here today is evident that the promise that he made was a promise that he kept. It gives me an honor and a privilege to not yet introduce, and that is quite all right. I'm going to keep watching and you can stretch it out because I'm going to use this opportunity to tell you some other things that took place on the National Day of Prayer. When I was in that room and just honored. I was honored to be there with my very first law enforcement friend, FBI agent Richard Beasley, who's here in this room today. And the president told the story of how God used him. As Colossians says in 1:13 that God snatches us out of the kingdom of darkness and conveys us into the kingdom of the Son of his love. And I will keep going. I am behind a podium. There's a pastor up inside me. I will have a bucket being passed inside this room. No problem. So I'm going to keep you guys up on your feet. One of the things that's just so very impactful about this president and how you could see how he's impacting the criminal justice system in this country. And if I may say, in my lifetime, I have not seen another sitting president move with this much compassion when it comes to the people in the reentry community. When we're talking about employment opportunities, to when today we are sitting in more jobs right now than we can fill. And these are not minimum wage jobs. These are jobs where people are earning sustainable wages. I remember when Hope for Prisoners first got going back in 2009, I could not get people who were returning home from prison jobs more than $8.25 doing telemarketing. You cannot take care of yourself and your family with earning that. But today, again, and many of those employers are right here in this room, some of the largest employers, that they're earning sustainable wages. And when we started out on our mission, because the mission of our organization, we're looking to change the face of reentry. We want to change what it means to be people coming home from the prison system that are truly fighting for a second chance. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to help to create a massive amount of people who come home from our prison system. And not only do they never reoffend again, that they begin to live levels of life that most people only dream of. If we train and we training and equipped people to get into our community after serving their time in the prison system, and they are not liabilities, but they could be tremendous assets to our community, then it increases the probability of them being full-time employed. You know, I have a dream that one day, you know how folks, graduate from college. And when they graduate from college with that high grade point average, and they send headhunters out to pick them up because they want the brightest and sharpest individuals to be talent inside their organization. Well, I have a dream that one day we'll be able to do that for men and women returning back to our communities from the prison system. That as long as we can train them and we equip them and provide them with these things prior to them being released, going into the system early on, and do the vocational training and provide them with the substance abuse treatment and all the leadership trainings, teaching them, number one, how do you lead yourself? How do you get those results that you've always wanted to get out of life? How do you be that leader in your family? And ultimately, what does that look like for you to be a stand-up leader in the community, making an impact? It is something that we all should pay close attention to. Sometimes we hear people say, well, we can't do that for this segment of the population. We don't have the funding for able to do that. But my question is, what is it costing us not to do it? When you think about it, it's simple. When we can help our men and women returning back to the community, be equipped to be successful, and we take every ounce of energy that we can muster and pour into their lives. 2.3 million people incarcerated in our prison system. Right here in our local community, more than 6,000 individuals return back to our communities from the Nevada Department of Corrections. Coming home to what? The Federal Bureau of Prisons last year released almost 690, almost 700 people back into our community, coming home to what? And right here in our local community, so over 200 men and women a day are released from our detention center. Coming home to what? Coming home to this never-ending vicious cycle called recidivism. And that is what the mission of Hope for Prisoners is. That's what the mission of our collaborating partners is, to disrupt that vicious cycle of recidivism. And if we do that with effectiveness, think about this, then we're reducing the future victimization of our community. When we're helping men and women return back to the community and get sustainable full-time employment, then them getting back to work is adding fuel to the economic engine of our community. That's why we should give it that support. And now she stretched it out a little bit more. That's good. What I want you to do is take your Bibles and open it up to Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11. It is appropriate, fitting to say that today, because it says that God has a picture-perfect plan for your life. He has a plan to prosper you and not to harm you. It's a plan to give you a hope and to give you a future. And as you're trudging forward in life, you may be looking back thinking about, why have I been through what it is that I've been through? Looking back in life and, why have I been through this? But I'll share with you a passage of scripture, my favorite passage of scripture that made life make so much sense to me. In Romans 8:28 and 29, it says this: all things work together for the good, for those who love God and those who are called according to his purpose. And in that passage of scripture, it says all things. It does not say some things. That passage of scripture says all things work together for the good for those who love God. And I don't know about you or anybody in this room, but I have found myself in some situations in life that were not very good. I found myself in situations in life, as a matter of fact, they were atrocious. I found myself in situations in life that prior to going into this situation, I was saying that if something like that has ever happened to me, I don't know how we would deal with it. I could never go through anything like that. And then I found myself smack dab in the middle of that thing that I never wanted to go through. And I'm asking God, how could this work together for the good? And it's simple. How that works together for the good is when I allow God to pull me through that. Because I couldn't get through it myself. But when I allow God to pull me through that thing that I never wanted to get through, and I'm standing on the other side of it, dust myself off. It works together for the good, graduates. When you have an opportunity to turn right back around and help someone else through the same thing that you're just going through. That's what the other side of it looks like. That's what where it all works together for the good. Because by doing that and going through that, and God bring you through that, when you turn around and help someone else through it, then you have a chance to minister to them, to attend to that need, because you know exactly what it is that they need because you've been through it yourself. Should I say it slower? Because you've been through it yourself. Well, I could stay up here all day long. And ushers, would you please get the buckets ready? And this is where it makes sense. So on this journey that you're about to embark on this day, there's going to be things that you are going to go through. Remember what that feels like. There's going to be challenges that you're going to face. I want you to remember what that feels like. There's going to be ups and downs that you're going to experience. Please remember what that looks like. And I can tell you from my own personal experience that reentry does not look like this. Reentry looks like this, which is why it is so important that you stay connected with our organization, because we want to be there with you through that. We're going to start this 18-month journey with you. We're going to surround you with the support that you need to help you to be successful. We're going to attach you to mentors that have been there and done that to be able to help you to navigate whatever challenges you're going to be facing during that reintegration process. We need you. Your family needs you. Your community needs you. When I first founded Hope for Prisoners back in 2009, I had people saying to me, "Why are you naming this organization Hope for Prisoners?" They said, "Don't name it Hope for Prisoners, because prisoners has that negative connotation about it. So people are not going to want to donate to prisoners. Why would you name it Hope for Prisoners?" And I said to them, well, the reason why I named it Hope for Prisoners is because I know God dropped that name in my spirit before I walked out 50-foot walls. But the other reason I told them that we're going to name it Hope for Prisoners, I said it's simple. Is the mission of our organization is to help to create a massive amount of people who come home from the prison system. And not only do they never reoffend again, that they begin to live levels of life that most people only dream of, and then they become the hope for the prisoners. There are formerly incarcerated people all over the world watching this today. What's happening today is going to go into prison systems all over the world. They're going to read those newspapers, and you're going to encourage them. They're going to read the newspapers and see that the President of the United States was here for you today, and that's going to encourage them. I remember my trip back from the Rose Garden, and the very first time I took a trip into one of the prisons here in Nevada Department of Corrections, I walked into a room with hundreds of inmates in this room. And as I walked in the room, they held up the newspapers. And they whispered with tears in its eyes that I want to be just like that right there. And I said, you have an opportunity to do that. You have the opportunity to spend every waking moment of your time to surround the issues, to address the issues surrounding the circumstances that led to your incarceration. And I told them that if they just give God enough of their time, that God can do some absolutely amazing things with their life. It gives me an honor and a privilege to stand before you to introduce to you our great president. It was not many years ago when I was behind 50-foot walls in a maximum security United States federal penitentiary. And coming home from the prison system and digging trenches to help put together this thing called Hope for Prisoners. I could not do it without garnering support. And we had done a fabulous job garnering that support right here in our local community until I had an opportunity to get an invite to the White House. And when I walked into that room and was surrounded by members of this president's cabinet, when I sat at the table with some decision makers and they invited me into the room to get my input, asking me what it was that I was able to bring to the table. And everything that I shared with them, we're living in the middle of this right now. Honored that we had his ear. And again, every single promise that was made by the President of the United States. Graduates, he's here today. And those promises that he made was a promise that he kept. If you guys will please put your hands together for the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, sir.
How long have you been doing this?
11 years.
That's
Yes, sir.
fantastic.
Thank you.
John's been doing this for 11 years, and he's done incredible, and so many people have such respect for him, and I shouldn't tell you this. Should I tell it to you now, or should we wait? So they're all saying he's done so well. He saved so many lives. He's created happiness in so many families. Sir, would you consider John Ponder for a full pardon? And I love doing it. I love doing it. And we are giving him absolute consideration, and I have a feeling he's going to get that full pardon. I have a feeling. I can't tell you, but I have a feeling. Come here, John. Great gentleman. That's the first thing they said to me when I walked in. And but everybody knows who you are. I knew who you are. 11 years of this. That's fantastic. What a tremendous story. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Because I'm going to give him an early congratulations, all right? That's big stuff. That's big stuff. So thank you very much, John. And 2 years ago, I was honored to celebrate your story of faith and transformation as you stood with me in the Rose Garden of the White House. It was a great day, a beautiful day. Now I'm thrilled to come to Las Vegas Police Department, and thank you very much for being what a group that is. That's some job you guys do. Some job you do. A lot of friends do, a lot of friends. To take part in your organization's Hope for Prisoners graduation ceremony. We are here to reaffirm that America is a nation that believes in redemption. And that's what it's about, redemption. We believe in second chances, and we want to bring returning citizens great people, in many cases, great people, and not in all cases. I'm not going to be too politically correct, fellas, right? Not in all cases, but in many cases, we want to rebuild their lives. They want to rebuild their lives. They want to help us and rebuild our country. And please, everybody, please sit down. It's a little bit late with that one, wasn't it? Thank you. That feels better, doesn't it, huh? But to the 29 graduates who are returning to your families, you have paid your debt to society and shown a commitment to change. You've overcome many challenges, broken free of addiction, learned new skills, and replaced old habits with fresh resolve. And John told us just outside a little while ago that it's an incredible class of talent. That word talent is very important. And now you have a chance to begin a new chapter that you are proud to call your own. And I have little doubt you're going to be very, very successful. Your future does not have to be defined by the mistakes of the past. Today we declare that you are made by God for a great and noble purpose, and you understand that. I mean, it's a great and noble purpose. And you're valued members of our American family, and we are determined to help you succeed, and we're going to work with you, and you're going to work with John and everybody else in this really incredible place that you've all put together, John. And you're going to be so successful. You're going to say, I'm going to be more successful than Trump. I'm going to be more. And I'll be happy if you do it, I'll tell you what. I'll be very happy about it. But as long as you work hard and follow the law and do your part to contribute to your communities, your best days are just beginning. Best part of your life is beginning. I really believe that. And your greatest years are just ahead. And to all of the family members and loved ones who have been through so much, of the graduates who join us today, we know your journey has not been an easy one, but your love and support make all of the difference. And we are tremendously grateful for the families, the loved ones, and I know they're even more grateful, because without them, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. So I want to thank you. And joining us for this ceremony are two leaders who have devoted so much to advancing medical cures to help people overcome the stranglehold of addiction, Sheldon and Miriam Adelson, and they've been great friends of mine for a long time. Stand up, Sheldon. What a family. What a family. And Miriam is a doctor, a great doctor. She doesn't have to be a doctor. You can trust me, her husband doesn't need the money. But she devotes her life, it's the most important thing to her, to addiction. And every time she learns something new, and there's still plenty to learn, but she'll call me and tell me what they're learning about addiction and the job you do, Miriam, and what you've done, Sheldon, just overall is incredible. And really great. Two great people, just great people. And they like a place called Israel very much. Would you say that's correct? Maybe I have to use the word love, a place called Israel, right? In your case. Thank you as well to Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman for being here. Carolyn, thank you very much. Great job. And also the tireless advocate, because Carolyn has been very much involved with criminal justice reform, along with Jared Kushner, who's been very, very much involved. I don't know. I think Jared, where's Jared? Thank you, Jared. Look at him, he never wants any credit. He does a lot, he works hard. But that's working out very well, Carolyn, isn't it? It's working out well for everybody, and tremendous support. And we had liberal support, we had conservative support, and they came to me and they needed some help, and we got help from some very unexpected places. Votes, we needed votes, and we got some great people, Republicans in all cases in this case, but we got some great people to vote for criminal justice reform. So, in fact, very conservative Republicans, so that was a good sign. Very bipartisan. And it was a terrific thing, and we really, we did something that they've been trying to do for a long time, and we got it done. We get a lot of things done. A lot of things done. Now, you see a lot of press back there. So before we go any further, I want to address today's sentencing of a man, Roger Stone. Roger Stone. He's become a big part of the news over the last little while, and I'm following this very closely, and I want to see it play out to its fullest because Roger has a very good chance of exoneration, in my opinion. I've known, and you people understand it probably better than anybody in the room, I've known Roger Stone and his wife, who's really a terrific woman, for a long time, and Roger's definitely a character. Everybody sort of knows Roger. Everybody knows him, and most people like him. Some people probably don't, but I do, and I always have. He's a smart guy. He's a little different, but those are sometimes the most interesting. But he's a good person. His family is fantastic. He's got a fantastic family. And there's always a reason for that, isn't there? Roger was never involved in the Trump campaign for president. He wasn't involved. I think early on, long before I announced, he may have done a little consulting work or something, but he was not involved when I ran for president. And he's a person who, again, he knows a lot of people having to do with politics. His whole life is politics. That's what he is. And it's my strong opinion that the forewoman of the jury, the woman who was in charge of the jury, is totally tainted. When you take a look, how can you have a person like this? She was a anti-Trump activist. Can you imagine this? Now, you wouldn't know about a bad jury. Anybody here know about bad? No? These people know more about bad juries than everybody here, including the sheriff and the mayor and everybody. They know about bad juries. We're not going to say it too much, so let's not say it in front of more cameras than this. But you're my experts, okay? No, but this is a woman who was an anti-Trump person, totally. Now, I don't know if this is a fact, but she had a horrible social media account. The things she said on the account were unbelievable. She didn't reveal that when she was chosen. And she's, I guess, from what I hear, a very strong woman, a very dominant person. So she can get people to do whatever she wants. And she got on, then she became the four-woman on the jury. And I assume they asked her a question. Do you have any bias? Do you have any? She didn't say that. So is that a defrauding of the court? You tell me. But does this undermine our fair system of justice? How can you have a person like this? Did she delete her social account? And when Roger was determined by the same jury to be guilty before the judge issued a sentence, and he was determined to be guilty, and she started going a little wild. She's very happy. And she started saying things that people said, that's strange. That's strange. And then they started looking at, now how can you have a jury pool tainted so badly? It's not fair. It's not fair. And you know, it's not happening to a lot of other people. Because you could look, I won't name names, but everybody knows who I'm talking about. What's happening over there? Nobody. Nobody. There are people that are, even in Roger Stone's basic business of politics, that we're going to be in big trouble. Well-known people, the biggest people, big trouble. They were forced to leave their firm. One man was forced to leave his firm, and he was going to, bad things were going to happen to him the following day. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. He was the biggest. Nothing happened. But it happened to Roger Stone, and it happened to General Flynn, and it happened to, I won't name names, it happened to a lot of people and destroyed a lot of people's lives. And I'm here to make a fair system. Again, Roger is not somebody who worked in my campaign. I know Roger, but a lot of people know Roger. Everybody sort of knows Roger. And what happened to him is unbelievable. They say he lied. But other people lied too. just to mention Comey lied, McCabe lied, Lisa Page lied, her lover, Peter Strzok, lied. You don't know who these people are? Just trust me, they all lied. You had people that forged documents. You had people that wrote fake dossiers and brought them to the FBI and used people in the Justice Department to get them to the FBI. And these people know in the front row, you know better than anybody in this room what the hell I'm talking about, probably. So I'm only responding to you. I'm not even talking to the folks over there. But they get it better than anybody, too. A lot of bad things are happening, and we're cleaning it out. We're cleaning the swamp. We're draining the swamp. I just never knew how deep the swamp was. So if this woman was tainted, I hope the judge will find that she was tainted. And if she isn't tainted, that will be fine, too. But I'm not going to do anything in terms of the great powers bestowed upon a president of the United States. I want the process to play out. I think that's the best thing to do, because I'd love to see Roger exonerated, and I'd love to see it happen, because I personally think he was treated very unfairly. They talk about witness tampering, but the man that he was tampering didn't seem to have much of a problem with it. I think they know each other for years. And it's not like the tampering that I see on television when you watch a movie. That's called tampering, with guns to people's heads and lots of other things. So we're going to see what it is. Maybe there was tampering and maybe there wasn't. But I can tell you that there was tremendous lying, really lying and leaking classified documents that you don't know about. But they leaked classified documents. You know, there was a young sailor who took pictures of an old submarine and sent them to his mother and a friend, and they destroyed his life. I let him out. They were considered classified. Now, Russia and China, I guarantee you, have the pictures of this submarine for a long time. The submarine was like 30 years old. They had them in the first year. They didn't have to wait for the 30th year. But this is a famous story. And they had these pictures, and they put him in jail. He sent them to his mother and to his friend. His friend was not interested in what you're thinking. And there were many other cases where documents were leaked, even accidentally. It's so, classified documents are so important that even if they're leaked accidentally. Now, Hillary Clinton leaked more classified documents than any human being, I believe, in the history of the United States of America, right? And she deleted 33,000 emails. And she said, oh, and by the way, if you did it 5 years, maybe more, okay? But you'd never have access to classified. Very few people have access. She deleted 33,000 emails. I kept waiting. Because, you know, they can talk Benghazi, they can talk 100 different things. What people understand is when you get rid of this kind of evidence, so the United States Congress said, they subpoenaed her. They wanted to see her emails. After getting the subpoena, she deleted 33,000 emails. And they said, you remember this? Yes, the emails were about her yoga classes, her exercising, and her daughter's wedding. 33,000 about her daughter's wedding. That must have been the greatest wedding of all time. And nothing happened to her. And yet they'll put a young sailor in an old submarine with a picture, a couple of pictures. They'll put him into jail. And I pardoned him because it was unfair that she was able to do it at the highest level. And his level wasn't, what he did was, it was confidential. Confidential is a much lower class and classified. So I tell you this because it's interesting. This is part of our nation. This is what's going on now. So I'm going to let this process play out. And we want to have a great and fair court system. And I hope you had a fair and wonderful court system. But perhaps you didn't. Perhaps you didn't. And if you didn't, we want to straighten it out. But we have to straighten it out also at the top level. So we had a lot of dirty cops. FBI is phenomenal. I love the people in the FBI. But the people at the top were dirty cops. And if you would have read the report written about Comey, 78 pages of kill with a reference of go get him. They really said it, go get him. And then you read about McCabe, and you see what they said, so bad. And we're just waiting. I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here, standing here, talking to you. We're waiting. So I just want to let the fake news media know that I just want to let them know, because there's few people more dishonest than these people, I will tell you that. And you have some very good ones. A hell of a lot more dishonest than most of you in the audience were. But I'm going to let the media know that I'm going to watch the process. I'm going to watch it very closely, and at some point I'll make a determination. But Roger Stone and everybody has to be treated fairly. And this has not been a fair process, okay? Thank you. So when I ran for president, I pledged to fight for those who have been forgotten, neglected, overlooked, and ignored by politicians in our nation's capital, and you understand that very well. For decades, no one was more forgotten than citizens coming out of prison who were ready to go into a brand new, beautiful start, but couldn't find a job. They couldn't find people who believed in them. And one of the great things that happened is I and my administration and a lot of very talented people that work with me, we created the strongest economy in the history of our country. We have the best unemployment numbers. We have the best unemployment numbers for African American, best in history, Asian American, best in history, Hispanic American, best in history. Our country is booming. We've never done better. It's the best economy we've ever had. So when people come out, as an example yourselves, you're going to get great jobs. I'll tell you the end result, and we do studies on this. People with businesses are going to hire you. They want you more than you want them. This is the first time this has happened. Okay? This is the first time. They want you to do it. And they wouldn't have given you that second chance. We call it second chance. But they wouldn't have given you that second, in some cases a third chance. That's okay. But they wouldn't have given you that second chance. Now they're doing it because they need people, because the economy is so good. And I'll tell you the end result. Employers are calling the numbers that we're getting, the respect that you're getting from people that are doing the hiring. They can't even believe it. I had one gentleman, I talked to him, he had 7 people came out of prison. He's got 7 people working for him. He said they're among my best. He said they are among my best people. He said, I cannot believe it. And you know what? Something doesn't always work out. I'm not going to say everybody is perfect. It's not. Nobody's, you take a group, there's always going to be somebody doesn't work out. But he said, I can't believe it. He's got 7 now. They've been with him for quite a while. He said they're among the best people I've ever employed. He is so happy. It's going to happen with you. It's going to happen with them. What do you think? I think it's going to happen with this group. So once I came into office, leaders from all different backgrounds asked me to make changes to our criminal justice system. And the more I learned about the issue, big issue, the more I knew that criminal justice reform was really not about politics, because you have people that are for and against it on all different levels: Republican, Democrat, conservative, independent, liberal. Some love it, some don't love it. But they're starting to love it. We're having tremendous success with it. And it's about doing the right thing. Because Alice Johnson, I've really gotten to know her well, and she's like an incredible person. And because of Alice, we've just let out 3 other people that she knew. And I say to people, and you may have references and recommendations when you were wherever you may have been, frankly, you know some people that were really good people who Alice was in for 22 years. She had another 18 years to serve. And for a crime, but not that kind of a crime. And I learned about Alice Johnson, and when I learned, it really, was really something special. She's an incredible woman. She came out of prison. You've seen the whole thing. We actually did a commercial on it. I did the commercial for people to see what this was all about. She came out. You couldn't hire an actor in Hollywood to have the emotion and the love and the tears and everything. She came out and she saw her family, who had totally grown up without her. And some big, strong young men, some wonderful women, just a whole family. And she was grabbing them, and they were all hugging and kissing outside of this massive prison wall. And they were just screaming with joy. It was an incredible thing to see. You couldn't do it. It had to be natural. It had to come from the heart. It had to come from the heart. So it was. So I say to Alice, and I say to other people, and I'll say to you, and I'll say to you, you're going to have some recommendations. You think I'm making a mistake with him? What do you think? Okay. But you're going to have some recommendations. I want your recommendations, because we have thousands of people in prison that have stories like Alice Johnson. Thousands and thousands of people. And I love doing it. I love doing it. And, you can be poor, you can be middle income, you can be rich. It's injustice is injustice. But you have thousands of people that shouldn't be there. And I love finding those people. So as you find them, as you really think, but you can't let me down, they got to be right. Because there are some people you don't want to do this with. You do know that. I said to Alice, so Alice, let me ask you, you have a lot of people like yourself, right? Yes. But you have bad people too, don't you? Yes, we do. Some very bad people. I said, good. Because I wouldn't want somebody to say, no, everybody's good, because that's not the case. But she's given us great recommendations, and she's a great woman. To redress unfairness in the justice system, just over 1 year ago, I led the effort to pass the criminal justice reform, and others had tried and failed. They didn't try too hard because they know it couldn't be done, but we got it done. This law rolls back provisions of the really terrible 1994 criminal Clinton crime law that disproportionately impacted the African American community. I mean, they like Clinton, but they passed a law that was a disaster. You know that. But we did something about it. They were unable to do it all the way back. We did something about it. And my recent budget provides over $400 million to expand vocational training, drug treatment, and critical reentry programs just like this one. Okay? You know that. He knows it. By enacting criminal justice reform, we're sending a powerful message to prisoners who have reformed their lives. When you return to society, we are not going to leave you behind. We're not leaving you behind. But now we don't have the excuse of a bad economy. They used to have the excuse, well, we can't do it. The economy's no good. The unemployment rates were very high. We're down to 3.5%. We're probably going lower. And wages are going up. First time in 21 years, they're really going up and going up. It's a beautiful thing. If you're like in my world, it's a beautiful thing to watch. It's like a picture. Everyone in this room is here to make sure that you have the support that you need to succeed, thrive, and to never, ever look back. You're not going to look back. We're not going to look back. And we're joined today by many great pastors and faith leaders, some of whom I know pretty well, who trust the power of prayer and the mercy of God to transform their lives. And I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you. Great faith leaders. Thank you. Please stand up. Please stand up. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Father. Great job. Actually been to a couple of their churches. Thank you very much. Also with us are employers of many different industries who are here to recruit you. Don't ask for too much. Just take it nice and easy. Don't forget, they want to make a good deal, but you do too. But they want to recruit you for great jobs, and they're here. Who are the people that are looking? Who are the people, the employers? Please, yeah, stand up, please. That's great. That's great. That's great. Great. You're going to be happy. You're going to be very happy, including the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, who really has done a fantastic job over the years. I've known how hard they work and what a great job they do. Stations Casinos, Martin and Harris Construction, Civil Work General Contractor, Silver State Transportation, Keolis Transit and Workforce Connections. And I want to thank you all, and we have a lot of others outside that are coming in too, and you're going to have a lot of, fun. It's nice to be loved, right? It's nice to be wanted. You're wanted. You're wanted. Finally, you're wanted. Right, John? Finally, we're really proud to be joined by more than 80 men and women. These people are so incredible, of law enforcement. The job they do, Sheriff, the job. Please stand up. You don't know how much people respect you. You don't hear it. You don't hear it. People respect you like you wouldn't believe. So we just want to thank you all. The job you do is incredible. Law enforcement. We honor your selfless service and bravery. By the way, fire department also. I just left an area of the country where 2 firemen were just killed. And terrible. Up in certain portion of beautiful place in California where a building collapsed, 2 people killed, 2 firemen killed, and we honor them, and this took place yesterday. But they're fantastic. But I want to thank law enforcement because the job you do is incredible, and the respect that people have for you, you'll never know how strong it is. It's stronger, and I think it's stronger now than ever before, and now you have an administration that loves you, backs you. We give you the equipment that you need. We gave billions of dollars of equipment. We had surplus equipment, military equipment, incredible stuff, sitting in hundreds of warehouses all over the United States. And for some reason, other people didn't want to give it out. But I gave it out, and I assume you got some of it, right? You got some of it? I know the man, he probably got most of it, right? That's good. It keeps you safe. As you know, Hope for Prisoners has pioneered a mentorship program with law enforcement, which has given strength and support to former inmates like Lois Hockersmith, and she joins us today. Lois. Where's Lois? For many years, Lois struggled with addiction. In May of 2012, she found herself pregnant and in jail. After she served her time, Lois participated in Hope for Prisoners program. She graduated in 2013, and since then, Lois has stayed totally sober. She's earned back custody of her precious, beautiful son, and she is one of the best case managers here at Hope for Prisoners. Is that right? That's good. That's good. Thank you. Wow. Come on up here, Lois. Come on up here. Through it all, Lois has been encouraged by her mentor, who is the same officer who arrested her nearly 8 years ago, Lieutenant Steve Ryback, who also joins us today. Hey, Steve, come on up. Is Steve here? Steve is here. Steve, come up. Thank you. Oh, he's good looking, huh? Nice to meet you. Come here. Let's say thank you. Thank you. We're with you 100%. That's great. Please, would you like to say something?
Yes. So first of all, I want to thank this officer. He saved our lives that night that he arrested me and my son. He arrested me. I was pregnant with him, and I gave birth to him that night. And Not all our heroes wear capes, some wear badges. Had he not been doing his job that night, I wouldn't be here. John Ponder, listen, we've been through a lot of things together. 2012, that's when I went through the program, and my life changed that day. I am standing in front of the president, a little bit nervous. I just want you to know that I'm standing amongst heroes, but you guys, if it wasn't for you guys to come back in and for me able to pour back into you, this is how I keep it, by giving it back to you guys. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Take care of Mom, right? Huh? So beautiful. Would you like to say something? Please. He feels very comfortable. You can say.
I had a well-prepared speech for this. The credit 100% goes to Lois, and to be completely candid, I was doing nothing no different than I had done for years and years that night. I definitely believe it was divine that we came across each other, but the credit goes to her, the credit goes to John, the credit goes to you guys as hopefuls, and I just wish you a tremendous amount of success in the rest of your life. It's only forward at this point, and you have an incredible team, an incredible community, and I'm so honored to be a part of it. But again, the credit goes to these people right here. Thank you.
That was a good job. That was a good job. Wow. He did okay, fellas, right? He did okay. He did a great job. Thank you both, Lois and Steve. You remind us really that all of us, that anything's possible. And Lois is among the roughly 100 Hope for Prisoners alumni here today, all of whom are doing incredibly well. Please stand, all of the alumni. Wow. That's great. That's great. That's great. Great. Congratulations. Thank you very much. But they're really a testament to the bright future that awaits you all. It's a great time in our country. So many ways. Our military is strong. Our country is just strong. We're stronger in, I would say, just about every way than we ever have been before. Militarily, you take a look at what we're doing with the stock market. We've had 144 out of 3 years. I've been here just a little more than 3 years. And in a little more than 3 years, John, we've had 144 stock market records. Now, that's good for everybody. It's good for your 401ks, and it's good for jobs, and it's good for, those are the ones I think about first. Jobs, 401ks, and people are making a lot of money, and people are getting tremendous. You'll be investing some of your money in this now. You'll be doing fantastically well, and you're going to have 401ks or something, the equivalent, and you're going to do fantastically well. And, you know, as I say sometimes in speeches, the best is yet to come. We have tremendous potential. We've just made some incredible trade deals that will soon start kicking in. It's going to make it a different country economically. As good as it does, it's going to be much better. We had horrible, horrible deals, or no deals at all. And now we have phenomenal deals. We made a massive deal with China. Then we did the USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. We did a $40 billion a year deal with Japan, and we did a deal with South Korea, and we have other deals too. And I'm going to India next week, and we're talking about, you know, they have 1.5 billion people. And Prime Minister Modi is #2 on Facebook. #2. Think of that. You know who #1 is? Trump. You believe that? Trump, #1. I just found that. The head of Facebook, Mr. Zuckerberg, came in 3 weeks ago. He said, "Congratulations." I said, "On what?" He said, "You're #1 on Facebook." I said, "That's cool." #1 on Twitter, too. But that's because, true. And if I wasn't, I could never say it, because it would be breaking news that Trump told a fib. No, #1. And I congratulated Prime Minister Modi. I said, but you know, you have 1.5 billion people. I have 350 million. You have an advantage. But we're going to India, and we may make a tremendous deal there. Maybe we'll slow it down. We'll do it after the election. I think that could happen too, so we'll see what happens. But we're only making deals if they're good deals because we're putting America first. Whether people like it or not, we're putting America first. So to help you find housing, jobs, and support, I established, as you know very well, the Council on Crime Prevention and Reentry. They've done a fantastic job. And here with us today are our new executive director, Tony Loudon. Tony, would you just come up and say a few words, please? Tony Loudon. Thank you, Tony. He looks good.
Please, John. To God be the glory. Listen, this is what reentry looks like. When our law enforcement, our returning citizens, our faith community, business, and our community, along with their children, can come together in a holistic approach and bring us together. Under this president has showed America what reentry looks like. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But I want to tell you that today, the entire world have been put on notice that here, John, under this president and our administration, this will no longer be a secret. This will be the norm for America. God bless you.
Thank you, Tony. Wow. Thank you, Tony. Wow, that's great. Respected guy. For too long, citizens with a record were not even considered for jobs. You know that. Even if they were qualified, rehabilitated totally, and ready to go to work, they wanted to go to work. But all of that is changing, and we began a nationwide campaign to encourage businesses to expand second chance hiring. We call it second chance hiring. When we say hire American, we mean all Americans, all Americans. And our entire nation wins when citizens with a record have a chance to succeed. It's such a tremendous, what's happened over the last 3 years is incredible. People came out, they didn't have a chance. And now they're not only having a chance, you're gonna see in a little while when these guys try and make a deal. I want a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Together, we're rebuilding the most prosperous economy and the most inclusive society, John, ever to exist. We are becoming a very inclusive society, much more so than in the past. And a lot of people haven't figured that out yet, but I think they will. I think people are going to figure it out pretty soon. We want every citizen to join America's unparalleled success and every community to take part in America's extraordinary rise. Since my election, we have created 7 million new jobs. The unemployment rate has reached the lowest rate in over 51 years. Think of that, 51 years, half a century. And by the way, the 7 million jobs, they thought it might be 2 million if we're lucky. You go back 3 years, they were saying 2 million. We did 7 million. And it's pretty amazing. African American poverty has declined to the lowest rate ever recorded. But I think one of the things we're most proud of in this incredible economy, we'll call it Trump economy, we'll call it the Ponder economy, we'll call it something. But whatever we call it, this economy has been great. And the thing that might be the best of all is what we've done with criminal justice reform. I really think so. Our jobs market is so strong that businesses are recruiting the former prisoners off the sidelines in, by the way, record numbers. Never happened anywhere even close to these numbers. We know that having a job gives you the best chance to work hard, to earn the paycheck, care for your families, chase your dreams, and succeed. Through our pledge to America's workers, spearheaded by a very famous young woman. Did you ever hear of Ivanka? She did. She said, Daddy, I want to help with jobs. I said, well, I'll put you here, there. No, I want to help with jobs. I want to get people jobs. They have to be trained. They have to be. So she had a goal of 500,000 jobs. That's a lot, 500,000 jobs. She just broke Jared, I guess. Is Jared around? She just broke Jared Kushner. She just broke the father of criminal justice reform. He really is. I mean, he works so hard. And Ivanka just broke 15 million jobs. 15. Mayor, that's good, right? And this is where they train the people in the companies. The government can't do this. Walmart took 1 million people. Think of it. These big companies and they train them. It's very complicated stuff with computerization and all the things you have to learn. That's not for government. 15 million people taken by many of the biggest companies, but also mid-sized companies, even some smaller. But she broke 15 million people about 2 weeks ago. And her goal was 500,000 people over a fairly long period of time, 15 million. But if you know Ivanka, you're not at all surprised, believe me. I wasn't surprised. I was sort of saying, so what else is new? To every returning citizen here today, I know that there are some in our society who want to tell you what you can't do. They're going to tell you what you can't do. It's one of the reasons I wanted to be here. I wanted to say what I had to say to John, too, because I sort of had that in my mind for a long time, actually the first time I met him. But they want to tell you what you can't do. They want to tell you why you can't succeed. No way you can succeed. You don't want to listen to them because you're proving different. They want to say why you can't make it in this country, why you can't make it in any country. They think you're not going to make it, period. But do not believe those voices for 1 second, because I'm here today because I believe in what you can do. You're going to be incredible. You're going to be incredible. You're going to see it, and it's going to go quickly. Each of you is a citizen of the greatest country on earth. There is more opportunity, more equality, and more potential in America today than in any society in the history of the world. It's true. This is the country where anyone can make a comeback. We made a comeback with our country. We call it the Great American Comeback. This is the Great American Comeback, and you're doing the same thing. This is a nation where anyone can rise, and this is the time when anyone can reach for the American dream, that beautiful American dream. That's what you're doing. And whenever you have any doubt, whenever the road gets tough, and it will, you'll have those days. I've had those days. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, and they impeached me a few weeks ago, right? They impeached. I said, what happened? What did I do? Ay, ay, ay. You think that was fun, Mayor? You think that's great to be impeached? The good news, my numbers went through the roof. I mean, you explain this to me. Explain this to me. But you'll have those days, right? You're going to have those days. But you're Americans, and you're great Americans, and Americans meet challenges, you defy expectations, you never give up, you never lose faith in the redeeming power of Almighty God. And from this day forward, I'm here, I'm the president, I don't have to do this. I could be someplace else, but I wanted to be here, and I had plenty of choices. One thing as president, the mayor can tell you, we have plenty of choices, right? We have a lot of choices. I wanted to be here. But I ask each of you to seize your unlimited future. If you do, you will make the most of your incredible newfound freedom. You're pioneers in a way, because you're at a point in the country when it's just all come together. You will unlock your unique talents and skill and aspirations. You'll join a great project of national renewal, and together we will make our country stronger than ever before. Thank you very much for being here. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Thank you, man. Yes, thank you. Thank you. We're going to hand out diplomas? Yes. Let's go.
I'm going to ask the graduates to line up as we issue the certificates.
Gary White. Maceo Wells. DeMarcus Webb. Richard Vella. Amanda Stankiewicz. Jared Robinson. Nathan Rabb. Troy Price. Frank Pravada. Pura Pazzo. Robert Petrosino. Herman Pacheco. Sydney Morris. Casey Mix. Heath McCurdy. Pehan McCaspek. DeAndre Houston. Delaris Hernandez. Leigh Harris. Michael Hargraves. Aaron Hairston. Osi Gwynn. Saul Guevara. Jared Gibson. Glenn Fennell. Sarah Campbell. Willie Bro. Rory Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I present to you the February special graduating class of 2020. And Mr. President, we just want to thank you so very, very much. It is an honor for us to have you in this building. Thank you so very much. Well, was that not just amazing? To have a visit from the President of the United States. Thank you guys so very much for coming out and spending this time as we celebrated the men and women that are here. And I see people telling me to do this right here, so I'm going to just keep doing this right here. Captain Burke, what does that even mean like that? But I want to take a few minutes as we're departing to thank all of our supporters. I want to thank my board of directors that are here today. Thank you guys so very, very much. Could not do it without you, right? Any success that the organization has shared is because you guys are our go-to people. I want to thank our supporters here, my staff, volunteer mentors that are here in this room. Just want to thank you and say thank you for coming out, making this all possible. I do want to take a minute to share with you that I will be in Washington, D.C. with the President on March the 31st-ish as he signs a proclamation declaring the month of April of 2020 the month of second chances. And in that month of second chances, the wording in that proclamation is encouraging communities across the country to acknowledge and appreciate and encourage second chance hiring. It is to ask them to celebrate the men and women who have completed their prison system, their prison sentence, and now out in the community and are flourishing. So on that day, we are going to have an event on April the 21st at the Texas station. We are putting on a second chance luncheon. And inside this luncheon, what we're going to be doing is we're inviting formerly incarcerated people from all over the country to come and attend. These are men and women who have served their prison sentence back in their community. Now they're out 10, 15, 20 years. And not only have they never gone back, but today they're in their community living levels of life that most people only dream of. But what we do is we use that as a platform to show the nation that there is a segment of the population who we go to prison, we pay our debt to society, and we come home and then begin to do things in our community. And so what we're doing is we're inviting those folks out. And some of the grassroots leaders from across our country that are going to be there, they're doing very impressive, phenomenal things. And when we use that as a platform to show people that this is how we are changing the face of reentry. This is how the doors continue to open up for other formerly incarcerated people who are coming out. So if you would go to our website at hopeforprisons.org, and you click on the pop-up there, it'll give you all the information about that event. I want to encourage everyone in this room to participate in that. You know, there's sponsorship opportunities for those of you who may want to consider a sponsorship. There are table opportunities there. There are opportunities to purchase a ticket. But I'd just like to encourage you that if what you've seen here today, with the President of the United States being here in this room and celebrating these men and women who are coming home, you know, there's something deep down in my spirit that is saying that as an organization, we are just scratching the surface. But in order for us to be able to continue to do that, we're going to need your support. We're going to need your prayers. We're going to need you to be able to get to continue to get involved. We're going to need, finances, donations to help us to continue this great work that we're doing. And please don't understand that any dollar that you give to Hope for Prisoners, you are sowing a seed into lives of people, and not only are you going to impact them, but this is an incredible opportunity for you to impact the next great generation of the families to come. But again, I want to say thank you for those of you who have supported. And there's one lady, and I'm not going to mention any names, who has done some great things for our organization. We would not be standing here with that, if it wasn't for you, and you know exactly who it is that I'm talking to. I want to thank my beautiful wife, Jamie, and my two little girls, Promise and Liberty. Did they not do an amazing job on the national, the Pledge of Allegiance? Good job. So I just want to say thank you. And are we ready to release right now? Because I'm ready to get up out of here. Again, thank you guys so very, very much. And hopefully we'll see you guys down in April.
Hello, everybody. So I think it was a great win for Bernie Sanders. We'll see how it all turns out. They've got a lot of winning to do. I hope they treat him fairly. Frankly, I don't care who I run against. I just hope they treat him fairly. I hope it's not going to be a rigged deal, because there's a lot of bad things going on, and I hope it's not going to be one of those. So we'll see what happens. But I congratulate Bernie Sanders, and if it's going to be him, he certainly has a substantial lead. We'll see what happens. Nobody said it. I read where Russia's helping Bernie Sanders. Nobody said it to me at all. Nobody briefed me about that at all. What they try and do is certain people like certain people to have information. No different than it's been. But I have not been briefed on that at all. Nobody told me about it. They leaked it. Adam Schiff and his group, they leaked it to the papers. And as usual, they ought to investigate Adam Schiff for leaking that information. He should not be leaking information out of intelligence. They ought to investigate Adam Schiff.
Why did Sanders put out a very hard statement? Are you trying to stop the publication of Bernie's?
You'll have to ask the Attorney General. I don't know where it stands, but you have to ask the Attorney General. Say it? You'll have to ask Bernie Sanders that. I mean, he'd know better than me. I have not been briefed to that effect, but you'll have to ask Bernie Sanders that. I think what it could be is, the Democrats are treating Bernie Sanders very unfairly. And it sounds to me like a leak from Adam Schiff, because they don't want Bernie Sanders to represent him. It sounds like it's 16 all over again for Bernie Sanders. And he won. He had a great victory yesterday, but you know what's happening. You can see the handwriting on the wall. And I watched last time with respect to him, and they might have tried to do it with me, but I was able to catch it. That would be a terrible thing if that were the case.
That other countries are trying to split Russia and Ukraine apart. If they came together, they would actually be a world superpower, Ukraine and Russia. What makes the president?
Well, I'd like to see them come together. I think if they came together in the sense that they got along with each other, that would be a great thing. It would be a great thing for the world. if Ukraine and Russia could work out some agreement where they get along, to me, that would be very good. Yeah, sure. He's here now. Sure. No problem.
Mr. President, what's your updated thinking about a pardon for Roger Stone?
Well, I've seen a very sad thing going on with respect to Roger Stone. You have a juror that's obviously tainted. She was an activist against Trump, said bad things about Trump and said bad things about Stone, and she somehow wheedled her way onto the jury. And if that's not a tainted jury, then there is no such thing as a tainted jury. I think it's a disgrace. And I could say plenty more about that whole situation, but I'll hold it. I don't know why they gave a judgment, why the judge ruled prior to ruling on that, because in theory, you should rule on that and then you see what happens. But the judge gave a sentence without discussing that, and I guess he's going to bring that up at a later date. But I do think this, that juror is so biased and so tainted that that shouldn't happen in our criminal justice system, that's for sure. We'll see what happens. We have 4 or 5 people that are great, very respected. In the meantime, we have our ambassador to Germany, who's a very smart person, and he's doing a great job. I can't tell you yet, but I'll be announcing it soon. His time came up. You know, I think it was March 11th, his time comes up. He ran out of time because I think it was a date of March 11th. He's a very nice man. His time came up, so he had to leave on March 11th. Well, I look forward to being with the people of India. We're going to have many millions and millions of people. It's a long trip, but I get along very well with the Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi. He's a friend of mine. I committed to this trip a long time ago, and I look forward to going. We're taking, as you know, the First Lady's coming. Some of you are coming. I hear it's going to be a big event. Some people say the biggest event they've ever had in India. That's what the Prime Minister told me. This will be the biggest event they've ever had. So it's going to be very exciting. I'm going to be there one night. That's not too much. And then I'm stopping in South Carolina. We're doing a big rally. And then I'll be doing CPAC on Saturday. So there's not a lot of time for rest, I will say that.
Will Bernie be the nominee?
I think so, unless they cheat him out of it. I think so. I think Bernie is looking more and more like he'll be the nominee, unless they cheat him out of it. A lot of people thought he was going to be the nominee last time, and that didn't work out. I think they're watching it very closely. I would imagine so. Yeah, we're very much involved. We're very cognizant of everything going on. We have it very much under control in this country. Well, it's a big situation going on throughout the world, and I can say the United States, we very much closed our doors in certain areas and about certain areas, through certain areas, and we'll see what happens. But we have the greatest doctors in the world. We have it very much under control. We accepted a few people, a small number of people. They're very well confined, and they should be getting better fairly soon. Very interestingly, we've had no deaths. We have we've had a great practice. We had 12 at one point, and now they've gotten very much better. Many of them are fully recovered.
Do you think President Xi should be doing something different?
No, I think President Xi is working very, very hard. I spoke to him. He's working very hard. I think he's doing a very good job. It's a big problem, but President Xi loves his country. He's working very hard to solve the problem, and he will solve the problem. Okay? I'll be appointing an ambassador to Germany. I will say Ambassador Grinnell has done a fantastic job. This is just a temporary job. We have 5 people that we're looking at very seriously, expert people, and at a certain point in the not too distant future, we'll be announcing who they are. Okay? Say it. Well, the ambassador will be doing that. He did a great job He's very familiar with the people, and he has done a fantastic job on that. He's going to continue to maintain that because he's got such a good dialogue. Everybody said that was a deal, you know, that couldn't be done, and we got it done. It's a great thing for those two countries. I'm not involved in it. I'm not involved. I don't have to, but I stay uninvolved. I don't have to. I can be totally involved, as you know. But I very much stay uninvolved, and it's all working out very well. Look, the Taliban's been fighting for decades. We've been over there 19 years. We're like a law enforcement force. We think they want to make a deal. We want to make a deal. I think it's going to work out. We'll see. We're right now in a period that's been holding up. You know, we have a certain period of nonviolence. It's been holding up. It's a day and a half, so we'll see what happens. But people want to make a deal, and I think the Taliban wants to make a deal too. They're tired of fighting. We haven't decided. I want to see how this period of a week works out. We can do that very quickly. Yeah. Assuming it works out over the next less than a week, I would put my name on it, sure. It's time to come home. And they want to stop. You know, they've been fighting a long time. They're tough people. We're tough people. But after 19 years, that's a long time.
So what's the biggest thought on Huawei? What's the other
We have to be very careful. National security, Huawei, national security. We have to be very careful. Thank you very much, everybody. By the way, that was a great fight. Did you watch it? You liked it? That was a great fight. Two great fighters. It was really very exciting. Maybe we have to bring them both to the White House. I don't know, because that was really a good one. In fact, I think we'll do that. Have a good time. Have a good time.
भारत माता की भारत माता की भारत माता की नमस्ते ट्रंप नमस्ते ट्रंप नमस्ते ट्रंप मैं कहूंगा इंडिया यूएस फ्रेंडशिप आप बोलेंगे लॉन्ग लिव इंडिया यूएसए फ्रेंडशिप इंडिया यूएस फ्रेंडशिप इंडिया यूएस फ्रेंडशिप नमस्ते आज मोटेरा स्टेडियम में एक नया इतिहास बन रहा है। आज हम इतिहास को दोहराते हुए भी देख रहे हैं। 5 महीने पहले मैंने अपनी अमेरिका यात्रा की शुरुआत ह्यूस्टन में हुए हाउडी मोदी कार्यक्रम से की थी और आज मेरे दोस्त प्रेसिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रंप अपनी ऐतिहासिक भारत यात्रा का आरंभ अहमदाबाद में नमस्ते ट्रंप से कर रहे हैं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं वो अमेरिका से सीधे यहां पहुंचे हैं। इतनी लंबी जर्नी के बाद
as soon as he landed in India after such a long journey, President Trump and his family went straight to the Sabarmati ashram, and after that they have come here for this program. welcome to all of you to the world's biggest democracy. We are gathered here in Gujarat, but the enthusiasm to welcome you is shared by all of India. This enthusiasm, these loud cheers that the skies resound with, this whole atmosphere, from the airport to the stadium, everywhere, colors and more colors, the varied colors of India's diversity. And in the midst of all this, the presence of President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Ivanka, and Jared. The presence of President Trump here with his family imparts a new sweetness and closeness of family ties to the relations between India and the United States. India-USA relations are no longer just another partnership. It is a far greater and closer relationship. The felicitation event is called Namaste Trump. Namaste also has a very deep meaning. It is a word from one of the world's oldest languages, Sanskrit. It signifies that we bow not just to the individual, but also to the divinity within the person. My grateful thanks to the people of Gujarat and to the people of other Indian states living in Gujarat for this grand event. Mr. President, friends, not far from where we stand today, thrived the planned city of Dholavira 5,000 years ago, and also where existed the seaport Lothal, which was almost as ancient. Today, you are on the banks of the Sabarmati River, which is of great significance in the story of India's independence. You are in an India that is full of diversity, where hundreds of languages are spoken, and where there are hundreds of kinds of attire, several kinds of cuisine, several religions and communities. This rich diversity of ours, unity in diversity, and the vibrancy of unity is a very strong foundation for the relations between India and America. One is the land of the free. The other believes that the whole world is but one family. One has pride in its Statue of Liberty. The other takes pride in the world's tallest statue, the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Statue of Unity. There is so much that we share, shared values and ideals, a shared spirit of enterprise and innovation, shared opportunities and challenges, shared hopes and aspirations.
I'm very happy that under the leadership of President Trump, friendship between India and the United States has further deepened. And that is why Indeed, this visit by President Trump marks a new chapter in our relations, a chapter which will script a new era of progress and prosperity for the people of the United States and India. Friends, President Trump thinks big, and what he has done for realizing the American dream is well known. Today, we warmly welcome the Trump family. First Lady Melania Trump, your presence here is a great honor for us. Your efforts for a healthy and happy America are yielding good results. What you're doing for children in your society is praiseworthy. You often say, be best. And the best is what this reception by the people has strived to be. You would have felt it too. Ivanka, you visited India 2 years ago. You had told me then that you would like to visit India again. I'm very happy that you are with us today. You are very welcome. Jared, you are known to stay away from the limelight. Yet, what you do is very effective and has a far-reaching impact. Whenever we meet, you often mention your Indian friends. I'm very happy to meet you again and to see you here amongst us. Friends, today, along with every Indian and American, the entire world is keen to hear President Trump speak at this event. After his address, I will have the opportunity to say a few more words when I thank him. On behalf of 1.3 billion Indians, I invite President Trump to address us. Friends, I present to you my friend, India's friend, the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. Please give him a round of applause. Namaste, Trump. Namaste, Trump.
Namaste. Namaste. And hello to India. This is such a great honor. Let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to an exceptional leader, a great champion of India, a man who works night and day for his country, and a man I am proud to call my true friend, Prime Minister Modi. The First Lady and I have just traveled 8,000 miles around the globe to deliver a message to every citizen across this nation. America loves India, America respects India, and America will always be faithful and loyal friends to the Indian people. 5 months ago, the United States welcomed your great Prime Minister at a giant football stadium in Texas. And today, India welcomes us at the world's largest cricket stadium right here in Ahmedabad. It is a profound honor to be the beautiful new stadium, to be here with you. Motera Stadium, so beautiful, and joined by so many distinguished guests from all across your nation and all across the world. To the hundreds of thousands of everyday citizens who come out and line the streets in a stunning display of Indian culture and kindness, and to the 125,000 people in this great stadium today, thank you for the spectacular welcome to your magnificent country. You have done a great honor to the American people. Melania, my family, we will always remember this remarkable hospitality. We will remember it forever. From this day on, India will always hold a very special place in our hearts. The life of Prime Minister Modi underscores the limitless promise of this great nation. He started out by his father's side as a chiwala, a tea seller. When he was a young man, he worked at a cafeteria in this city. Stand up. Everybody loves him, but I will tell you this, he's very tough. Today, Prime Minister Modi is the tremendously successful leader of this vast Indian Republic. Last year, more than 600 million people went to the polls and gave him a landslide victory like no other in the largest democratic election ever held anywhere on the face of the earth. Prime Minister Modi, you are not just the pride of Gujarat. You are living proof that with hard work and devotion, Indians can accomplish anything, anything at all, anything they want. The Prime Minister has a moving story of an incredible rise, and so does this entire nation. Your nation is doing so well. We are very, very proud of India. The story of the Indian nation is a tale of astounding progress, a miracle of democracy, extraordinary diversity, and above all, a strong and noble people. India gives hope to all of humanity. In just 70 years, India has become an economic giant, the largest democracy ever to exist, and one of the most amazing nations anywhere in the world. Since the turn of the century, India's economy has grown more than 6 times in size. In a single decade, India has lifted over 270 million people out of poverty. Under Prime Minister Modi, for the first time in history, every village in India now has access to electricity. 320 million people, more Indians, are right now connected to the internet. The pace of highway construction has more than doubled. Over 70 million more households, think of this, 70 million more households have access to cooking fuel. 600 million more people have access to basic sanitation. And incredibly, 12 Indian citizens are lifted out of extreme poverty every single minute of every single day. India will soon be the home of the biggest middle class anywhere in the world, and within less than 10 years, extreme poverty in your country is projected to completely disappear. The potential for India is absolutely incredible. India's rise as a prosperous and independent nation is an example to every nation all over the world and one of the most outstanding achievements of our century. It is all the more inspiring because you have done it as a democratic country. You have done it as a peaceful country. You have done it as a tolerant country. And you have done it as a great free country. There is all the difference in the world between a nation that seeks power through coercion, intimidation, and aggression, and a nation that rises by setting its people free and unleashing them to chase their dreams, and that is India. This is why India's accomplishment over the last 70 years is completely unrivaled no matter where you go. It is your faith in the strength of a free society, your confidence in your own people, your trust in your own citizens, and your respect for the dignity of every person that makes the United States and India such a natural, beautiful, enduring friendship. While our nations have many differences, they are both defined and propelled by a fundamental truth, the truth that all of us are blessed with divine light and every person is endowed with a sacred soul. As the great religious teacher Swami Vivekananda once said, the moment I stand in reverence before every human being and see God in him, that moment I am free. In America and in India, we know that we are all born for a higher purpose, to reach toward our fullest potential, to work toward excellence and perfection, and to give all glory to God. Powered by this spirit, Indians and Americans are always striving to be greater. Our people are always seeking to be better. And so our nations have become thriving centers of culture and commerce and civilization, giving light and vitality to all of the world. This is the country that produces nearly 2,000 movies a year from the hub of genius and creativity known as Bollywood. All over the planet, people take great joy in scenes of Bhangra, music, dance, romance, and drama, and classic Indian films like DDLJ and Showjay. This is the country where your people cheer on some of the world's greatest cricket players, from Sachin Tendulkar to Virat Kohli, the greatest in the world. This is the country that built the tallest statue on the face of the earth to honor the namesake of this stadium, the great Indian patriot and native of this state, Sardar Patel. India is the country where hundreds of millions of light candles to celebrate the triumph of good over evil at Diwali. And it's where, just days from now, Indians of all faiths will pour out onto the streets to celebrate the beautiful festival of Holi. India is a country that proudly embraces freedom, liberty, individual rights, the rule of law, and the dignity of every human being. Your nation has always been admired around the earth as the place where millions upon millions of Hindus and Muslims and Sikhs and Jains, Buddhists, Christians, and Jews worship side by side in harmony, where you speak more than 100 languages and come from more than 24 states, yet you have always stood strong as one great Indian nation. Your unity is an inspiration to the world. In America, we have come to know the splendor of Indian culture personally through the 4 million Indian Americans living in the United States as our wonderful friends, colleagues, and neighbors. They are truly spectacular people. Indian Americans enrich every aspect of our national life. They are titans of business, the biggest, the best, pioneers of science, masters of the art, and innovation of technology like few people have been able to see, no matter where you go, anywhere in this universe. Nearly 1 in 4 Indian Americans trace their roots right here in Gujarat. Gujarat is a special place. So on behalf of the entire American people, thank you, and thank you all for the contributions your culture and traditions have made to my beloved country. Americans are eager to strengthen these beautiful ties between our two people. This is truly an exciting time in the United States. Our economy is booming like never before. Our people are prospering and spirits are soaring. There is tremendous love, tremendous like. We like and we love everybody. Unemployment has hit historic lows, and small business confidence has hit an all-time record high in the history of our country. Our military has been completely rebuilt. It is now stronger than ever before, and we are quickly revitalizing our alliances and friendships all around the world. We have spent $2.5 trillion on rebuilding our military. It's the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. That is why I have come here to India in the spirit of fondness and goodwill to expand our cherished partnership of incredible power and potential. The First Lady and I have just had a pleasure of visiting Mahatma Gandhi's ashram a few miles from here, where he launched the famous Salt March. And tomorrow in Delhi, we will lay a wreath, plant a tree at Rajghat in honor of this leader who is revered all around the world. And the First Lady and I look forward to visiting one of your country's most iconic landmarks. We are later today going to see the majestic Taj Mahal. The Prime Minister and I will also continue our important discussions about how to deepen the relationship between our two great countries. Both of us understand that when leaders put the interests of their own citizens first, we can forge strong and fair partnerships to build a safer and more prosperous world. Just months ago, this critical partnership took a major step forward when the U.S. military and your brave Indian Armed Forces conducted the first ever air, land, and sea military exercises between our two countries. It was something to behold. We called it Tiger Triumph. As we continue to build our defense cooperation, the United States looks forward to providing India with some of the best and most feared military equipment on the planet. We make the greatest weapons ever made: airplanes, missiles, rockets, ships. We make the best, and we're dealing now with India. But this includes advanced air defense systems and armed and unarmed aerial vehicles. And I am pleased to announce that tomorrow our representatives will sign deals to sell over $3 billion in the absolute finest state-of-the-art military helicopters and other equipment to the Indian Armed Forces. I believe that the United States should be India's premier defense partner, and that's the way it's working out. Together, we will defend our sovereignty, security, and protect a free and open Indo-Pacific region for our children and for many, many generations to come. The United States and India are also firmly united in our ironclad resolve to defend our citizens from the threat of radical Islamic terrorism. Both of our countries have been hurt by the pain and turmoil of terrorism and that terrorism brings. Under my administration, we unleashed the full power of the American military on bloodthirsty killers of ISIS in Iraq and in Syria. Today, the ISIS territorial caliphate has been 100% destroyed, and the monster known as al-Baghdadi, the founder and leader of ISIS, is dead. In the United States, we have also made clear that while our country will always welcome newcomers who share our values and love our people, our borders will always be closed to terrorists and terrorism and to any form of extremism. That is why we have taken historic steps to improve screening and vetting of applications for entry, and we are working to ensure that anyone who threatens the security of our citizens is denied admission and will pay a very, very big, costly price. Every nation has the right to secure and controlled borders. The United States and India are committed to working together to stop terrorists and to fight their ideology. For this reason, since taking office, my administration is working in a very positive way with Pakistan to crack down on the terrorist organizations and militants that operate on the Pakistani border. Our relationship with Pakistan is a very good one. Thanks to these efforts, we are beginning to see signs of big progress with Pakistan, and we are hopeful for reduced tensions, greater stability, and the future of harmony for all of the nations of South Asia. India has an important leadership role to play in shaping a better future as you take on greater responsibility for solving problems and promoting peace throughout this incredible region. Over the course of my visit, Prime Minister Modi and I will also discuss our efforts to expand the economic ties between our two countries. We will be making very, very major, among the biggest ever made, trade deals. We are in the early stages of discussion for an incredible trade agreement to reduce barriers of investment between the United States and India. And I am optimistic that working together, the Prime Minister and I can reach a fantastic deal that's good and even great for both of our countries. except that he's a very tough negotiator. Since my inauguration, commerce between our two nations has increased by more than 40%. India is now a major market for American exports, and the United States is India's largest export market. A booming America is a great thing for India, and it's great for the world, and that's why we're so happy to announce that we have had the greatest economy ever in the history of the United States. In America, we have proven that the best way to attract jobs and opportunity is to reduce burdens on business, knock down barriers to new investment, and eliminate unnecessary bureaucracy, red tape, regulation, and taxes. Prime Minister Modi has already made significant reforms here in your country, as you very well know. The world looks forward to even more rapid improvement to India's business climate under his leadership. He wants to do it, and he's doing it at a record pace. 2 years ago, Prime Minister Modi warmly welcomed my daughter Ivanka to the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in Hyderabad, and she is back with us today. Ivanka, thank you. Thank you for being here. We are delighted to be joined as well by dozens of Indian women entrepreneurs who are helping to build your nation's future. They are great and natural entrepreneurs, and I just say to the men, be very careful. They're really good. The United States and India are also working closely together on the future of space exploration. You are making impressive strides with your exciting Chandrayaan lunar program. It is moving along rapidly, far ahead of schedule, and America looks forward to expanding our space cooperation with India. As you push even further, you are pushing the limits, and that's a great thing, including in the realm of human spaceflight. The United States and India will be friends and partners on our voyage into the stars and into space. It is truly extraordinary what this nation has achieved in the span of just one lifetime, and what they have done under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. It is absolutely incredible. Mr. Prime Minister, congratulations. You have come so far, but it is nothing compared to with how far India will go into the future, and the Prime Minister is laying the foundations for a future like few other countries can even think of. This nation is blessed with many treasures, from the sacred banks of the Ganges to the Golden Temple and the Jama Masjid. It is the home to some of the most cherished cultural heritage anywhere on earth. It is also the land of stunning vistas and astounding natural wonders, from the rugged peaks of the Himalayas to the splendid shores of Goa. And India has always been a wellspring of deep wisdom and great ideas, from the Vestas and the ancient epics all the way to the modern India nation. But standing before all of you today, I know that true strength of India is not found in its textbooks, its landmarks, or its landscapes. The true strength of India is found in 125,000 beating hearts in this stadium, and the millions and millions of people who have seen and witnessed our great friendship and admiration today. It is all found in the soul and the spirit of the Indian people. Your courage won and secured this nation's independence. Your devotion built this great and enduring democracy. And it is your dreams that will power this country to a future, even greater progress, prosperity, equality, and opportunity for every citizen across your land. So today I say to every Indian, North and South, Hindu and Muslim, Jewish and Christian, rich and poor, young and old, take pride in the glories of your past. Unite for an even brighter future, and let our two nations always stand together as powerful defenders of peace and liberty and the hope of a better world for all of humanity. Thank you again, Prime Minister Modi, for your hospitality, and thank you, India, for this phenomenal welcome. I want to just leave by saying, God bless India. God bless the United States of America. We love you. We love you, India, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
थैंक यू मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट। आपने अभी जो भारत के बारे में कहा, महात्मा गांधी, स्वामी विवेकानंद और सरदार पटेल को श्रद्धापूर्वक याद किया। भारत के लोगों के सामर्थ्य, उपलब्धियां और संस्कृति के बारे में
Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel, the way you spoke about the abilities, cultures and achievements of the people of India, and the kind words you used about me. President Trump has not only honored us, but also Indians living in the United States. Mr. President, this place from where you addressed Indians today is the biggest stadium in the world. Some of the sports facilities are still under construction. However, despite all that, your presence here today will motivate each and every person involved in the world of sport. I would also like to express my deep felt gratitude to the Gujarat Cricket Association for providing this spectacular venue. This may have affected their completion schedule, but I am sure that they will make up for it. Friends, the basis for a relationship between two individuals or two countries is trust, faith in each other. In India, it is often also said, Tan mitram yatra vishwas. In other words, friendship is where trust is unshakable. In the last few years, the way trust has grown and strengthened between India and the United States to reach new heights is truly historic. During my own visits to the United States, I saw this trust being reinforced every single day. I remember when I first met President Trump in Washington, he had said, India has a true friend in the White House. President Trump's special love for India has always been evident. As you also mentioned, when the Festival of Lights, Diwali, is celebrated in the White House, the 4 million Indians who live in the United States feel a sense of pride in being co-travelers in America's journey of prosperity and progress. Friends, like in the United States, there is unprecedented impatience for change in India. Today, 1.3 billion Indians are building a new India. Our youth has many aspirations. Setting ambitious goals and then achieving them is becoming the hallmark of New India today. Today, there is not just the world's largest cricket stadium in India, it also has the largest health assurance scheme in the world. Today, India is not just building the largest solar park of the world, it is also operating the largest sanitation program in the world. Today, India has set the world record of not just the largest number of satellites launched in one go, it has also set the world record in rapid financial inclusion. In the 21st century, whether it is infrastructure or the social sector, we are using global benchmarks to move forward. In the last few years, India has not just done away with 1,500 old laws, it has also passed many new ones to empower society. Whether it is the rights of transgenders, respect for Muslim women by legislating against the triple talaq or instant divorce, giving priority to the differently abled, providing for 26 weeks of paid leave for pregnant women. Indeed, there are many such rights that we have ensured for different sections of society. Friends, I'm very happy that in this context of many positive changes in India, the US has become its trusted partner. Today, it is the United States that is India's largest trading partner. Today, it is with the United States that India is organizing the largest number of military exercises. Today, it is with the United States that India has the most extensive research and development partnership. Today, whether it is defense, the energy sector, health, IT, in every single field, our relationship has been continuously growing.
Friends, during this decade of the 21st century, New India also brings with it many new opportunities for resurgent America. Both our countries can gain a lot in every area of development. The growth of manufacturing in India, the expansion of its infrastructure will create new opportunities for the United States. In this age of Industry 4.0, the expansion of India's digital economy will also create multiple opportunities for investment for the United States. Mr. President, in the last few decades, digital technologies have played an important role in shaping the relations between India and the United States. Indian talent and American technology have given a new leadership to this sector. And I believe that in the 21st century, India and the United States can together provide leadership to this digital age, to Industry 4.0. Friends, in the 21st century, new alignments, new competition, new challenges, and new opportunities are laying the foundation for change. At such a time, the relations and cooperation between India and the United States will play a very important role in determining the direction the world takes in the 21st century. I believe very strongly that India and the United States are natural partners. We can make an effective contribution to peace, progress, and security, not just in the Indo-Pacific region, but in the entire world. The commitment of America and the leadership of President Trump in defeating terrorism has rendered yeoman service to the entire humanity. And therefore, I believe that the visit of a distinguished leader and close friend of India like President Trump to India in the beginning of this decade itself represents a great opportunity. the initiatives that we have taken in recent times for strengthening India-US relations will now, with this visit, enter their next phase. We are inspired by a long-term vision, not just by short-term considerations. Our bilateral relations will grow, our economic partnership will grow, our digital cooperation will grow, and I am confident that our trade and investment will grow, reaching new heights. The India and America together, we can fulfill our dreams. It is a great good fortune for me that President Trump and his entire family are here, and I've had the opportunity to welcome them once again by saying Namaste Trump. I would like to say once again, long live Mother India. Long live Mother India. India-US friendship. Long live India-US friendship. India-US friendship. Thank you very much. My friend and President of the United States, Donald Trump, respected members of the American delegation, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, a very warm welcome to President Trump and his delegation in India. I am especially really happy that he has brought his family with him on this visit. In the last 8 months, this is the 5th meeting between President Trump and myself. Yesterday, the unprecedented and historic welcome for President Trump yesterday in Motera will always be remembered. Yesterday, it became clear once again that the relations between the United States and India are not just limited to the relations between two governments. They are people-driven and they are people-centric. This relationship is the most important partnership of the 21st century, and therefore, today, President Trump and I have taken a decision to raise our partnership to the level of a comprehensive global strategic partnership. President Trump's contribution in raising our relations to this level have been invaluable. Friends, during our discussions today, we had a productive exchange on every important aspect of our partnership, whether it is defense and security, a strategic energy partnership, technology cooperation, global connectivity, trade relations, or people-to-people ties. The increasing defense and security cooperation between India and the United States is a very important aspect of our strategic partnership. Cooperation in ultra-modern defense equipment and platforms will enhance India's defense capabilities. Our defense manufacturers are becoming a part of each other's supply chains. Indian forces are today doing the maximum training exercises with US forces. In the last few years, there has been an unprecedented increase in interoperability between our armies. Friends, in the same way, we are also increasing our cooperation in the area of homeland security and in fighting international crime. Today, the decision taken on homeland security will further strengthen this cooperation. We have also taken a decision today to further increase our efforts in order to hold supporters of terrorism responsible. President Trump has given priority to the fight against the drugs and opioid crisis. Today, we have also agreed on a new mechanism to fight serious problems such as drug trafficking, narco-terrorism, and organized crime.
Friends, the recently established Strategic Energy Partnership has become even stronger, and in this area, our mutual investment has grown. The U.S. has indeed become a very important oil and gas source for India. Over the last 4 years, our total energy trade volume is above $20 billion. Whether it is renewable energy or nuclear energy, indeed our cooperation finds itself instilled with new energy. Friends, similarly, in the area of new emerging technologies, India and U.S. partnership has attained new levels in terms of innovation and enterprise in the fields of Industry 4.0 and of the new technologies of the 21st century. The talent of Indian professionals has reinforced U.S.'s companies' technological leadership. Friends, India and the United States are committed to openness and fair and balanced trade in the economic sector. Over the last 3 years, our bilateral trade has witnessed double-digit growth, and it has also become more balanced. Whether it is energy, civil aircraft, defense, or higher education, over the last 4 or 5 years, just these 4 sectors has contributed $70 billion to the relationship between India and the U.S. A lot of this is due to the policies and the willingness of President Trump. And I'm fully confident that in the years to come, this will further grow. As far as bilateral trade is concerned, our commerce ministers have had very positive discussions. President Trump and I, we have both agreed that the understanding reached by our commerce ministers will take it forward to give it a legal shape. We have also agreed to initiate negotiations for a bigger deal. We are confident that this will yield good results that will be in our mutual interest. Friends, cooperation between India and the U.S. at the global level is founded on our common democratic values and objectives, especially in the Indo-Pacific region and other global commons. Both of our countries agree on the importance of sustainable and transparent financing in the development of connectivity infrastructure across the world. This mutual understanding and synergy between us is in the interest of not just our countries, but also in the interest of the world at large. Friends, indeed, the cornerstone of this special friendship between India and the United States is our people-to-people relations, whether it is as professionals or students. The Indian diaspora in the U.S. has contributed the most to furthering these relations. These ambassadors of India are not only contributing to the U.S. economy with their talent and hard work, they are also enriching the American society with their democratic values and rich culture. I have requested President Trump that the contribution of our professionals in terms of Social Security should be discussed further within the framework of a totalization agreement. This will be of mutual interest to both of us. President Trump's visit has played a historic role in furthering, strengthening our relationship in all its dimensions. Once again, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to President Trump for coming to India and for taking Indo-US relations to new heights. Thank you.
Hello. Well, thank you very much. And Prime Minister Modi, this has been a very special visit. Unforgettable, extraordinary. What can you say? Very, very wonderful to be with you. Thank you very much. And Melania and I have been awed by the majesty of India and the exceptional kindness and generosity of the Indian people. We'll always remember the magnificent welcome the citizens of your home state showed us upon arrival. It was a profound expression of strength and of real love. Really, it was love. And I think everybody saw that, everybody witnessed that for themselves. The First Lady and I also reflected on the memory of Mahatma Gandhi at his ashram, and this morning in Delhi, we laid a wreath in his honor. We visited one of your nation's most stunning cultural treasures, the world-famous Taj Mahal, and we look forward to continuing our visit tonight during a wonderful state banquet with President Kovind at the Presidential Palace. I know Prime Minister Modi will agree that this has been a very productive visit for both of our countries. Earlier today, we expanded our defense cooperation with agreements for India to purchase more than $3 billion of advanced American military equipment, including Apache and MH-60 Romeo helicopters, the finest in the world. These deals will enhance our joint defense capabilities as our militaries continue to train and operate side by side. In our discussions, Prime Minister Modi and I affirmed our two countries' commitment to protecting our citizens from radical Islamic terrorism. In this effort, the United States is also working productively with Pakistan to confront terrorists who operate on its soil. Together, the Prime Minister and I are revitalizing the Quad initiative with the United States, India, Australia, and Japan. Since I took office, we have held the first Quad ministerial meeting, I guess you would call it a meeting, but it seems like so much more than that, an expanded cooperation on counterterrorism, cybersecurity, and maritime security to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific. As we deepen our partnership with India, we remember that our two countries have always been united by shared traditions of democracy and constitutions that protect freedom, individual rights, and the rule of law. During our visit, we discussed the importance of a secure 5G wireless network and the need for this emerging technology to be a tool for freedom, progress, prosperity, not to do anything where it could be even conceived as a conduit for suppression and censorship. To guarantee that the infrastructure of the future is built in a safe, transparent, and accountable manner, the United States is working with a range of partners, including Australia and Japan, to create the Blue Dot Network, a major initiative to ensure countries around the world to have access to private sector-led, sustainable, and trustworthy options for high-quality infrastructure development, and that's what's happening. Another major focus of my discussions with Prime Minister Modi is forging bilateral economic relationships that is fair and reciprocal. Our teams have made tremendous progress on a comprehensive trade agreement, and I'm optimistic we can reach a deal that will be of great importance to both countries. Since I took office, U.S. exports to India are up nearly 60%, and exports of high-quality American energy have grown by, thank you very much, 500%. That's great. As India grows, so do its energy needs. Yesterday, ExxonMobil signed a deal to improve India's natural gas distribution network so that the U.S. can export even more LNG to India. We are pleased to be joined by the chairman of ExxonMobil LNG Market Development, Alex Volkov. Thank you, Alex, wherever you may be. Where is Alex? Is here someplace? Alex, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex. And the CEO of Chart Energy and Chemicals, Jillian Ivanko. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Thank you, Jillian. Thank you very much. That's a big deal, Alex, right? Can you handle it? I think so, right? It's great. To further strengthen our economic ties, the United States is pleased to announce that the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation will be establishing a permanent presence right here. America is especially committed to working with India to improve development and empower women entrepreneurs. That is why my daughter Ivanka attended the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in Hyderabad to highlight women's economic empowerment. Ivanka, please, great job you've done. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have since launched the WGDP initiative, which is now spearheading projects supporting women in the economy from New Delhi to Kolkata. In our meetings with the Prime Minister, we discussed and agreed to create a counter-narcotics working group to confront the growing threat of illicit fentanyl and opioid production. We must rid our societies of these lethal, horrible poisons. We will rid our societies of these bad drugs that are pouring in. Prime Minister Modi, we have made tremendous advances for our people over the past 2 days, and working together, I know that our two nations will continue to achieve new breakthroughs, unlock new potential, and forge even brighter futures in the years ahead. We think we're at a point where our relationship is so special with India. It has never been as good as it is right now, and I think that's because the two leaders of each country, really, we feel very strongly about each other, and we have done something that's very unique, and we've made some wonderful deals for each of our countries. Once again, we want to thank you and the entire nation of India for honoring the United States with its outstanding welcome, and I'm pleased to say that the U.S.-Indian partnership is now truly stronger than ever before. This was a great visit with a tremendous friend and a tremendous leader, Prime Minister Modi. We won't be taking questions now. I'll be having a news conference at 5 o'clock, and we'll take plenty of questions. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. This concludes the press event. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you. Thank you very much, please. So we had a couple of really great days in India. Prime Minister Modi is a terrific man. He's a terrific leader. And we have a lot of things going in terms of product being purchased by India. We just had a meeting. A lot of the press was there. I thought it was a great meeting with some of the biggest businessmen in the world. They come from India. They're agreeing to invest billions and billions of dollars. You heard it for yourself. They're going to be investing billions of dollars in our country, so that was the purpose of the trip also. We're all set for $3 billion worth of helicopters, the Apaches and various other types, in addition to other equipment. They're buying that. And they're buying a lot. They're going to be buying a lot, and they're also going to be buying a lot of our energy, all forms of our energy, because they need energy, and we have more than anybody. We're #1 in the world now in energy. So that's going to be very exciting. But I thought it was a great 2 days. It was a fantastic 2 days. I'm going to be not at all controversial, because I don't want to blow the 2 days plus 2 days of travel on one answer. One little answer like John will ask me one little simple question, and you'll blow it out, and that'll be the end of the trip. They won't even talk about the trips. I'll be very, very conservative in my answers, if you don't mind. But we did. We had a great time. We had great meetings, and we're going for a state dinner, and then after that we get back onto the plane and we go back home. It's going to be about 19 hours, but we look forward to it. Get in tomorrow. But this is a tremendous country. It's 1.4 billion
probably at least the most people. And it's a tremendous market, and they really like us, and I think they like us more now than they've ever liked us, frankly. We have a terrific, a really great relationship between the Prime Minister and myself. So we're going to be doing a lot of things. I think it was really, really worth it. You may ask about the coronavirus, which is very well under control in our country. We have very few people with it, and the people that have it are, in all cases, I have not heard anything other. Maybe there's something new, because for 2 days I haven't been seeing too much of that news, of very much news, because it's been very all-encompassing. We've accomplished a lot here. We had a lot of meetings, as you know. But the people are getting better. They're all getting better. We brought in some Americans from a ship because it was really the right thing to do, and they're in quarantine. And we think they'll be in very good shape very, very soon. We discussed a lot of different elements. We actually discussed the coronavirus, and at this moment, India doesn't have much of a problem, they feel. It wasn't expressed that they did, which is great. And I think that whole situation will start working out. A lot of talent, a lot of brain power is being put behind it. $2.5 billion we're putting in. I see that Chuck Schumer criticized that he thought it should be more. And if I gave more, he'd say it should be less. It's automatic, with these characters. They're just not good for our country. If I gave more, he'd say it should be less. But that's what they do. In the meantime, that's all they can do. They're not getting anything done. We have so many things we could get done. We could so easily do prescription drug. Last year was the first year in 51 years where prescription drug prices went down. But we could drive them down really well if we had the Democrat votes. We need some additional votes. We would really drive them down, as you know. So with that, I think what we'll do is take some questions, and we'll go to a nice state dinner, and then we go home. Yeah, John, go ahead.
Mr. President, you just addressed coronavirus, so I will put that aside for the moment. You tweeted about Justice Sotomayor yesterday, saying that she and Justice Ginsburg should recuse themselves from future cases dealing with the administration. What is the basis for your opinion on that?
Well, it's very obvious. I always thought that, frankly, that Justice Ginsburg should do it because she went wild during the campaign when I was running. I don't know who she was for. Perhaps she was for Hillary Clinton, if you can believe it. But she said some things that were obviously very inappropriate. She later sort of apologized. I wouldn't say it was an apology, but she sort of apologized. And then Justice Sotomayor said what she said yesterday. You know very well what she said yesterday. It was a big story. And I just don't know how they can not recuse themselves for anything having to do with Trump or Trump-related. The right thing to do is that. Now, as a Supreme Court justice is a different standard, but at the same time, I think it's a higher standard in a certain sense. So they'll have to decide what to do. But her statement was so inappropriate when you're a justice of the Supreme Court. And it's almost what she's trying to do is take the people that do feel a different way and get them to vote the way that she would like them to vote. I just thought it was so inappropriate, such a terrible statement for a Supreme Court justice.
What was inappropriate about the statement? I'm not an attorney, so I can't really look into
what the
these.
statement was, John.
She seemed to criticize the White House for running to the Supreme Court at the drop of a hat to seek a stay.
No, I don't think that was it. But I think what she did say is she's trying to shame, the way I look at it, she's trying to shame people with perhaps a different view into voting her way. And that's so inappropriate. So let's see what happens. We have things, whether or not they recuse themselves, both. Look, Justice Ginsburg, during my campaign, I protested at the time. She apologized in a very minor form. And what Justice Sotomayor said yesterday was really highly inappropriate, and everybody agrees to that. Virtually everybody. I've seen papers on it. People cannot believe that she said it. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The intelligence community believes that Russia is trying to meddle in the 2020 election. Do you agree with their assessment? And what is your message to Vladimir Putin about potentially interfering regardless of the candidate they support?
Well, what I'm reading, and again, I'm over here for the last number of days, but they went to see Bernie, and they told Bernie about something having to do with they want Bernie to win. They did not tell me. Intelligence never told me, and we have a couple of people here that would know very well. They never told me anything about that, and it was sort of a strange thing that they went to Bernie. And now I find out, if I believe what I read in some of your documents and some of your papers, that it was highly exaggerated. And frankly, I think it's disgraceful. And I think it was leaks from the Intelligence Committee, House version, and I think that they leaked it. I think probably Schiff leaked it, but people within that, Schiff leaked it, in my opinion. And he shouldn't be leaking things like that. That's a terrible thing to do. But basically, they would like to see Bernie is probably winning, and looks like he's winning, and he's got a head of steam, and they maybe don't want him for obvious reasons. So they don't want him, so they put out a thing that Russia's backing him. This is what they do. I've gone through it for a long time. I get it. I get the game better than anybody. And that's the way it is. Terrible thing to say. And they didn't say it about me. I will say this. Somebody leaked it in intelligence, but nobody ever told me that. We have Ambassador O'Brien in the audience someplace, and he can tell you that this was never discussed with us. So I think it's terrible. They ought to stop the leaking from Intelligence Committee. And if they don't stop it, I can't imagine that people are not going to go after them and find out what's happening. Yeah, please.
But do you believe...
Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. President, this is Madhu Bhatia Jha from Indian TV News, ABP
Yes.
News. And you're trying to get...
मैं टीवी एजेंसी से हूँ और
in Afghanistan. So the way the deal is being worked out, what would be India's role and Pakistan's role in the region?
Well, I think India would like to see it happen. I spoke with Prime Minister Modi today, and I think they would very much like to see it happen. And we're pretty close. We'll see what's going on. We've got 2 days now under our belt without violence, or I guess a minimum of violence. And we'll see what happens, but people want to see it. It's very interesting, that one is, everybody's happy about it. Even people that are normally against me, like 99.9% of the time. Because we've been there for 19 years, and everybody would like to see it happen. I was actually surprised. I thought the Schumers of the world would say whatever the opposite is, because that's all they can do, cry and chuck. But people are they're really happy to see that we're trying very hard. We'll bring it down to 8,600, and from there we'll make a decision as to what the final outcome would be. But there's been tremendous praise for the fact that we're doing something. Other administrations have tried to do something. In particular, the previous administration, for a long time, they were never able to get anything done. And we're really serving not as a military force as we are a police force. And we're not a police force. They have to police their own country. We're not a police force. It's like law enforcement. And that's the way it is. So we'd like to, after 19, I can tell you, after 19 years, we'd like to bring our young people back home, bring them, that's where they want to be. And we'll always have intelligence there. We'll have other things there, but we'd like to bring them, for the most part, we'd like to bring them back home. We want to watch the area. The area is a hotbed of problems. And when we bring them home, we'll let them know that if something happens, we will hit them so hard. And we could win that easily if I wanted to kill millions of people. I don't want to kill millions of people, innocent people. We could win that very easily. We don't have to act as a police force. We could act as a military force to win, not a military force to just take care of things in that very, very difficult part of the world. It's a very difficult part, very dangerous part of the world. So let's see what happens. So far, so good. So far. But I'm very impressed with the kind of kudos we're getting. Yes, please.
Mr. President, namaste. I'm Saurabh Shukla. I'm editor-in-chief of Newsmobile. If you remember, I interviewed you during your last campaign in New Jersey. And I asked you this question earlier at that time about a Trump doctrine on fighting out Islamic fundamentalism, which you spoke about and you discussed with Prime Minister Modi. And you spoke about a Modi-Trump doctrine. So what is your roadmap to fight out Islamic radical terrorism?
Well, I don't think anybody's done more than I have, if you look, because I came in, and if you check your maps and look at Iraq and Syria, it was all over. In fact, they had it painted a certain color. I won't tell you what color because it doesn't matter. Somebody will say it was a Republican color, so I don't want to get people confused. But it happened to be red, and it was basically trying to show where ISIS was in those areas. And it was out of control. And I gave the orders, and we have 100% of the caliphate. We have tens of thousands of people in prisons now. They're being guarded by the Kurds and others. Europe should take a lot of them back. So far, they haven't agreed to do that. They should do that because we did them a big favor. We captured them, but I did that. We killed al-Baghdadi a few months ago, and Soleimani is gone. He's no longer putting roadside bombs all over the place. Somebody else may be, but he was the father, the king of the roadside bomb. All of those young people that you see with missing legs and arms. I've seen every combination. The legs are gone. You go over to Walter Reed. I have to say the doctors at Walter Reed are incredible what they're able to do. Incredible. But that's what his thing was. He thought that was a beautiful weapon. Roadside bombs. It's a coward's bomb. And all of these young people that have been so badly hurt. And we did a big favor. In addition to that, as you know, Hamza bin Laden is now gone, and he was looking to do damage, and he's gone. And Al-Qaeda last week, you saw what happened there.
Absolutely.
So nobody's done more than what I've done. And but at the same time, Russia should do it, Iran should do it, Iraq should do it, Syria should do it. You know, we're in a different part of the world. We're doing it. Everybody says you're the only ones that can do it. Well, at some point, these other countries, I mean, Iran should do it. Iran hates ISIS, and they should do it. And we've done a great job. We've taken our soldiers essentially out of Syria, except for little hot spots that we figured, you know, we'll do, that develop. But we've taken the oil, and the soldiers we have there are the ones guarding the oil. We have the oil. So that's all we have there. And now we have, if you look, we are down to a small force in Iraq. And we're down to a small force very shortly, but right now even we have a small force in Afghanistan. And so we're moving out and moving around. But the only soldiers we have in terms of Syria, the predominant number of soldiers are the ones guarding the oil.
What about terror groups in Pakistan, sir? That's a big concern in this region, and you know there are a lot of terror groups who pose dangers to the United States and democracies like India as well, sir.
No, I agree, but you also have other countries that can do this. You know, the United States is 8,000 miles away, and they're all saying, could you do it? Yeah, we could do it. We've been doing it for a long time, but I've been doing it much better than anyone else has done it. I mean, what we've done in the last couple of years has been incredible. We have 100% of the caliphate. Remember, we had 99%. I'd say, good, we're leaving. And I was hit with, people couldn't believe it. They said, do 100. So we did 100. I did 100 with some great generals that knew exactly what they were doing. They were unbelievable. We took 100% of the caliphate. And we have thousands of prisoners right now locked up. And these are ISIS fighters and killed thousands. Not that I want to do that. I don't want to do that. But that's what we had to do. And when I came in, ISIS was all over the place. It was totally out of control. Please. Thank you.
While you've been here in the country, in the capital, northeast part of Delhi, there have been violent clashes. Police have been killed, some demonstrators, 9 deaths so far, we hear, and about 100 plus injured. What did Prime Minister Modi say to you about this amended citizenship law? And how concerned are you about this kind of religious violence in India?
So we did talk about religious freedom, and I will say that the Prime Minister was incredible on what he told me. He wants people to have religious freedom, and very strongly. And he said that in India they have worked very hard to have great and open religious freedom. And if you look back and look at what's going on relative to other places especially, but they have really worked hard on religious freedom. I asked that question in front of a very large group of people today, and he talked about it. We talked about it for a long time, and I really believe that's what he wants. As far as the individual attack, I heard about it, but I didn't discuss that with him. That's up to India. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hi, sir. Emily Gooden with the DailyMail.com. I was wondering, do you think justice was served in the Harvey Weinstein case?
So I was never a fan of Harvey Weinstein, as you know. In fact, he said he was going to work hard to defeat me in the election. How did that work out, by the way? I'm trying to figure that out. He was a person I didn't like, never liked. I don't know too much about the case because, as you know, I've been over here between traveling and being at meetings almost every hour of the day, every minute of the day. I haven't been able to really see too much of it. But I was just not a fan of his. I knew him a little bit, not very well. I knew him because he was in New York. Not a person that I like. I will say the people that liked him were the Democrats. Michelle Obama loved him. Hillary Clinton loved him. And he gave tremendous money to the Democrats. And I guess my question is, will the Democrats be asking for that money back? Because he gave a lot of money to the Democrats. And, you know, it's too bad, but that's the way it worked out. Yeah, Peter?
I just want to follow up on that very quickly, if I can, Mr. President. Then I have a question that I wanted to ask you. But just on the Harvey Weinstein situation, this is being viewed as a milestone for the Me Too movement. What message can you, as president, deliver to women in America who are still afraid to come forward and share their stories of sexual harassment and assault?
Well, again, I don't know the actual results. I haven't seen too much because I've been in India, as you know.
Aside from this case, just broadly.
I think that from the standpoint of women, I think it was a great thing. It was a great victory, and sends a very strong message. Very, very strong message, Peter. Yeah, please.
Can I follow up with my question? I just wanted to follow up on hers quickly. Can I, on coronavirus specifically, Mr. President, in 2014, when the Ebola situation was very concerning to so many Americans, you tweeted, "Ebola patient will be brought to the U.S. in a few days. Now I know for sure that our leaders are incompetent." In all caps, you wrote, "Keep them out of here." More than 20 Americans have now been brought back to the United States with coronavirus. By your own measure, does that mean that your government has been incompetent? Are you pleased with the response?
There's a big difference, in case you don't know, between Ebola and coronavirus. Big, big difference. It's like day and night. And I felt that we should bring them back. They're Americans. We should bring them back. With Ebola, it's very explosive. It's very terrible. We're making tremendous strides on Ebola with the things that we're doing, as you know.
Isn't some of the money that you're requesting? Sorry, please.
Let me answer the question. But there's a vast difference in bringing, especially in around 14, was that 14 or 12? And at that time, nobody had ever even heard of Ebola or ever conceived of something where you basically, people would disintegrate. And we're still working on Ebola.
To be clear, all those brought here survived, though, right? Sorry.
Yeah, we're doing a vaccine. We're doing a lot of things having to do with Ebola. We're not forgetting about Ebola. That's a horrible thing. But we have that now very much under control, other than certain parts of the Congo where they're having war and we can't get in. So we're still working on that. But as far as what we're doing with the new virus, I think that we're doing a great job. I felt that, and the decision was made in Japan, let these Americans come back and we'll see where they are, but they were immediately put into quarantine. There's no problem with it whatsoever. They're all in quarantine. And as you know, I approved $2.5 billion for just that purpose, and also for working and getting a vaccine.
For clarity, those with Ebola, when they were brought here, were quarantined, and all of the Americans also survived, right?
But the level of death with Ebola, at the time it was a virtual 100%.
But none of the Americans who came here.
There's a very good chance you're not going to die. It's just it's very much the opposite. You're talking about 1 or 2%, whereas in the other case it was a virtual 100%. Now they have it. They have studied it. They know very much. In fact, we're very close to a vaccine. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead, Peter. Oh, all right.
Hi, I'm Swati Chandrasekhar from TV5 Network.
Thank you.
So how do you define, differentiate, and deal with the love of yours for Indians in India and Indians' love for H-1B visa in America? So how do you differentiate this?
Yeah, we're talking about the H-1Bs, and we are, look, the relationship we have, this is not from me, this is from almost everybody that saw it. They say in the history of India, which has a long history and a brilliant history in so many different ways, there's never been a reception given to somebody like was given, and I would like to say for the United States of America, but nobody else that came here got the kind of reception we got. We gave, it was 125,000, I think, seats they had yesterday. They were full. You had thousands and thousands of people outside. Prime Minister Modi was telling me thousands of people outside. That's not uncommon for me, to be honest with you, but when I look at 125,000 seats, and that was an incredible scene yesterday. In addition, all of those people lined up from the airport to the event. It was an incredible thing. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. The ambassador just told me that he's been in India for a long time. He's never seen, in fact, both ambassadors, our ambassador and the ambassador from India, said in 40 years he's never seen anything like it, what took place yesterday and, earlier than that. But yesterday, they've never seen anything like it. So it was a great compliment. It was a great compliment to our country. I'm the leader of the country, but it was a great compliment to our country. But Prime Minister Modi said today they've never, ever had any event like that. In fact, they said usually when somebody comes in, they have to look for people to fill up the areas. They said there was something very special. Look, it's a massive country in terms of its population, and people just wanted to see, they wanted to pay their respect to the United States, and so I appreciate it. I was a recipient in a sense, but I was just really representing the country. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, your newly installed personnel director has begun talking with agencies about finding people in the government that are not loyal to you and perhaps moving them on. How large a list do you imagine this will be? Is this a big problem in your mind? Can you describe for us the scale of the problem as you see it?
Yeah, I don't think it's a big problem. I don't think it's very many people. I think we had a whistleblower who was a fake, because if you look at the whistleblower as an example, if you look at his report and then you compare that to the transcripts, it bore no relationship. So that was a very sad situation and a lot of time wasted. Although, as you will admit, in fact, you wrote very nicely, I appreciate it, the poll numbers have gone up very much, but that's not appropriate to have to benefit by something like that. Then there was supposed to be a second whistleblower. As soon as I released the transcripts, the second whistleblower was gone. Nobody ever heard what happened to the second whistleblower. I'll ask you, where is he? Remember, the second he or she, the second whistleblower was going to happen. It was just a matter of moments. And then I released the real call, the transcripts, which are now 100% accurate, even according to Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. We want to have people that are good for the country, are loyal to our country, because that was a disgraceful situation. Please.
Mr. President, I am Akhilesh Suman. I am from Rajya Sabha Television. It's a parliamentary channel of India, upper house, like you've seen it.
Good.
India's concern is with neighborhood. And you and Prime Minister Modi tell that you are very good friends. What is your strategy about terrorism that is coming out from Pakistan to India? Because we have been suffering from this type of terrorism for last 20 years or so. What is your strategy? What are you going to do?
We talked a lot about Pakistan. I have a very good relationship with Prime Minister Khan, very good. We talked about it today at length, actually, and Prime Minister Modi. And it's no question it's a problem, but it's a problem they're working on it. India is, it's a brave nation too. There's no pullback from India. And we just hope, and I said I'll help, I'll do whatever I have to do if I can do that, because my relationship with both gentlemen is so good. But there has been difficulty in Pakistan, and we're seeing what we can do about it. Anything I can do to mediate, anything I can do to help, I would do. They're working on Kashmir. Kashmir has been a thorn in a lot of people's sides for a long time. And there are two sides to every story, but they've been working on that very hard. We discussed it at great length, terrorism, and I think we have some very good ideas. He's very, very strongly against terrorism. I'll tell you, Prime Minister Modi is a very religious man, as you know. He's a very calm man. But he's actually a very, very strong person, very tough, actually. I've seen him in action. And he's got that foremost in his mind, terrorism. He'll take care of it. Please. Go ahead. You right here. It's fine. Right there.
Mr. President, thank you. The backbenchers have been waiting for far too long. I'm Richa from Business Line, and we would like to take you to your today's meetings. Before coming to India, you said trade deal will be later, but of course sometime soon. In the morning, you spoke about energy security and energy deal, and you are already the 5th supplier to our country. You said other sources also. We would like you to elaborate on that. When we are talking energy security and energy deal, what are we looking at?
Yeah.
And is nuclear happening?
So we talked about many things, many things. We talked about Iran, we talked about Iraq, we talked about, we were together for 2 days. I'm going to be with Prime Minister Modi tonight for a state dinner at 7 o'clock. It starts at 7, I believe. And we talked about exactly all of the things that you're talking about. We also talked about tariffs, because as you know, India is probably the highest tariff nation in the world, meaning charging tariffs to outsiders. And I said, we have to stop that. We have to stop it, at least as it pertains to the United States. And I think we're understanding each other. With China, we worked a deal, and we worked it because of the tariffs, and I was able to leave the tariffs on. That will take care of phase 2. We still have 25% on $250 billion. But in the meantime, we're working with China very much on the virus. We feel that's something. And I have to tell, I spoke to President Xi the other day. He is so committed to solving that problem. He is working very hard. He is very capable. The country is very capable. And it snuck up on him, but I think he's going to do well. Now you see it's going to South Korea, it's going to Italy, and it's going to other places. But I spoke to all of them. They're all working very hard on it. The United States, because of an early decision I made a decision, I believe it was the first time it's ever been done. We closed the country to certain areas, as you know. And I was criticized for that decision. Now they're saying it was a good decision. I think it was a good decision because we have very few people. And you can add to it a few people that we took in because they were Americans. I mean, what are we going to do? And they were almost in between countries where people weren't going to take them, and they're Americans. But they're fully quarantined. They call it fully quarantined. So, you know, we did the right thing. If you were out there, if you were an American and you refused to have any help from your country, these were wonderful people. It wasn't their fault. So, but we're really down to probably 10. Most of the people are outside of danger right now. But we've had a very strict line on the people that would take in the areas from which we take. And I did it very early. It's never done before, and I did it early. So I think it was a good decision as it turned out. Yeah, please.
Just wanted to follow up on my colleague's question about Russian interference. Can you pledge to the American people that you will not accept any foreign assistance in the upcoming election? And on this idea of a purge in your administration, there was recently the departure of your acting DNI, Joseph Maguire. You replaced him with your ambassador to Germany, Rick Grenell. Some of your critics have pointed out that Ambassador Grenell has no intelligence experience. How can you justify to the American people having an acting DNI with no intelligence experience?
Okay, first of all, I want no help from any country, and I haven't been given help from any country. And if you see what CNN, your wonderful network, said, I guess they apologized in a way for, didn't they apologize for the fact that they said certain things that weren't true? Tell me, what was their apology yesterday? What did they say?
Mr. President, I think our record on delivering the truth is a lot better than yours sometimes, if you don't mind me saying.
Let me tell you about your record. Your record is so bad you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You have probably
I'm
the
not
worst
ashamed
record,
of anything, and our
you probably have the
organization
worst
is not
record in the
ashamed,
history
sir.
of broadcasting. As far as Maguire is concerned, he's a terrific guy, but you know, on March 11th, his time ended anyway, so his time came up. So we would have had to, by statute, we would have had to change him anyway. So the
Will your
time
new
was there.
DNI have experience in the intelligence
yes,
field?
Yes, in fact, we're talking to 5 different people right now. I think all people that you know, all people that you respect, and I'll make a decision probably over the next week to 2 weeks. We have some very good people. But Joe Maguire is a very excellent guy. He's a very good man. And his time was March 11th. I believe it was March 11th where he would have had to leave.
Was he
But we
forced
are
out
going-
because he wasn't sufficiently loyal to you?
No, not at all. Not at all. He was pushed out because, frankly, he wasn't pushed out. He would have had to get out. On March 11th, he would have had to leave. But we're going to be making a decision on D&I very shortly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Well, that's not nice. Yeah, let
let's
her
go-
do it.
let's go one
I
by
know,
one.
but you ripped the mic out of her hand. You can't do that.
So rude.
Boy, that wasn't very nice. He's...
President Trump, I hope you're having a good visit here in India. I'm Ruchi Bhatia from ET Now. We have heard from Prime Minister Modi as well as you on a long impending trade deal. It's still not happened. Even today we heard both you and him talking about how in future there is going to be one. Have you been able to figure out the kind of differences that were there earlier,
we know the
especially on data localization? That has been one of the sticky points.
Sure. We know the problems. I know the problems. Previous administrations had no clue. They didn't know the problems. I know the problems. We're being charged large amounts of tariffs, and can't do that. Can't do that. And so they understand that that's where I am, and if they want to deal with us, and they will, they're going to, just like China. Everybody said you'll never make a deal with China. I made a deal with China. It's a great deal. They're going to buy $250 billion worth of product, and that's only a piece of the deal. It's a large piece. It's probably 40 to 50%, but it's an incredible deal. In addition to that, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs that we can now use for phase two, because they want to get rid of the 25%. So we have the 25%, they want to get rid of it. Well, with India, India is, I think, the highest, again, I said it before, but the highest tariff when you deal with India. Harley Davidson has to pay tremendous tariffs when they send motorcycles in here. When India sends motorcycles into the U.S., there's virtually no tariff. For the most part, there is absolutely no tariff. So I just said that's unfair, and we're working it out. We're working it out. Go ahead.
Good evening, President.
I think we'll win that one easily. We're working on that. Yeah, we're working on that, Joe.
Good evening, President. This is
It's
Anurag
not a fair
Parekh.
situation when one company is paying 100% in the case of numerous companies, not just Harley, but where they're paying tremendous. And actually, tariffs were raised not too long ago. And we also did something. There was a form of rent control that was, if you put it in a different sense, it was given to India, and we terminated that. You know that. We terminated it. No, we're talking. We have great discussions. Look, I can't lose this. I can't lose it. You know why? I'll never lose it. It's too easy, because I want reciprocal. It has to be reciprocal. And the money you're talking about is major, but the United States has to be treated fairly. And India understands that. The relationship is outstanding, but India understands that. We've had a tremendous deficit for many, many years with India, with everybody, you know, with, frankly, so many different countries. We've had a massive, massive deficit, but a large deficit, $30 billion with India. It's now down to $24 billion because of what we've been doing, but still, that's too high. We shouldn't have a $24 billion deficit. With other countries, we have more than that. Japan, we're doing now $40 billion is coming in. A lot of very good deals are being made, and they'll be kicking in toward the end of the year. I would say if the deal happens with India, it will be toward the end of the deal. And if it doesn't happen, we'll do something else. It'll be very satisfactory. It'll be very good. Go ahead. Who else?
President, my question is that you said at the time of the Article 370 abrogation that you would like to mediate in Kashmir, but India rejected it.
No,
What is your my question is something different.
Wait. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about that. I just said Kashmir, obviously, there's a big problem between Pakistan and India. And I think they're going to work out their problem, but I will say they've been doing it for a long time.
Okay, my question is something different at the moment. What is your position at the moment on India's Citizen Amendment Act at the moment?
I don't want to discuss that. I want to leave that to India, and hopefully they're going to make the right decision for the people. That's really up to India.
President, good evening.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
My name is Nilüfer Sahravardi, an Indian journalist, and I have a very simple question.
Go ahead.
Now, back home, when you reflect upon your tour of India, the first diplomatic visit to the country. How would you describe it? Cultural diplomacy, Trump diplomacy, or do you have any other word for that?
Well, first of all, I describe it as incredible because when I looked at the various things, like today, when we went, you probably saw where we were, and when you look at all of the things that we've seen today, when we look at yesterday the Taj Mahal and other things, in addition to working in between and even during, where, you know, we worked very long and hard with representatives from India, most particularly with the Prime Minister. I just think it's an incredible country. It's got unbelievable energy. You see that when you come in from the plane. When you see from, I think I can say, virtually from the plane to whatever venue we were going to, it was wall-to-wall people. They've never seen anything like it. Somebody said it was the greatest greeting ever given to any head of state from any country. Now, India has more people than any other country, a little bit more than China,
How
a little
would you
bit
describe it diplomatically? Is it Trump diplomacy,
I
cultural
think the
diplomacy?
diplomacy is a diplomacy of great friendship and respect.
Okay.
And I think it's going to all work out very well. I really do. I admire your country tremendously. I respect your Prime Minister tremendously. And I think it's really a diplomacy of friendship. And I think it's going to work out very well. Okay? Okay? Go ahead, please. Please. Go ahead. Right next to Steve.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, the Chinese government recently ejected several Wall Street Journal reporters. What is your administration considering to do in retaliation to that move? Are you considering banning or restricting the access Chinese journalists, for example, have to the United States?
So I haven't really been given a full briefing on that. We're going to look at it. We will look at it. It's something that I don't like to see. I don't think it's fair because we give very good access. Maybe some people would say we give too good. I don't believe in that. I think we give very good access, so I don't think it's fair. But we'll have a decision made on that relatively soon. Okay? Thank you. Good question. Please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have a policy towards Venezuela. So will you allow
Yeah.
Indian companies to continue to buy Venezuelan oil from third parties, especially when you have
Well,
sanctions?
you'll be
rules
seeing
and
something on that in the not too distant future. Yeah.
So there could be more stringent sanctions against Venezuela?
There could be very serious sanctions.
Or against the Indian companies
Now,
continuing to
what's
buy the
happening
Venezuelan?
in Venezuela is so sad. People are starving. Here's a case where a country was wealthy 15 years ago and very wealthy 20 years ago. Very, very wealthy. The wealthiest in all of Latin South America, the wealthiest, and by far, not even a contest. And when you look today, they don't have water, they don't have basic food, they have no medicine. It's incredible what's happened in Venezuela. No, we're watching Venezuela very closely. We don't like it. We don't like it. Not at all. Okay?
The sanctions will be against the Venezuelan entities or the Indian companies who are continuing to buy the Venezuelan oil.
You're going to see in a little while. You're asking a question right in the middle of us doing something. Go ahead, please.
Ali Maqbool from BBC. There were some back home that were hoping you would raise concerns about some of these policies that Prime Minister Modi has introduced that discriminate against Muslims, and also about a rise in hate crimes here in India. But as someone
Well, we
who...
did discuss that, and we discussed that, and specifically Muslims, and we also discussed Christians.
But someone
and
who...
I had a very powerful answer from the Prime Minister. We talked about religious liberty for a long period of time in front of a lot of people, and I had a very, very powerful answer. And as far as Muslims are concerned, as he told me, I guess they have 200 million Muslims in India, and a fairly short while ago they had 14 million. And he said that they're working very closely with the Muslim community.
But so you yourself have been criticized for policies that have discriminated against Muslims, like the travel ban. There's also been a rise in hate crimes over the last couple of years in the US. So are you in a position to talk to him about those subjects?
Yeah, I won the travel ban, as you probably know. A lot of people said I lost it. No, I won the travel ban, and we use the travel ban where we think there's, not based on religion, but where we think there's going to be trouble, where we're looking at certain countries. As you know, we added a few countries onto it. But we won the travel ban, and we won it in the Supreme Court. So the travel ban is not a thing against Muslims. It's a thing against areas where we don't want people coming into our country that are going to cause problems, cause harm, cause death. hurt our people, and I feel very strongly about that. Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. I'm
Thank
Qing
you
Yi
very
Chen.
much.
Thank you. I'm Qing Yi Chen with Shanghai Media Group. And I'd like to know, some people say that India could be to the U.S. in Asia during the 21st century what the UK was in Europe during the 20th century. How do you view it?
Well, I think that India is going to be a tremendous player over the next, it's now, right? But over the next period of 50 years and 100 years, look, you're talking about the largest population in the world. You're talking about a tremendous country in terms of its heritage, its potential wealth, frankly. Right now, they have incredible potential. Economically, they have great potential. Their schooling system is getting better all the time. They're doing a fantastic job in certain sectors with respect to education. We see it in the United States. We see it. We have a lot of Indian students coming to our schools. They're great students, and they've done fantastically well at our schools. But we have, thousands and thousands of people coming from India coming to our colleges in particular, schools, but our colleges in particular. No, India's got a phenomenal future. I mean, you can rarely think of a place that has a better future than India, and highly respected, especially with leadership like Prime Minister, right? Modi. Yeah. Go ahead. Pick one. Go ahead.
Sir, Ritu Parna from CNBC TV 18 India. American companies have been investing in India for a long, long time. Are you satisfied with the Indian investment regime, especially on issues like multi-brand retail and e-commerce, on which companies from US have a lot of interest in?
So I'm very satisfied because they're investing tremendous amounts of money. I met Mr. Patel a little while ago. He's the largest steel person in the world by far. I don't think there's even a contest. And he's going to be building a $1 billion plant in Alabama. We had the press, I left him in there. Always a risky thing to do. But if you see let's say we asked, answered 15 questions, they were talking about how much better it is to work in the United States now in terms of their investment. They have done a fantastic job. These are some of the biggest entrepreneurs in the world. I'm not even sure if the media really understood who they were. I knew many of them, certainly heard of all of them. The job they've done is incredible. But Mr. Patel, who's the biggest steel company, certainly the biggest steel individual, but I think he's the biggest steel company by a lot. He's investing billions of dollars in the United States, and he's only doing it because of what I've done to bring back the steel industry. The steel industry was dead, absolutely dead in the United States, and now it's a vibrant industry. It's incredible, and we need it. Again, we need it for defense. It's not just like certain industries that you don't need. We need it for defense. But he was glowing, and one of the reasons he's spending $1 billion in Alabama and more money in other places in the United States is because we brought it back. So we're very proud of that. So I think what we'll do is we're going to see some of you on the plane on the way back. It's been an honor to be here. It's an incredible place with incredible leadership and an unbelievable future. And I just want to thank you all, and I'll see you back in the States, and I think some of you are on the plane, and we can talk a little bit on the plane too. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. I have a whole big, beautiful speech to give, but I just gave 2 of them, and I thought we'd do maybe a little question and answer. You've heard it before, and so we could do that. I just want to say we've had a tremendous time in India. Prime Minister Modi is a fantastic man doing a fantastic job. He's a real friend of mine, and you always say that in a guarded way. He's a friend, but he loves India, and I'm a friend, but I love the USA. But he's done an incredible job, and we're working together, I would say, better than our countries have ever worked before. I know many of the people in the room by name and reputation. Incredible job that you've done. Incredible job that you've done. Really inspirational for not only your country, but really inspirational for anybody looking to be a successful business person, and there are plenty of them around. The job that you have all done is incredible, and we know many of you have invested in the United States, and you have to say thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You've made us even richer. But the fact is, other than yesterday, which was something pretty bad with respect to the virus, and we'll see what happens. I see the futures are up today. up fairly substantially. But that's a very serious thing, but we think we're in very good shape in the United States. We've essentially closed the borders to areas where we had to close them, and we had very few. We took in 32 people over the last 2 days because they were sick, and they're Americans, and they're great people. You know, what are you going to do? They're in quarantine. But we had essentially 12 people. Many of them are getting better now. Soon they'll all be better, we hope. And we're watching very carefully. So we've had a very, very good stretch of, let's just say we're fortunate so far, and we think it's going to remain that way. China is working very, very hard. I've spoken to President Xi, and they're working very hard. And if you know anything about him, I think he'll be in pretty good shape. They've had a rough patch, and I think right now they have it. It looks like they're getting it under control more and more. They're getting it more and more under control. So I think that's a problem that's going to go away, but we lost almost 1,000 points yesterday on the market, and that's something, you know, things like that happen where, and you have it in your business all the time, had nothing to do with you. It's an outside source that nobody would have ever predicted. If you go back 6 months or 3 months ago, nobody would have ever predicted. But let's see, I think it's going to be under control, and I think I can speak for our country. For our country is under control. But again, we do business with a lot of other countries. We take care, we work with other countries. We want other countries to be happy, healthy, and well. They've got to be happy, healthy, and well. It's very simple. And so let's see how it all works out, but I think it's going to work out fine. I hope so. We're working very hard. We're spending a tremendous amount of money also on, we just asked for $2.5 billion on getting everything ready just in case something should happen, and also helping other nations that really aren't equipped to do it. So with that, it's an honor to be with you, and if you'd like to ask some questions and find out how much you should invest in the United States of America, I'll tell you exactly where to invest and how to invest. We just did a lot of business with India where they're buying $3 billion worth of helicopters, great helicopter. We have helicopters like, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. And, you know, the Prime Minister actually said if you were president 30 years ago, would have all your equipment. But they started buying many years ago from another nation and others, and now they're starting to buy from us. So that's an honor. But we're up to a pretty high number. We'll be up very quickly to a pretty high number. And we do make by far the best, and they want to have the best. So that's what we do. So thank you all very much. If the press wants to stay for a couple of questions, you know, we're going to be having a news conference at 5 o'clock. So you can go to that, or you can stay and hear some of these questions from truly some of the greatest business leaders anywhere in the world. Now, if you'd like to do, I could do this, Steve. I could read the book for you, and we could have a nice, beautiful little speech. It will take 5 minutes, and you'll fall asleep, but they'll be, well, they might find it interesting. I don't know about them, but you guys have heard it before. But please, if you have any questions, please. Anybody? Okay, let's go home. Boy, we must have done a very good job if you'd have. Do you want to say something about the energy business?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, please. How are we doing?
We're doing great, sir. My name is Dan Brouillette. I have the privilege of serving in the United States. I'm the president. As his Secretary of Energy, we've had great conversations here in India with my counterpart, Minister Pradhan. I expect that in the very near future we're going to have some new energy deals.
Yeah.
And so far, that noise.
Sounds nice. Sounds like a Trump rally, actually. We're actually saying hello to the embassy people as soon as we finish.
Sir, I'll just end with this. In the last 2 years, we've seen a remarkable uptick in the purchases of U.S. oil and gas by India. And when the president was elected in 2017, that number was approximately 25,000 barrels per day of crude oil. It is now over 250,000 barrels per day, a tenfold increase. And we expect it to only get better from here.
It's going up very, very rapidly. Thank you very much, Dan. Really great job. Where is Robert? Yes, please.
I'd be interested to hear why some of these companies have decided to invest in the United States and make big manufacturing.
Okay, good. Would anybody like to say? Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I'm Chandrasekhar, representing the Tata Group.
Yep.
First, let me start by following instructions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for making a picture.
Good.
And our group has 10 different companies in the United States. We have annual revenues of close to $25 billion, and we have manufacturing plants in Pittsburgh.
Great job, yeah.
And then we have a chemicals plant in Wyoming, and we employ about 42,000 people. And your tax reforms is exceptionally very beneficial.
So which to you was more important, the tax cuts, we did massive tax cuts, or the regulation cuts? Because I've had a lot of people in your positions running the biggest companies in the world saying the tax cuts were very important, but the regulation cuts may have been more important.
See, regulation cuts are more important in order to start new businesses as
Right.
well. For example, in our steel business, we have some issues which we represented the government resolve now. And we run a very large IT company as well in the United States. And we are bringing the skills. We are trying to work with Ivanka.
Right.
We want to try and skill 1 million people in the United States.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. That's great.
We are deeply engaged with the country.
I heard that you were doing that, and I really appreciate it, and Ivanka appreciates it. And, you know, she started off, she wanted to get 500,000 people jobs. And if you know her, within about 2 weeks, she had that one done. And I think you're up to over 15 million people being trained by great companies, some great companies. Walmart was very much instrumental in some of the companies in this room. Yeah, they've done a great. So it's up to 15. And I don't think government could teach jobs like that. In other words, you teach something and it's complex stuff. Government is not equipped to do that. We could put all the money we want into government to do it, and they're just not equipped to do it. So thank you very much. That's fantastic. Great story. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, you talked about regulations, so I
Right.
do want to confirm that in 2017, we put up the first automotive assembly plant in Southeast Michigan in 25 years.
Right, that's right.
Making off-road utility vehicles. And the speed with which we could set up the company to get operations going, we have not experienced anywhere in the world. So we've invested about $1 billion, and right now we're in the shortlist of the bid for the United States Postal Service new delivery van, a decision which
Good.
will come up by the end of the year. And
Mhm.
if that comes through, we're going to very happily put in another $1 billion and employ about 2,000 people.
Very good. You've done a great job. So when are the bids due? When are they due?
We are told sometime around August.
How many vans is it that you'd be making?
There are about 180,000.
Wow, that's a big business, isn't it?
When we were told that, you know, the Postal Service vans are actually, they're the right-hand drive.
Right, that's
They're
right.
diesel. So guess who makes right-hand drive diesel vehicles? Well, that's all Indian automakers. So
Yeah.
That's why we're bidding for it.
Good. Well, good luck. That's great. That's good luck. Yes, sir, please.
So my name is Anil Bhatia, part of Jubilant. We have invested,
Good.
we've invested almost $500 million in the pharmaceutical, very sophisticated things like nuclear medicine, allergy. We are present in 22 states with almost 2,000 people. And the other thing that we are doing is starting drug discovery in America for oncology. That's a biotech venture for new drugs, especially for therapies
Right,
which
sure.
which have very limited drugs available.
Right.
So my question to you is mainly on the healthcare side, how do you see it for companies like ours coming in from India,
Yeah.
setting up manufacturing plants in the States?
All right. Healthcare is very important to the Republican Party, I will tell you. And we haven't been talking about it. We've been doing. We got rid of the individual mandate, which was a disaster in Obamacare, which really ended Obamacare. We're now taking the shell of Obamacare and really running it well. I had a choice. I could run it well or I could run it poorly. Then everybody would be upset and they'd blame President Obama. We decided to run it well, but would like to terminate it and put in great health care. We can do that. When you look at single payer, when you look at what Bernie Sanders and others want to do for the Democrats, it will never work because they're never going to be able to do it. It's not going to work, number one. Number two, it's not going to be good, even if it did work. And it's totally unaffordable, which for you would be a big problem. And I happen to think I've been pretty good at markets. The fact that they are even looking like they're in the hunt, I think drives our stock market down. Now, when we win re-election, I think we will. When we win, I think the market's going to go up like it's going to be like a rocket ship, like last time, but even more so.
I think the fact that the Democrats are so radical, so out of control, they honestly don't know what they're doing. You see what's happening. They want to tell you about health care, and yet they can't count their own votes. In fact, now they're even saying that if you look at Nevada, that's all messed up with a vote count, and some of them are questioning the votes. But certainly Iowa I've never seen anything like it, and I've been watching politics for a long time, been involved in it now for a while, and I've never seen anything like it. So, but I think the fact that there's an election coming up, I think, a lot of people think we're going to win the election. I feel we're going to win the election because what we've done for jobs and for the military, for the vets, what we've done for health care is incredible, including giving options to Obamacare at a far less cost, a cost that's much less. But if you look at all of the things that we've done, rebuilding our military, the biggest tax cuts in history, regulation cuts, that brought all you people. That's why you're in the United States. And then you're very happy and you're going in with more. But I think until the election is over, people are, and it's not just Bernie Sanders, it's others too. I think if people thought that there was a real chance of them getting it really is going to keep the market down. Now, the market's been up 70, 80, 90%, depending on your definition of, you can look at about 16 different definitions, but the country's been incredible. It had one bad day, that was yesterday. Futures are up today a little bit. But if you look at what we've done in terms of the percentage, even taking 1,000 points off, the numbers are incredible. If the other side had gotten in, I think it would have been 50 or 60 points down from where it was. Because the big thing, again, these regulation cuts, they were going to put more regulations on you. You were being strangled, whether it was Keystone Pipeline, Dakota Access Pipeline, 48,000 jobs between the two of them, so many other things. I mean, nothing was getting done. Nothing was going to be built. It would take you 20 years to get a highway approved, a small highway. It'd take you 20 years to get a roadway approved. And it was out of control. We have that way down. That number is way, way down. And they may not get approved because if it doesn't work from a safety standpoint or an environmental standpoint, we don't want to get it approved either. We're not going to let them have it approved. But it's going to end up taking 2 years, and we're trying to get it down to less than that. And if it doesn't work, at least you're going to find out. How about working on something for 21 years and you find out that it just got rejected? So half of your working life, of course, nowadays with people retiring so early, it's more than half, right? But half of your working life, you're trying to get an approval. And then after 20 or 21 years, they reject you. We reject 3-2. That happens. That happens. So we've done a real job. But I think that, frankly, until the election is over, our market, it's phenomenal. But our market will jump thousands and thousands of points if I win. If I don't win, you're going to see a crash like you've never seen before. I really mean it, too. It's okay. Anybody else? Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm P.K. Goenka from Western Group. We have
Great.
invested around $400 million.
Yeah.
And we did around 1,500 jobs.
I actually follow you guys, what you're investing.
And thank you very much for clearing the Keystone Pipeline.
Yep.
That was a big thing. Immediately once you become the president.
Right.
And all the pipes are manufactured in the U.S.
That's right. That was one of the things I said, right? I put a little note in handwriting. You have to make the pipe in the USA, right? On the bottom. They said, sir, this will take 2 weeks to get. I said, no, it doesn't. You have to. Now, we had a little problem because they already bought the pipe, right? And that was a little bit, unfair to them, I thought. So we had to sort of let them do what they had to do. But they had bought much of the pipe. And Dakota Access Pipeline was already built, except for the one river area that I freed up for them. So it was great. Well, that's good. So is that what you do?
Yeah, and we are really like at home, absolutely. And for all your expert and reforms, it's really a big thing.
Thank you very much. That's very nice to say. I appreciate it. Thank you for the investment. Yes, sir, please.
Mr. President, congratulations. You're doing an outstanding job in terms of developing your economy and the world too. My name is Mohan Reddy. I represent a company called Sai, a technology company, but more broad sense from the technology industry perspective. This industry has gone through a tremendous amount of transformation. We're now making a large investment in the US, hiring a large hundreds of thousands of people right now, but we still have some challenges in terms of regulatory issues, especially administrative and legislative.
Right. I know that. Yeah.
So
Well, we are. Now, some of the regulations have to go through what they call a statutory process, where you started to cut. We have the Secretary of Commerce here, and Wilbur knows exactly what this is all about. You have a statutory process, so we're going to cut regulations, but we have to give a 90-day notice, then we have to give 120 days, then we have to give 30 days, and we're in that process now with respect to a lot. No, we're going to cut a lot more regulations. No, and we're going to also have regulation, because I think you need regulation for safety and for environmental. But no president has ever cut anywhere close to what we've done. And I've done it in 3 years, and some of them have been for 8. In one case, is more than 8. But no president has come close. But we are in statutory environments where we have to go. We have one where we have to wait 6 months before we do phase 2, which is, and there's 4 or 5 phases, but they're all in a pipeline to get cut. And there's a certain period in about 7 or 8 months from now where a lot of them are going to be gone. But we go through the process. But you've seen a big difference. Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Yeah, it'll only get better, too. Yes, sir, please.
A warm welcome, President Trump. I'm Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries.
Good.
We are investor in the United States in the energy sector.
Yep, big one. Yeah, $7 billion. A big one.
Yes, sector.
Right,
We
sure.
also take the feedstock and bring it to India and convert it into value added.
Right, exactly.
Also value added. The other thing is that the United States has been, again, small companies and large companies have been key partners in transforming India's telecom sector. We built in the last 3 years a 4G network.
All right. You're doing 4G. Are you going to do 5G too?
We're going to do 5G. And it's all like, we're the only network in the world that doesn't have a
Huawei.
single Chinese component. Which doesn't have.
Oh, that's good. Good. Put a bid in.
Even our 5G. I have to thank you personally for your leadership, not only like what you've done in the US, but it has had rub-off effects on all of us. In India, we could have never imagined that income tax rates have come down, and Prime Minister Modi.
They followed us.
Followed you. So all of us in the business community are grateful, and I think that also the CFIUS process, like we do acquisitions and grow by acquisitions
Right.
in the US. And
They're getting approved a lot quicker.
they're getting approved, and we hope that that will continue for Indian companies, particularly in the.
Well, it will be as long as I'm here, but if the wrong person gets elected, that won't happen at all. And everything will come to a halt, and your unemployment rate will go up to 8 or 9 or 10, and a lot of bad things will happen. No, and that as it is holding back. There's no question about it. I mean, I think we're favored to win. Somebody said 65%, but 65% means there's 35% of something that people don't want, and it would be devastating because the economy's never been as good as it is right now. It's being held back by the fact that we have an election coming up, and I don't think there's anybody, frankly, on the other side, that's going to be very inspirational. It certainly doesn't look like it. So we'll see what happens. Thank you. Yeah, great job you've done. Yeah, fantastic. Yes, sir, please.
We are a small company. My name is Sethuram. I am the CEO of a company called Nirmala Chemical. We are putting up a food ingredients plant in West Virginia.
How much?
$70 million to start with. And
70 what?
$70 million to start with, and then going up to $400 million.
Good. It's nice when you can say that's a small company. Right?
The support that West Virginia government has given us is excellent. They are proud to be there.
It's a great state. Those people are incredible.
The honorable governor and senators are excellently supporting us. We need a little bit of a banking community support from that area, and we've been discussing with various banks.
They'll get that done. So you're dealing with the governor? The governor? He's a great governor, actually. Good. He'll get it done. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. President. I'm Kumar Birla of the Aditya Birla Group. We've actually made 2 acquisitions in the US in the last 12 years, totaling about $12 billion. The first company called Novelis.
Yeah, sure.
Leader in aluminum rolled products.
Yep.
Got about 5 large sites across Kentucky, Ohio, Louisiana.
Mostly aluminum, mostly aluminum.
Only aluminum and floating.
How is that going? How's it all going?
That's doing very well.
We helped you a lot, right, with the tariffs?
We just signed an agreement to acquire another company called Aleris.
Good.
Which is also in the same space of aluminum rolling.
Yeah.
Based out of Cleveland. And I wanted to call out to you and thank you because we got our CPS approval absolutely on time. Aleris, the company that you seek to acquire, supplies into the defense space, which is why we required CPS approval. And we actually got it a few weeks before time from your office. And I wanted to thank you for that.
You got it very quickly. If I weren't elected, the aluminum business in the United States would be absolutely dead. And the steel business would be dead too, frankly. What we did, they were dumping steel all over the place and bad things were happening. And it wasn't good dumping either. It was sand steel, it was garbage. And we got that straightened out, so good. But the aluminum business has made a big comeback. That's good.
And we also have a company by the name of Colombian Chemicals.
Right.
Which is the largest producer of carbon blacks. Carbon blacks is the basic raw material for tires, inks, and the like. Where again we employ about 3,500 people.
So your total investment was 12, did you say? How much? $12 billion. That's a big investment. It's a big investment.
$12 billion.
That's good.
Come from the US.
That's good.
We employ about 4,000
Big.
people. I must say that we're a very happy investor because whatever goes on in the government doesn't really impact us. We kind of carry on with work and we do. And I must say that your policy of less regulation,
Right.
tax cuts, and appropriate protection for domestic companies from China, all of those have been for us.
And it means jobs. And we just signed a deal with China, and they're going to be spending $250 billion a year now in our country. 40 to 50 will go to the farmers for the purchase of farm product. But China's been, great. It's going to be a great deal. It's a great deal. We're very happy with it. They're going to take care of their other problem, I hope, quickly. But we're going to be, it's going to be an amazing deal. Okay? Thank you. Great job. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Sunny Parekh from Infosys. We made tremendous investments in the US in the past 2 years, about $525 million.
Good.
24,000 employees in the US, 6 new centers in different states. So we're really grateful for all the approaches you put in, President, with the changes that have come in, both on taxes and on regulations. We see the growth, frankly, in your economy to be a tremendous boost for the technology work that we do. We had a very good discussion earlier today, and I'm grateful for the work that's going on.
Well, thank you. Great job. I know your company. Great job. And, we now also have it so money can come in. When your money's offshore, you can bring it in. Before it was impossible virtually, both bureaucratically, and the rate was so high that nobody would pay it. So nothing came in. Now we have billions and billions of dollars. Apple's bringing in $350 billion, and they're building plants. I just left one. They just opened one in Texas. I just left, and they're building another one. And a lot of things are happening. Great things. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you.
My name is Amina Hamid, and I'm from Citla. That's India's largest pharmaceutical
Yes.
company. We've invested over $1 billion in the United States of America with 3 plants, and we're one of the lead suppliers to the Western program.
Great. Great job. I know what you've done. Great job. Thank you. So I want to thank you. Go ahead. Let's go. I was just going to say, get out of here, but everyone wants a question now, huh? Here's a young, brilliant businessman. Go ahead.
President Trump, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ritesh. I run Oyo Hotels. It's a young startup.
Good.
In the last 6 years, we've grown to become a leading hotel chain worldwide. We came into the United States less than a year back. Our aspiration was across the U.S. there are lots of small hotels which can do with better technology, better investments,
Sure.
run by various communities across the country. In the last 8 months, every day we've opened one hotel in the United States. We now manage over 330 hotels.
Right.
Invested over $300 million in the US. But over the couple of years going forward, we expect to invest another $2 billion in the United States. We brought close to 8,000 jobs. And we're signing a pledge with Ivanka soon that will bring hundreds of thousands of more jobs to
That's fantastic.
across Texas, Louisiana, North Dakota, and so on.
Is that where you invest, those areas? That's where you put?
Across the United States, but these are the states where we are the most.
So how many hotels do you have right now then?
313.
That's fantastic.
But
That's,
worldwide over 40,000.
that is really great. I actually know of your company. Not such a small company, by the way. Good job. Thank you very much. Please, go ahead. Yes, okay. Well, we'll do one and one, okay? Go ahead. This one is a big one, right? This is a big guy. This is a big player. Go ahead. I know him very well. I've seen him on enough covers. I should know him, right? Go ahead. How's it going?
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that since you became the president, you saved the steel industry in the United States. And Section 232
Right.
has been the big lesson for the rest of the world and how to support domestic manufacturing. And this is what we expect the other countries to learn, that they should support domestic manufacturing, like China. They support domestic manufacturing to dump steel in the world. So though we have to address the China overcapacity issue, but I must thank you for what you have done for the steel industry, what you have done for the tax reform, what you have done for rules, regulations. I've never seen the extent of ease of doing the business what we experience in the United States anywhere else in the world. So I must congratulate you for creating an ease of business ecosystem.
Yeah.
And that is what you have brought to the country, and that is very important.
As you know, 3 years ago, it was just the opposite. It was one of the worst countries to do business in. You couldn't get approvals. You couldn't get anything done. You were sued on environmental, for environmental reasons, not because of the environment, just because it was a way of stopping a project that would produce jobs. And I'm a big believer in the environment, and I want to take care of the environment, but they were just using the laws, and we don't let that happen anymore. But if it's something that is wrong, you know better than anybody, we stop them from doing it. But you've done an incredible job. And the steel industry was dead in our country. And, there are certain industries you can do without, to be honest with you. There are certain industries, we can name a lot of them. But steel you need from a military, and aluminum you need. You got to have the aluminum. But steel you need probably more than anything else. You have to have it. And the job you've done is incredible. Biggest in the world by far. The job you've done is incredible.
We are going to announce about $1 billion investment in Alabama Street.
Good. That's a great place.
Requested to come and lay the foundation.
Good. Well, you let me know. I'll be there for the groundbreaking. No, that's a great. I know you're I know you're looking at Alabama, right? I know. I had heard that. That's great. That's a big plant, and that's going to be the super efficient, super modern. That's going to be a showcase, I hear.
I know that you always know more than I do about my business.
Well, no, but people know about that. That's a great thing for Alabama, and it's an incredible place to invest.
One last question to you. During your last campaign, you announced $1 trillion of infrastructure bill. So I think that you can get into this $1 trillion infrastructure bill, which was written by Ross and Navarro during your campaign. I think that will further boost the economy of Nigeria.
Well, we are doing things. One of the things we're doing, we're going to be announcing another tax cut in not so long a period of time, largely for middle-income people, because, we gave them a good tax cut, but we're going to give them a fairly substantial cut. And that gives a lot of money to the consumer. One of the reasons we're doing well and other countries are not doing well, China's having a hard time. They're all really, not too many are doing well. We're doing better than anybody in the world by far, is because our consumer is rich now because of what we've done with a lot of things, jobs, but also tax cuts. They have money, and other consumers don't have money. So that's great. It's an honor to meet you again, and it was good seeing you there. And I look forward to seeing that plant go up, but I think you're going to probably be doing numerous plants in the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more comment that I have United States Workers Union, which used to be Democrats.
Right.
And after your tax reform, they started receiving bigger checks.
Right.
So now they've all become Republicans.
Right.
So people can feel the benefit of your presidency.
You gave them the bonus. You gave them a piece of the cut, and the rest went into investment. No, it's a great thing. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Thank you. Okay, final question. Go ahead. Yeah. Good.
We've been in the U.S. for 35 years.
Yeah.
We've made about 25 investments, approximately about $5 billion. Last year we invested $4 billion.
Good.
We're in the agriculture sector. We also do all our global biotech research in the US in agriculture biotech. And I think we're looking forward. The farmers and the agriculture sector really suffered last year. And I think there's a lot of excitement around that.
Yeah, there is.
I think that area is going to help us grow our business and investments.
Well, as you know, they were targeted as, and I'm not blaming China for that because they want to try and win something, and they were targeted, and I made up the difference, as you know, with the tariffs that came from China. So they got targeted from China, and then I took money from China and gave it to the farmers. And frankly, they didn't want it. They just want a level playing field. They're incredible people. But they did well, but now they're really doing well because you're seeing the numbers coming out, and it's going to be something very special. Not only that, we have $40 billion coming in from Japan. We have a tremendous amount coming in from the new trade deal that we made with South Korea. And then Canada and Mexico are going to be, the deal is fantastic for our farmer. That's right. I mean, that's right, in the truest sense. And you have a good new head of the World Bank, too. He's one of our people. Oh, yeah, sure. Well, that definitely. I thought you said the World Bank. That's right. But that also. Well, listen, I want to thank you all. Congratulations on your success. We hope you come to the United States, invest more billions, because I view it not as billions, I view it as jobs. And we have great people, and we have the greatest country in the world, in my book. And by the way, India, this has been an honor to be here. And you have a very special prime minister. You have somebody who's very special, and he really knows what he's doing. Somebody said, he's such a nice man. I said, well, actually, he's a very tough man. But he is a nice man. He can be, but he can also be as tough as they come. You know what that means. But he's done a fantastic job, and we work very closely together. And we create jobs here, and he creates jobs over there through yourselves. So again, anything we can do, let us know. Congratulations on your success. And I'm going to say hello to all the people now that work at the embassy. And then we're going to have a little news conference, unless you guys don't want to do it. Maybe you don't have to do it. But you could just see them saying no. Last time, I did it where I met many, many prime ministers, presidents, all like for 3 days. I said, well, let's cancel the news conference because I saw these guys every 45 minutes. And when I canceled the news conference, all hell broke out. So we're not going to do that. So 5 o'clock, we'll see you at 5 o'clock, okay? Thank you, everybody. Great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Before I begin, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the victims and families in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Earlier today, a wicked murderer opened fire at a Molson Coors Brewing Company plant, taking the lives of 5 people. A number of people were wounded, some badly wounded. Our hearts break for them and their loved ones. We send our condolences. We'll be with them. And it's a terrible thing, terrible thing. So our hearts go out to the people of Wisconsin and to the families. Thank you very much. I've just received another briefing from a great group of talented people on the virus that is going around to various parts of the world. We have, through some very good early decisions that were actually ridiculed at the beginning, we closed up our borders to flights coming in from certain areas, areas that were hit by the coronavirus and hit pretty hard. And we did it very early. A lot of people thought we shouldn't have done it that early, and we did, and it turned out to be a very good thing. And the number one priority from our standpoint is the health and safety of the American people, and that's the way I viewed it when I made that decision. Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low. And we have the greatest experts in the world, really in the world, right here. The people that are called upon by other countries when things like this happen. We're ready to adapt, and we're ready to do whatever we have to as the disease spreads, if it spreads. As most of you know, the level that we've had in our country is very low, and those people are getting better, or we think that in almost all cases, the better are getting. We have a total of 15. We took in some from Japan. You heard about that because they're American citizens and they're in quarantine. And they're getting better too. But we felt we had an obligation to do that. It could have been as many as 42. And we found that it was just an obligation we felt that we had. We could have left them, and that would have been very bad, I think, American people. And they're recovering. Of the 15 people, the original 15, as I call them, 8 of them have returned to their homes, to stay in their homes until fully recovered. 1 is in the hospital, and 5 have fully recovered. And 1 is, we think, in pretty good shape. And it's in between hospital and going home. So we have a total of, 15 people, and they're in a process of recovering, with some already having fully recovered. We started out by looking at certain things. We've been working with the Hill very, very carefully, very strongly, and I think we have very good bipartisan spirit for money. We were asking for $2.5 billion, and we think that's a lot, but the Democrats and I guess Senator Schumer wants us to have much more than that. And normally in life I'd say, we'll take it. We'll take it. If they want to give more, we'll do more. We're going to spend whatever's appropriate. Hopefully we're not going to have to spend so much, because we really think we've done a great job in keeping it down to a minimum. And again, we've had tremendous success beyond what people would have thought. Now, at the same time, you do have some outbreaks in some countries. Italy and various countries are having some difficulty. China, you know about where it started. I spoke with President Xi. We had a great talk. He's working very hard, I have to say. He's working very, very hard. And if you can count on the reports coming out of China, that spread has gone down quite a bit. The infection seems to have gone down over the last 2 days. As opposed to getting larger, it's actually gotten smaller. In one instance where we think it's somewhat reliable, it seems to have gotten quite a bit smaller. With respect to the money that's being negotiated, they can do whatever they want. I mean, we'll do the 2.5. We're requesting 2.5. Some Republicans would like us to get 4, and some Democrats would like us to get 8.5. And we'll be satisfied whatever it is. We're bringing in a specialist, very highly regarded specialist, tomorrow, who works actually at the State Department. Very, very tremendously talented in doing this. I want you to understand something that shocked me when I saw it, that I spoke with Dr. Fauci on this, and I was really amazed, and I think most people are amazed to hear it. The flu in our country kills from 25,000 people to 69,000 people a year. That was shocking to me. And so far, if you look at what we have with the 15 people, and they're recovering. One is pretty sick, but hopefully will recover. But the others are in great shape. But think of that, 25,000 to 69,000. Over the last 10 years, we've lost 360,000. These are people that have died from the flu, from what we call the flu. Hey, did you get your flu shot? And that's something. Now, what we've done is we've stopped non-U.S. citizens from coming into America from China. That was done very early on. We're screening people, and we have been at a very high level, screening people coming into the country from infected areas. We have in quarantine those infected and those at risk. We have a lot of great quarantine facilities. We're rapidly developing a vaccine, and they can speak to you. The professionals can speak to you about that. The vaccine is coming along well, and in speaking to the doctors, we think this is something that we can develop fairly rapidly, a vaccine for the future, and coordinate with the support of our partners. We have great relationships with all of the countries that we're talking about. Some it's a fairly large number of countries. Some it's one person, and many countries have no problem whatsoever. And we'll see what happens. But we're very, very ready for this, for anything, whether it's going to be a breakout of larger proportions or whether or not we're at that very low level. And we want to keep it that way. So we're at the low level. As they get better, we take them off the list so that we're going to be pretty soon at only 5 people. And we could be at just 1 or 2 people over the next short period of time. So we've had very good luck. The Johns Hopkins, I guess it is a highly respected, great place. They did a study, comprehensive, the countries best and worst prepared for an epidemic. And the United States is now, we're rated #1. We're rated #1 for being prepared. This is a list of different countries. I don't want to get in your way, especially since you do such a good job. This is a list of the different countries. United States is rated #1, most prepared. United Kingdom, Netherlands, Australia, Canada, Thailand, Sweden, Denmark, South Korea, Finland. This is a list of the best rated countries in the world by Johns Hopkins. We're doing something else that's important to me because he's been terrific in many ways, but he's also very good on health care. And we really followed him very closely. A lot of states do. When Mike was governor, Mike Pence of Indiana, they've established great health care. They have a great system there, a system that a lot of the other states have really looked to and changed their systems. They wanted to base it on the Indiana system. He's very good. And I think, and he's really very expert at the field. And what I've done is I'm going to be announcing exactly right now that I'm going to be putting our Vice President, Mike Pence, in charge. And Mike will be working with the professionals, doctors, and everybody else that's working. The team is brilliant. I spent a lot of time with the team over the last couple of weeks, but they're totally brilliant, and we're doing really well. And Mike is going to be in charge, and Mike will report back to me. But he's got a certain talent for this, and I'm going to ask Mike Pence to say a few words, please. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Trump's made clear from the first days of this administration we have no higher priority than the safety, security, health, and well-being of the American people. And from the first word of an outbreak of the coronavirus, the President took unprecedented steps to protect the American people from the spread of this disease. He recounted those briefly, but the establishment of travel restrictions, aggressive quarantine effort of Americans that are returning, the declaration of a public health emergency, and establishing the White House Corona Task Force are all reflective of the urgency that the President has brought to a whole-of-government approach. As a former governor from the state where the first MERS case emerged in 2014, I know full well the importance of presidential leadership, the importance of administration leadership, and the vital role of partnerships of state and local governments and health authorities in responding to the potential threat of dangerous infectious diseases. And I look forward, Mr. President, to serving in this role, bringing together all the members of the Corona Task Force that you've established, HHS, CDC, DHS, the Department of Transportation, and state. This team has been, at your direction, Mr. President, meeting every day since it was established. My role will be to continue to bring that team together, to bring to the President the best options for action to see to the safety and well-being and health of the American people. We'll also be continuing to reach out to governors, state and local officials. In fact, in the recent days, the White House met with over 40 state, county, and city health officials from over 30 states and territories to discuss how to respond to this, to the potential threat of the coronavirus. We'll be working with them in renewed ways to make sure they have the resources to be able to respond. And as the President said, we'll be adding additional personnel here at the White House to support our efforts on the President's behalf. We'll also be working with members of Congress to ensure that the resources are available for this whole of government response, and we'll be working very closely with Secretary Azar and his team that have done an outstanding job communicating to the public to ensure the American people have the best information on ways to protect themselves and their families, and also that the public has the most timely information on the potential threat to the American people. Mr. President, as we've been briefed, while the threat to the American public remains low of a spread of the coronavirus, you have directed this team to take all steps necessary to continue to ensure the health and well-being of the American people. And the people of this country can be confident that under your leadership, we will continue to bring the full resources of the federal government in coordination with our state and local partners to see to the health and well-being and to the effective response to the coronavirus here in the United States of America. With that, the President's asked me to recognize the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Alex Azar, and also the Deputy Director of CDC, Dr. Ann Shaka, for remarks. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you, Mr. President, for gathering your public health experts here today and for your strong leadership in keeping America safe. And I just want to say I could not be more delighted that you've asked the Vice President, my old friend and colleague, to lead this whole of government approach with us under the Emergency Support Function number 8. As of today, we have 15 cases of COVID-19 that have been detected in the United States, with only one new case detected in the last 2 weeks. We also have 3 cases among Americans repatriated from Wuhan and 42 cases among Americans repatriated who had been stuck on the Diamond Princess in Japan. The President's early and decisive actions, including travel restrictions, have succeeded in buying us incredibly valuable time. This has helped us contain the spread of the virus, handle the cases that we have, and prepare for the possibility that we will need to mitigate broader spread of infections within the United States. The President's actions, taken with the strong support of his scientific advisors, have proven to be appropriate, wise, and well calibrated to the situation. We're grateful for the hard work that healthcare workers, first responders, communities, and state and local leaders have put into the response so far. Because of this hard work and the President's leadership, the immediate risk to the American public has been and continues to be low. Our containment strategy has been working. At the same time, what every one of our experts and leaders have been saying for more than a month now remains true. The degree of risk has the potential to change quickly, and we can expect to see more cases in the United States. That is why we've been reminding the American public and our state, local, and private sector partners that they should be aware of what a broader response would look like. CDC has recommended that the American public, and especially state and local governments, businesses, and other organizations, should refresh themselves on how they would respond in the event that the situation worsens. We're encouraging Americans to learn what future steps might be necessary to keep themselves and their communities safe. Knowing these potential steps now can help keep the risk to you and your community low. Americans can find useful information at cdc.gov/COVID, COVID-19. And we're working closely with government and private sector partners to educate them about preparedness. Finally, we've begun working with Congress to secure the funding that we need. There are 5 major priorities in the White House request to Congress that the White House made on Monday. These priorities are: first, expanding our surveillance network; second, support for state and local governments work; third and fourth, development of therapeutics and vaccines; and fifth, manufacturing and purchase of personal protective equipment like gowns and masks. As chairman of the President's Coronavirus Task Force, I'm committed to providing regular updates from our coordinated interagency process. We've had our top public health leaders, like those joining me here today, speaking to the media many times per day to inform the American public. The Trump administration is going to continue to be aggressively transparent, keeping the American people and the media apprised of the situation and what everyone can do. With that, I'm going to hand things over to Dr. Ann Schuchat. Dr. Schuchat is the senior career official at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the principal deputy director, with an over 30-year career at the CDC in public health and as a member of the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps. So, Dr. Schuchat, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Secretary. As you know, this has been a difficult and challenging time, and our hearts go out to the individuals who have been directly affected by the virus and to all those who have been working tirelessly in responding to it. Our aggressive containment strategy here in the United States has been working and is responsible for the low levels of cases that we have so far. However, we do expect more cases. And this is a good time to prepare. As you heard, it's the perfect time for businesses, healthcare systems, universities, and schools to look at their pandemic preparedness plans, dust them off, and make sure that they're ready. And we have lots more information at the CDC's website and in partnership on how to do that. But it's also a really good time for the American public to prepare and for you to know what this means for you. The coronavirus that we're talking about is a respiratory virus. It's spread in a similar way to the common cold or to influenza. It's spread through coughs and sneezes. And so those everyday sensible measures that we tell people to do every year with the flu are important here. Covering your cough, staying home when you're sick, and washing your hands. Tried and true, not very exciting measures, but really important ways that you can prevent the spread of respiratory viruses. So the trajectory of what we're looking at over the weeks and months ahead is very uncertain, but many of the steps that we have taken over the past 15 years to prepare for pandemic influenza and our experience going through the 2009 H1N1 pandemic of influenza remind us of the kinds of steps that our healthcare system, our businesses, our communities and schools may need to take. We're in this together, all of government, the public and the private sector, and the CDC wants to make sure you have the best information available every day. Thank you.
I just want to give you a very quick update on the. My name is Dr. Tony Fauci. I'm the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at NIH. Just a very quick update on the countermeasure development in the form of vaccines and therapeutics. I had told this audience at a recent press briefing that we have a number of vaccine candidates and one prototype one to give you a feel for the time frame of a vaccine and what its impact might be now and in subsequent years, is that I told you we would have a vaccine that we would be putting into trials to see if it's safe and if it induces a response that you would predict would be protective in about 3 months. I think it's going to be a little bit less than that. It's probably going to be closer to 2 months. That would then take about 3 months to determine if it's safe and immunogenic, which gives us 6 months. Then you graduate from a trial, which is phase 1 of 45 people, to a trial that involves hundreds, if not low thousands of people to determine efficacy. At the earliest, an efficacy trial would take an additional 6 to 8 months. So although this is the fastest we have ever gone from a sequence of a virus to a trial, it still would not be any applicable to the epidemic unless we really wait about a year to a year and a half. Now, that means 2 things. One, the answer to containing is public health measures. We can't rely on a vaccine over the next several months to a year. However, if this virus, which we have every reason to believe it is quite conceivable that it will happen, will go beyond just a season and come back and recycle next year. If that's the case, we hope to have a vaccine. And then finally and briefly, therapeutics. There are a number of antiviral drugs that are being tested. A few days ago, we initiated a randomized controlled trial of a drug called remdesivir, which has antiviral activity in vitro in an animal model. The good news about that is that it's a trial that's randomized to either placebo or standard of care and drug and standard of care, which means that we will know reasonably soon whether it works. And if it does, we will then have an effective therapy to distribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, you have just come from a long and busy trip from India. And
Great country.
As far
Long
as this
trip.
coronavirus is concerned, you have a great scientific and medical team behind you or with you, and I'm sure they will keep America safe. As far as your trip to India, Mr. President, where do we go from here as far as US-India relations are concerned? And also, Mr. President, you are very famous in India, and Prime Minister Modi is very famous in America. What is the future? And Indian American community is with you, Mr. President.
Yeah, we won't talk too much about that other than I just got back. Long flight. It's a long flight. He's a great gentleman, a great leader. It's an incredible country. We were treated very, very well, and we really enjoyed it. A lot of tremendous progress was made in terms of relationship. Our relationship with India is extraordinary right now, and we're going to be doing a lot of business with India. They're sending billions and billions of dollars now to the United States, but we'd rather talk about this right now.
Mr. President, the CDC said yesterday that they believe it's inevitable that the virus will spread in the United States, and it's not a question of if, but when. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, I don't think it's inevitable. It probably will. It possibly will. It could be at a very small level, or it could be at a larger level. Whatever happens, we're totally prepared. We have the best people in the world. You see that from the study. We have the best prepared people, the best people in the world. Congress is willing to give us much more than we're even asking for. That's nice for a change. But we are totally ready, willing, and able. It's a term that we use. It's ready, willing, and able. We have. It's going to be very well under control. Now, it may get bigger. It may get a little bigger. It may not get bigger at all. We'll see what happens. But regardless of what happens, we're totally prepared. Please.
Mr. President, you talked a little earlier about the screening measures that you put in place and the travel restrictions you put in place regarding China. At this point, as the virus spreads in Italy and South Korea, are you planning on adding those countries?
Well, just so you understand, I'm the president of the United States. I'm not the president of other countries. Other countries, some are on the list that are very respected in what they do in terms of what we're talking about. But I really want to be responsible for this country if it means placing a very strong situation on the border so people can't come into our country from a country that is infected. We're doing that, and we've already done it with numerous countries. But we have to focus on this country. I don't think it's right to impose ourselves on others. But if others aren't taking care, or we think they're doing it incorrectly, we're dealing with World Health, and we have terrific people. And CDC does go around and help other countries, give them recommendations as what to do. But they're working on their countries, and we're working on our countries. And so far, from our standpoint, it's really worked out very well.
Just to follow up on Steve's question, can you clarify, are you considering restricting travel to and from South Korea, Italy, and other countries that have been affected
At a
by
right
it?
time, we may do that. Right now, it's not the right time, but at a right time. And we are checking people as they come through, specifically for the problem that we're dealing with. So we're checking a lot of people if they're coming from South Korea's been hit pretty hard. Italy's been hit pretty hard. China is obvious what's happened in China. But again, the numbers seem to be leveling off and going down in China, which is very good news. So we'll see what happens. Please.
President, White House has spent a day denying that they are going to appoint a czar to run point on the coronavirus response. Today, the Secretary Azar testified that he didn't think one was necessary and they were going to run it out of HHS. And you yourself have been downplaying this. So why are you now selecting the vice president
Well,
to run
Mike
point
is
on
not
this?
his vice president. He's in the administration. But I'm having everybody report to Mike. Mike's been very good, very adept. Anybody that knows anything about healthcare, they look at the Indiana model, and it's been a very great success. It's been a tremendous model in terms of healthcare, and this is really an offshoot of that. So this isn't a czar. I don't view Mike as a czar. Mike is part of the administration, but I'm having them report to Mike. Mike will report to me. They'll also be reporting in some cases to both. I'll be going to meetings quite a bit, depending on what they want to do and what message we want to get out. But we've done really an extraordinary job. When you look at a country this size, with so many people pouring in. We're the number one in the world for people coming into a country by far. And we have a total of 15 cases, many of which, almost much within a day, I will tell you, most of whom are fully recovered. I think that's really a pretty impressive mark. Now, we did take in 40 people that were Americans, and they're also recovering, but we brought them in, so I have a different group. But we felt we had an obligation to American citizens outside of the country that were trying to get back in. We thought it was very important.
Mr. President, the stock market has taken a big hit over the past few days. What can you do about that? And if the CDC is right in saying that the spread is inevitable, are you going to be dealing with stock market issues and economy issues for some time to come?
Well, I really think the stock market, of something I know a lot about, I think it took a hit maybe for two reasons. I think they look at the people that you watched debating last night and they say if there's even a possibility that can happen. I think it really takes a hit because of that. And it certainly took a hit because of this, and I understand that also because of supply chains and various other things, and people coming in. But I think the stock market will recover. The economy is very strong. The consumer is the strongest it's ever been. Our consumers are incredible. They're incredible. That's why we're doing well, and other countries have not. Even before the virus, we're doing great. Other countries have not been doing great. Our consumer is very, very strong, very powerful economically. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, have you been presented any plans that would involve quarantining cities like we saw in China? And what would have to happen for you to take a
We
step
do
like
have
that?
plans of on a much larger scale, should we need that. We're working with states. We're working with virtually every state. And we do have plans on a larger scale if we need it. We don't think we're going to need it, but, you always have to be prepared. And again, Congress is talking to us about funding, and we're getting far more than what we asked for, and I guess the best thing to do is take it. We'll take it.
How much money are you willing to give Congress if they're going $6
Well,
billion
we're going to
more
see,
than
but
you
we'll take
offered?
care of states because states are working very hard. We have hospitals in states that make rooms available, and they're building quarantine areas where you can keep people safely. We're working really well with states. It's a very big part of it. So, my attitude, if Congress wants to give us the money so easy, wasn't very easy for the wall, but we got that one done. If they want to give us the money, we'll take the money and we'll just do a good job with it. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, should Americans be going out getting protective equipment such as masks and so forth? And if so, what is the U.S. doing to boost production of masks?
Well, we can get a lot of it. In fact, we've ordered a lot of it just in case we need it. We may not need it. You understand that. But in case we're looking at worst case scenario, we're going to be set very quickly. But I don't think we're going to ever be anywhere near that. I really don't believe that we're going to be anywhere near that. Our borders are very controlled. Our flights in from certain areas that we're talking about are very controlled. I don't think we'll ever be anywhere near that. Please go ahead.
Back to the stock market for a second. The travel-related stocks have especially been hammered here in the last couple days. What would you say to Americans out there who right now are looking forward to the summer or the upcoming months and saying to themselves, should I make myself summer plan? Should I go travel abroad?
Well, hopefully they're going to be able to do that. We hope that it's going to be in good shape by that time. But, they're going to have to remain a little bit flexible. Yeah, I would say travel-related companies, certainly right now, they would be hurt. At the same time, this ends. This is going to end. Hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later. And I think the business that they lost will be picked up at a later date. But, right now, I think they're not going to be, probably not going to be going to China. They're not going to be going to certain countries where the problem is far greater than it is in the United States. What it's going to do is keep people home, and they're going to travel to places that we have. We have it's the greatest tourism country in the world. So instead of leaving our country, leaving our shores, they'll stay here. And again, when you have 15 people, and the 15 within a couple of days is going to be down to close to zero, that's a pretty good job we've done.
What is your response to Speaker Pelosi, who said earlier today that you don't know what you're talking about the coronavirus? I'm also wondering if you want to address critics who say you can't be trusted about what your administration is saying.
Sure. I think Speaker Pelosi's incompetent. She lost the Congress once. I think she's going to lose it again. She lifted my poll numbers up 10 points. I never thought that I would see that so quickly and so easily. I'm leading everybody. We're doing great. I don't want to do it that way. It's almost unfair if you think about it. But I think she's incompetent, and I think she's not thinking about the country. And instead of making a statement like that, where I've been beating her routinely at everything. Instead of making a statement like that, she should be saying we have to work together because we have a big problem potentially, and maybe it's going to be a very little problem. I hope that it's going to be a very little problem, but we have to work together. Instead, she wants to do that. Same thing with crying Chuck Schumer. He goes out and he says, the president only asked for $2.5 billion. He should have $8.5 billion. This is the first time I've ever been told that we should take more. Usually it's we have to take less. And we should be working together. He shouldn't be making statements like that because it's so bad for the country. And Nancy Pelosi, I mean, she should go back to her district and clean it up because it's the number one. If you look at percentage down, that was one of the finest in the world. And now you look at what's happening. And I'm just saying, we should all be working together. She's trying to create a panic. And there's no reason to panic because we have done so good. These professionals behind me and over here and over there and back here and in some conference rooms. I just left a group of 45 people that are the most talented people in the world. Parts of the world are asking us in a very nice way, can they partake and help them? So Nancy Pelosi shouldn't, and she knows it's not true. She knows all they're trying to do is get a political advantage. This isn't about political advantage. We're all trying to do the right thing. They shouldn't be saying, this is terrible, President Trump isn't asking for enough money. How stupid a thing to say. If they want to give us more money, that's okay. We'll take more money. Some Republicans think we should have more money, too. That's okay. We'll take more money. But they shouldn't demean the people that are on the stage who are the finest in the world. They're not demeaning me. They're demeaning the greatest healthcare professionals in the world and people that do exactly what we're talking about.
Your campaign today sued the New York Times for an opinion piece.
Yeah.
Is it your opinion or is it your contention that if people have an opinion contrary to yours that they should be sued?
Well, when they get the opinion totally wrong, as the New York Times did, and frankly, they've got a lot wrong over the last number of years. So we'll see how let that work its way through the courts.
Right?
No. If you read it, you'll see it's beyond an opinion. That's not an opinion. That's something much more than an opinion. They did a bad thing, and there'll be more coming. There'll be more coming.
Crisis here. Tokyo will host the Summer Olympic Games this July. Do you expect Tokyo will be?
I hope so, because Shinzo Abe is a very good friend of mine. I love the people of Japan, and I hope it's going to be in good shape. As you know, you have a number of people in Japan who have been infected. I hear they're doing a very professional job, which doesn't surprise me at all. With Shinzo and with all of the people you have, I know Japan very well. I think they're going to handle it very well. It's a little tight. It's a little tight. They spent billions of dollars building one of the most beautiful venues I've ever seen. And your prime minister is very proud of it. I hope it's going to be fine. We hope it will.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The doctor at CDC just talked about dusting off preparedness plans.
Right.
But coming from you, it has more weight. Do you feel that U.S. schools should be preparing for a coronavirus spreading?
I would think so, yes. I mean, I haven't spoken specifically about that with the various doctors, but I would think so, yes. I think every aspect of our society should be prepared. I don't think it's going to come to that, especially with the fact that we're going down, not up. We're going very substantially down, not up. But yeah, I think schools should be preparing and, get ready just in case. The words are just in case. We don't think we're going to be there. We don't think we're going to be anywhere close. And again, if you look at some countries, they are coming down. It's starting to go in the other direction. This will end. This will end. You look at flu season, I said 26,000 people. I never heard of a number like that. 26,000 people going up to 69,000 people, doctor, you told me before. 69,000 people die every year from 26 to 69, every year from the flu. Now think of that. It's incredible. So far, the results of all of this that everybody's reading about, and part of the thing is you want to keep it the way it is. You don't want to see panic because there's no reason to be panicked about. But when I mentioned the flu, I said, actually, I asked the various doctors, I said, is this just like flu? Because people die from the flu, and this is very unusual. And it is a little bit different, but in some ways it's easier, and in some ways it's a little bit tougher. But we have it so well under control. I mean, we really have done a very good job. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned the stock market earlier. To go back to that, to be clear, the Dow Jones dropped more than 2,000 points this week. Are you suggesting that that was overblown? Are financial markets overreacting here?
I think the financial markets are very upset when they look at the Democrat candidate standing on that stage making fools out of themselves. And they say, if we ever have a president like this, and there's always a possibility, it's an election, you know, who knows what happens, right? I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win by a lot. But when they look at the statements made by the people standing behind those podiums, I think that has a huge effect, yeah.
Had to do with the coronavirus?
No, I think it did. I think it did. But I think you can add quite a bit of sell-off to what they're seeing, because they're seeing the potential. You know, again, I think we're going to win. I feel very confident of it. We've done everything and much more than I said we were going to do. You look at what we've done. What we've done is incredible with the tax cuts and regulation cuts and rebuilding our military, taking care of our vets and getting them choice and accountability. All of the things we've done, protecting our Second Amendment. I mean, they view that, the Second Amendment, they're going to destroy the Second Amendment. When people look at that, they say, this is not good. So you add that in. I really believe that's a factor. But no, this is what we're talking about is the virus. That's what we're talking about. But I do believe in terms of CNBC and in terms of Fox Business, I do believe that that's a factor, yeah. And I think after I win the election, I think the stock market's going to boom like it's never boomed before. Just like it did, by the way, after I won the last election. The stock market the day after went up like a rocket ship.
At what point would you be considering loosening the travel restrictions regarding China?
When we're at a point where we don't have a problem. You know, we're not going to loosen the travel restrictions. That's what saved us. Had I not made, Mike alluded to it, had I not made a decision very early on not to take people from a certain area, we wouldn't be talking this way. We'd be talking about many more people would have been infected. I took a lot of heat. I mean, some people call me racist because I made a decision so early. And we had never done that as a country before, let alone early. So it was a bold decision. It turned out to be a good decision. But I was criticized by the Democrats. They called me a racist because I made that decision, if you can believe that one. We have to all work together. We can't say bad things, and especially when we have the best team anywhere in the world. And we really gave it an early start. We gave it a very early start.
Scientists have consistently called for enormous cuts to the CDC, the NIH, and the WHO. You've talked a lot today about how these professionals are excellent, how they're critical and necessary. Does this experience at all give you pause about those?
No, because we can get money and we can increase staff. We know all the people. We know all the good people. It was a question I asked the doctors before. Some of the people we cut, they haven't been used for many, many years. And if we ever need them, we can get them very quickly. And rather than spending the money, and I'm a business person, I don't like having thousands of people around when you don't need them. When we need them, we can get them back very quickly. For instance, we're bringing some people in tomorrow that are already in this, great government that we have, and very specifically for this. We can build up very, very quickly, and we've already done that. I mean, we really have built up. We have a great staff, and using Mike, I'm doing that because he's in the administration, and he's very good at doing what he does and doing as it relates to this. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead.
So far, your administration.
I picked him, but you're fine.
So far, your administration is only testing less than 500 people, and health officials are questioning whether that's enough, comparing to other countries who have tested more than tens of thousands of people. Are you planning to test more people?
Well, we're testing everybody that we need to test. And we're finding very little problem. Now, you treat this like a flu. We were, in fact, I might ask one of the doctors to come up and explain it. You want to wash your hands a lot. You want to stay, if you're not feeling well, if you feel you have a flu, stay inside, sort of quarantine yourself, don't go outside. But there are certain steps that you can take that we won't even be necessary. In many cases, when you catch this, it's very light. You don't even know there's a problem. Sometimes they just get the sniffles. Sometimes they just get something where they're not feeling quite right. And sometimes they feel really bad. But that's a little bit like the flu. It's a little like the regular flu that we have flu shots for. and we'll essentially have a flu shot for this in a fairly quick manner. Yeah, go ahead.
President, 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, your acting OMB director was in this room and was talking about what he expects to be GDP growth for this coming year. He said it was 3%, and we've talked about the effects of the coronavirus on the supply chain, the declines in the financial markets. Are you still confident that you'll see that kind of economic growth this year?
No, we're going to have tremendously low unemployment. We're setting records in that way. In fact, the administration is, as you know, the lowest average unemployment of any administration in history. And our numbers are very low, very good, 3.5, 3.6. But you can't really see what this does in terms of GDP. It could affect it, but that's irrelevant compared to what we're talking about. We want to make sure it's safe. Safety, number one. But this would have, an impact on GDP. But we're still we're doing great. But this will have, just like, I'll tell you what has a big impact. Boeing has a big impact. How did that happen? A year ago, all of a sudden, that happened. I think that took away a half a point to a point even. It's a massive company. I think Boeing, we had the General Motors strike. That was a big impact on GDP. And of course, we're paying interest rates. I disagree with the head of the Fed. I'm not happy with what that is because he's kept interest rates. President Obama didn't have near the numbers, and yet, if you look at what happened, he was paying zero. We're paying interest. Now, it's more conservative, and frankly, people that put their money away are now getting a return on their money as opposed to not getting anything. But I think, we're the greatest of them all. We should be paying the lowest interest rates. And when Germany and other countries are paying negative rates, meaning they're literally getting paid when they put out money. I mean, they borrow money and they get paid when it gets paid back. Who ever heard of this before? It's a first. But we don't do that. So I totally disagree with our Fed. I think our Fed has made a terrible mistake, and it would have made a big difference as good as we've done, even without the 2,000 points. And we started off at 16,000, and we'll be at 28,000 without. We were going to crack 30,000. We have had increases like nobody's seen before. But we're doing well, but we have to watch. We're doing well anyway, in other words, even despite the 2,000 points. It sounds like a lot, and it's a lot, but it's not. It's very little compared to what we've gone up. But we'll be watching it very closely. But we have been hurt by General Motors. We've been hurt by Boeing, and we've been hurt, in my opinion, very badly by our own Federal Reserve, who has also created a very strong dollar. That's something nice about a strong dollar, but it makes it much harder to do business outside of this country.
Thank you, sir. A number of your supporters online have embraced these theories or forwarded these theories that the CDC may be exaggerating the threat of coronavirus to hurt you politically. Rush Limbaugh the other day said this has been advanced to weaponize the virus against you.
You don't mean my supporters. You mean my people that are not supporters.
Right, your opponents.
I agree with that. I think they are. I think, and I'd like it to stop. I think people know that when Chuck Schumer gets upset, I mean, he did the same thing with a couple of trade deals that are phenomenal deals now. Everybody's acknowledged they're phenomenal deals. Before he ever saw the deal, he didn't even know we were going to make a deal. They said, what do you think of the deal with China? I don't like it. I don't like it. He talked about tariffs. I left the tariffs on, 25% on $250 billion. He said he took the tariffs off. He didn't even know the deal. And he was out there knocking it because that's a natural thing to say. But when you're talking about especially something like this, we have to be on the same team. This is too important. We have to be on the same team.
Have you seen evidence that the CDC is trying to hurt you?
No, I don't think the CDC is at all. No, they've been working really well together. Yeah. No, they really are. They're professional. I think they're beyond that. They want this to go away. They want to do it with as little disruption, and they don't want to lose life. I see the way they're working. These people behind me, and others that are in the other room. They're incredible people. No, I don't see that at all.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
I
don't know who said that, but
that was me. Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, you're minimizing the risk, the danger of the virus. Are you telling the Americans, except for the ones who are sick, not to change any of their behaviors?
No, I think you have to always, I do it a lot anyway, as you probably heard. Wash your hands, stay clean. You don't have to necessarily grab every handrail unless you have to. You do certain things that you do when you have the flu. I mean, view this the same as the flu. When somebody sneezes, I try and bail out as much as possible when they're sneezing. I had a man come up to me a week ago. I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I said, how you doing? He said, fine, fine. He hugs me, kisses. I said, are you well? He says, no. He said, I have the worst fever and the worst flu. And he's hugging and kissing me. So I said, excuse me. I went there, I started washing my hands. So you have to do that. You know, this is, I really think, Doctor, you want to treat this like you treat the flu, right? And, you know, it's going to be fun. I want to have you, I love you. It was so nice of you to say thank you very much. Go ahead, give me a nice question then. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it with a bad question. Go
It's really
ahead.
nice to talk to you without the helicopter. I gotta say that. But also, I want to talk to you about 2014. During the Ebola crisis, you said you wanted a quote-unquote full travel ban. You said Obama was a quote-unquote stubborn dope, not for doing it. You said, just stop the flights, dummies. You also said it was a quote-unquote total joke to appoint someone to lead the Ebola response with, quote, zero experience in the medical field. Now you've appointed
They listened
Mike
to a
Pence.
lot of what I had to say.
I did. So
And they
how
li-
does that square with what you're doing
They
now?
listened to a lot, well, because this is a much different problem than Ebola. Ebola, you disintegrated, especially at the beginning. They've made a lot of progress now in Ebola. But with Ebola, we were talking about it before. You disintegrated. You got Ebola. That was it. This one is different, much different. This is a flu. This is like a flu. And this is a much different situation than Ebola. But and we're working on Ebola right now, by the way. We're working on certain areas of the Congo. The Congo has Ebola, and caused largely by the fact that they have war and people can't get there. We can now treat Ebola. At that time, it was infectious, and you couldn't treat it. Nobody knew anything about it. Nobody had ever heard of anything like this. So it's a much different situation.
The rate of mortality.
I think it was to me. Thank you. So, Mr. President, let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
In just the course of the last couple of minutes, you have disputed some of what the officials that are working in your administration behind you have said about the risk of coronavirus and its spread. Do you trust your health officials to give you good information, or
Oh,
do you
sure.
trust your own instincts more?
I don't think I have. They've said it could be worse, and I've said it could be worse too. I also think, no, I don't think it's inevitable. I don't think it's inevitable. I think that we're doing a really good job in terms of maintaining borders, in terms of letting people in terms of checking people. And also, that's one of the reasons I'm here today, getting the word out so people they'll know. They're going to know. No, I don't think it's inevitable. I think that there's a chance that it could get worse. There's a chance it could get fairly substantially worse, but nothing's inevitable.
Mr. President, Brazil has its first case.
That's right. Brazil.
Right, Brazil.
Yeah.
And you have many Americans now in Brazil for Carnival. What are your concerns, and what are the procedures and practices that you plan to implement as those Americans are trying to come back home?
Yes, we've gotten very strong on people coming in from Brazil. Now, it only has one case. It's a big country, but it only has one case. But still, it's a case. We deal with Brazil very well. The president's a very good friend of mine. In fact, he ran on exactly, it's called Make Brazil Great Again. That's what he ran on. We get along very well. I know you're so thrilled to hear that. We get along very, very well. And we're working with Brazil, but we have much worse instances than Brazil. You know, you have Italy and you have other countries where they have much more than one person. They have one person right now, as of just a little while ago, one person in Brazil. But Italy is, a deeper problem. And we're checking people coming in very, very strongly from those. And at some point, we may cut that off. You know, at some point, depending on what happens, we may cut certain additional countries off, like we've had to do with China. And we hope we can open it up to China as soon as possible. And we hope the numbers we've been getting, are true on China, where it really has leveled off and started to go down. Because eventually, sometime that's going to happen. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You've said repeatedly that you think the federal government is very prepared, that you're ready for this.
Yep.
But if you think that Secretary Azar is doing such a great job, why did you feel the need to make a change and put Vice President Mike Pence in charge of the federal response to this virus?
I think Secretary Azar is doing a fantastic job. But he also has many other things. I mean, we're working on many, many things together. If you look at his schedule of what he's doing, including drug prices, and I think it's perhaps the most complicated job that we have in government. And I want him to be able to focus on that. And Mike is really good at it. They're going to work together. They're going to work very closely together. And they're both in the administration. I see them all the time. So it really works. This isn't a czar. This isn't going out and getting somebody that's never been in the administration. I have two people that are very talented. And it's something I feel good about. I don't want to spare the horses. I have very talented people. I want to use them on this because I want it to stay low or as low as possible.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to get to China. At the beginning of this outbreak, the Chinese Communist Party covered it up. That has been the general consensus of everyone. How can you now legitimately trust President Xi and the Chinese Communist regime, President Xi, and the Chinese Communist regime to be forthcoming and forthright with this pandemic?
Well, I can tell you this. I speak to him. I had a talk with him very recently, and he is working so hard on this problem. He is working so hard, and they're very tough and very smart, it's a significant group of very talented people that are working, and they're calling up Dr. Fauci. They're calling up our people. We're dealing with them. We're giving them certain advice. We actually have, through World Health, we have them over there also, and we have a lot of our people making up that group that went over there. No, he's working very hard. It'd be very easy for me to say, it doesn't matter what I say, really. I can tell you, he is working. I had a long talk with him the other night. He is working really, really hard. He wants it to go away from China and go away fast, and he wants to get back to business as usual.
Because it talks about the flu and in comparison to the coronavirus. Flu has a fatality ratio of about 0.1%.
Correct.
This has a fatality ratio somewhere between 2 and 3%.
Well, we think. We don't know exactly what it is.
So far,
And the flu is higher than that. The flu is much higher than that.
There's more people who get the flu, but this is spreading, or it's going to spread maybe within communities. That's
It
the
may.
expectation. Does that worry you? Because that seems to be what worries the American
No, because
people.
we're ready for it. It is what it is. We're ready for it. We're really prepared. We have, as I said, we have the greatest people in the world. We're very ready for it. We hope it doesn't spread. There's a chance that it won't spread too, and there's a chance that it will. Then it's a question of at what level. So far, we've done a great job. When you have 15 people with this whole world coming into the United States, and the 15 people are either better or close to being better, that's pretty good. All right, we'll do one more. Go ahead.
Mr. President, there have been many cases of price gouging on the sales of medical equipment, masks, and so on. Should the government be investigating that, looking into it, and do you have a message on that?
If you tell me that's happening, we will definitely investigate. We don't want that. All right, one more. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you.
Go ahead. No. Yes? Go ahead.
Are you working with China right now,
Yes.
specifically in what areas? Also,
We're
do you
working
worry
with
about
China. We just did the biggest trade deal in history. We did 2 of them between USMCA and the China deal. It's the biggest in history. The relationship with China is a very good one. And I can tell you that, again, President Xi is working really hard. He wants this problem solved as hard as you can work. Thank you all. Thank you all. I may leave you behind and you can answer a few more questions. So you can ask them a few.
Are you going to do this more often?
Yes.
You are?
Please, come on.
If you like this more
Yes,
often.
We'll do it more.
Mr. President, you said you in Africa. Did you send Pompeo to Africa?
Wish him good luck. And who?
Secretary Azar, given the Pence move, the Vice President.
I think, if I could just clarify, I think you're not getting the point here of this. I'm still chairman of the task force. Mick Mulvaney's been serving actually an invaluable role for me as acting chief of staff, helping to coordinate across the government with my colleagues and the whole of government approach. Having the vice president gives me the biggest stick one could have in the government on this whole of government approach.
You don't feel like you're being replaced?
Not in the least. When this was mentioned to me, I said I was delighted that I get to have the vice president helping in this way. Delighted, absolutely.
Well, I want to thank you very much. We're here with some of the black leaders of our country and people that are highly respected and people that have done a fantastic job and for the most part have been working on this whole situation with me right from the beginning.
Yeah. Yes.
And we've done a lot. We've done opportunity zones, we've done criminal justice reform, we've done things that people didn't even think possible. Criminal justice reform, we've let a lot of great people out of jail. Johnson is really just such a great example, a fine woman, and she doesn't say she didn't do, she made a mistake. But she was in there for 22 years when we let her out, and she had practically another 20 left.
She did.
That's not appropriate.
Her children grew up, her grandbaby.
Yeah, no, so incredible.
Wow.
And you couldn't produce, there's nobody in Hollywood that could have produced that last scene of her. That was the real deal.
Yes.
Of her when she saw her kids. Yeah?
Amen.
And her family.
Amazing,
So
amazing.
it's really a fantastic thing. So what I think I'd do is I'd like to, for the media, I'd like to go around the room and we can do just a quick introduction of each other. And I'll start with me. My name is Donald John Trump. Great things in store and a lot of interesting times. And you've been seeing the polls. The polls have been incredible.
Yes.
We've had some polls with, and I could say black, I could say African American.
That's right.
I could say both.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, the polls are at a level that people have never, I don't think they've seen in terms of Republican. And I won't be satisfied until I get 100% because nobody has done more for black people. I appreciate we've been in this together and what we've accomplished for black people, for the country.
Yes,
for
that's right.
black
Yes,
people,
that's right.
Has been unprecedented, I believe. Terrence, please.
Well, I'm comedian Terrence K. Williams, and I am sitting next to the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln.
Angela Stanton King, founder of American King Foundation, recently pardoned by the greatest president ever.
Daryl Scott, Cleveland, Ohio, New Spirit Revival Center, Black Voices for Trump, Urban Revitalization Coalition. I'm a Johnny-come-lately here, but I believe in what this guy's doing.
That's right.
I'm Andre Berto, two-time world champion. I'm here with my man Jack Bruce,
Yeah.
support Trump, and here to make great things happen.
That's great. He's a great fighter.
Great fighter.
I didn't see you down there.
Mr. President, it's an honor. You truly are the best president since Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Little. I'm the chairman of the board of the Center for Urban Renewal and Education, run by Star Parker, and it's an honor to be with each and every one of you.
Thank you, very nice. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Scott Turner, and I serve as the Executive Director for the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rob Smith. I'm America's favorite black gay Republican. I had my second coming out a couple of years ago in support of this administration and all the amazing things that are happening. So, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm Brooke Rollins. I have the amazing honor and blessing of serving this president now for 2 years and focusing on forgotten communities and communities that have never had a shot at the American dream until this man was elected president of the United States. So it continues to be my greatest honor. Thank you. And these are amazing friends here.
Janine Borelli, I'm with Black Voices for Trump and Women for Trump, and I just want to say I've taken a lot of arrows for you, but I am proud to do it because I appreciate everything you have done for the country.
We appreciate you.
My name is Jared Kushner. I know all of you here, and I just want to thank you all. I tell the president all the time how proud I am of the job he's doing, but I want to tell all of you that I'm very proud of you. You've been great partners of this White House. You've come with ideas, you've come with suggestions, and every time I bring these ideas to the president, he always says, if these are the things that need to get done, let's do it. Let's spare no resource. Let's get it done. And what we've done together is we found pathways to really revitalize a lot of communities, but also revitalize a lot of people and create a lot of opportunity for people who didn't feel before. So I just want to thank all of you for your leadership in your communities and for helping us work to accomplish what we have under this president's leadership.
Thank you, Jared. Right behind you, I see through all of these cameras, we have one of our great stars. Will you please stand up?
Senior advisor to the President's re-election campaign, here in support of all of the great work that President Trump is doing. One of the reasons, and I don't even know if I've ever shared this with the president, that I supported Donald J. Trump as a candidate from the very beginning was because I knew he would fight for forgotten communities, and I knew that if we had elected Donald Trump as president, we could deliver a generation from Black children from poverty.
I'm Stacey Washington, and I'm the host of Stacey on the Right, and I've been supporting you from the moment you were the nominee. And after that, I have been amazed by the absolute way you've banished all of your naysayers when it comes to the pro-life issue, the religious freedom issues, the things that are nearest and dearest to my heart. I'm wearing my baby feet and then also my defense pin because you're the first president since I've been an adult, I'm a veteran, who's ever said we need to bring our troops home from Afghanistan. And I believe in what you're doing. Yes. And I thank you for it. We pray for you. And we are just ready for you to have 4 more years. So thank you for letting me come into the People's House and sit with you today.
I'm Evangelist Alveda King, Executive Director of Civil Rights for the Unborn and founder of Alveda King Ministries. People ask me all the time, what do you do for the president? I pray for the president. The other thing is, what has he done for you lately? And we don't have time. But promises made, promises kept. Saving little babies in the womb, bringing steel mills back, bringing jobs back to America, helping with the economy, reuniting our families, and the list goes on and on. Promises made, promises kept. And I'm old enough to say, I'm 69 years old. But having seen this, saying I'll do it, mostly with a smile, and getting it done. So I'm very grateful in getting that girl out of jail. Jesus. No, I'm not in jail, pardon, Angela King. Pardon, Angela.
Your reference is so important for Angela.
Yes, sir.
And you told me what a wonderful person she is, and she was there for a long time and was going to be there for a long time. Do you want to mention that?
She's pardoned, and the first thing she did, because she cried, I don't remember, Jared remember, I called one day, I said, they chain women to the bed when they're having babies in jail. Oh, I remember. So that stopped. And then Angela called one day crying, Mom, the immigrants, but they separate us from our children here in America. I say, Jared.
On the red phone.
So then the day you called and said she was getting out, I said, sir, after I get up off the floor, I'll talk to you. So I'm just grateful. I'll be quiet.
That's great.
But thank you.
I'm very happy you told us about it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm Jack Brewer, former NFL player. Currently, I'm a professor at Fordham Gabelli School of Business. I've worked my entire life on underserved Black communities, teaching my brothers and sisters from the NFL, now at Fordham, in the inner cities doing community work. And I gotta say, Mr. President, I ran the NFL players for Obama, and I've been a Democrat all my life, doing the Democratic House. And you changed me.
Wow.
You changed me,
Amen.
you touched me,
Amen.
and you made my work go to another level. You inspire me, and every time I go into those prisons and I ask my guys, how many of you have had your sentence reduced, and they raise their hand, I know I'm doing God's work. So I thank you for that.
Mr. President, you had me at hello. And you started debating, and you were talking about unborn babies, and I saw you championing those babies. While on the other side, which is just like today, Democrats, they don't want to give any chance to unborn babies at all. I made a video, it went viral. I wound up writing a book about what I believed I saw was taking place in our country called Why I Couldn't Stay Silent. And I just continue to be impressed and honored at how much you have stood up to your word, how much you've done for all Americans, and how that's risen the Black community as well, how you champion the lives of unborn babies. And it is a privilege and an honor. David J. Harris Jr., by the way, I think I forgot to say that, but it's a privilege to be in airports and wear my I travel all over the country. I speak. I travel all over the country. I love showing folks that Black Trump supporters do exist.
That's right.
And even more than that, it gives me an opportunity. I did just last night in Nashville, the opportunity to speak to Black folks and Hispanics, but especially Blacks. They look at my hat and say, "Why do you support this president?" And when I rattle off all the things that you've done and why I support you, they say, wow, I didn't know that. Because they listen to the mainstream media.
Wow.
So that's why I'm also a news source at davidharrisjr.com to give people the real news and not the twisted, liberal, left-driven news that is the mainstream media of today. It's an honor to support you 100%.
I actually saw you walking through the airport. All over the place. You know, that is a very famous clip. That was great, but I appreciate it, David. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Here's a guy doing a great job.
Mr. President, it's been an honor to serve with you from the beginning of the administration. You've made African Americans a priority. You gave me the opportunity to kind of work and do things that I didn't even know I could do. But we have results.
Yes.
Great opportunity now. Historic investments into HBCUs, historic criminal justice reform, historic numbers for black unemployment rate, as well as historic investment in some of our most distressed communities. We have all the tools to create a renaissance in this country, and it's under your leadership. And all I got to say is the best is yet to come.
You knew you could do it. I didn't know. You knew you could do it. I knew that. Great job.
Kareem, the American Dream Lanier. Urban Revitalization Coalition, I work with Dr. Girl Stop. Mr. President, from day one, you've kept your word to our community. You've done your job with your policies, with the criminal justice reform, with opportunity zones, with HBCUs. Now it's our job to get the word out about what you've done.
That's right.
We have a simple job. You've done the hard work for us. Now we just have to get out and push the message, because the mainstream media will not tell the people the great things you've done for our community, and we thank you.
That's right.
So my name is Derek Radinigo from Houston, Texas, oil and gas exec, who's been doubling as a influencer because I'm so motivated by this president. Thank you for having me.
That's so nice. Thank you.
Yes. Since we're having a competition, one person says 2016, Kareem said they won. As a kid, I'll tell you why. I grew up in a different California than Ames, a Reagan-esque California. Grew up in Sacramento, somewhat affluent means in a predominantly white neighborhood. And I remember times when there were affluent people, white people, who would say, Donald Trump, he shouldn't be hanging out with Mike Tyson. He shouldn't be hanging out with Don King. He shouldn't be on a plane with Michael Jackson. So the lies that I hear today, they really bother me. Because the Donald I knew enlightened me that a man of means could not see color.
That's right.
Come on now. Give a man a true chance to show himself, not judge him. That would make me able to sit at this table. I'm not a perfect male. But at the end of the day, I'm still here because I'm that. And I want to thank you for motivating me from when I was a child. And now I sit here all these years later around the table with the man that grew in.
Wow.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Pastor Paula White, it's been my honor, and Derek, I won't take it back any longer, but to stand with you for 19 years in life and watch you, whether it was at Trump Tower, invite people of all different walks of life, from the lowest to the highest in society, of every different type of person, and now to serving in this administration. I agree. You are the greatest president, and you'll go down in history as you create history for all Americans.
It's hard not to get choked up. My name is Bruce Lavelle, and I've been with the president since day one. Pastor Darrell, I love you, and thank you for introducing me to President Trump. You know, when he said he wanted to defend the babies, I'm a rescue baby from an orphanage. And when this president came out and says, what about adoption? I wonder where I would be, and I wonder what it would be like if this man was in office just defending the babies in the womb, or someone like me that was left abandoned in a home. And that's very dear to me. You know, I'm one of the largest black-owned jewelry store owners. My wife that runs it. She's the boss in Atlanta. And guys, let me tell you, it's for the press. I'm just gonna, for the record, this president is about to resurrect and restore black generational wealth like you've never seen.
Yes,
Okay, not only we talk about building, creating jobs in the community, not only we talk about prison reform, opportunity zone, But how many presidents says, you know, you build the grocery store, you build your business, you create your generational wealth, you restore your 401k.
Yes.
The disconnect, and all the candidates that are leading in the Democrat Party, especially Biden, are the ones that started the prison reform bill.
Come on.
He sponsored it in '94.
Yes.
We're crying out loud. No flag on the stage. Where's the flag for the? Where is that? Thank God we have 100 flags when he's on the stage.
That's
Thank
right.
you, Jesus.
Yes.
You know, so guys, you know, this, yes, he will and is the greatest president for the African American community, black community, brown, mocha. Give me another one out there. Can I get one witness at the table? And the other thing, how are you out in the press for 45 years with all these friends traveling everywhere? And I was privileged to travel with in the beginning, opening the rallies. Thank God for Pastor Darrell, all the things we've been through. Now he runs for president. Now all of a sudden he's erased. How is that? Y'all know that's a lie.
It is.
Y'all need to stop that.
And
I'm
Bruce,
so
he's
tired.
not colorblind. He can see.
Alveda, I know that.
He loves us.
I know
but
that.
hey, color is good,
you
not
know
bad.
why?
He can see Jesus gives sight to the
Because
blind.
he loves God and he loves Christ, and that is through him. And y'all know what I'm talking about. Don't be afraid to say it.
That's right.
All right.
I'm tired. It irks me. It irks me when you call this man a my skin crawls right now.
I know that's right.
I'm tired of it.
Me too.
My leg hurts. I got a new knee. I don't feel good.
There it is.
All right, we see.
Lead the president.
You attack him.
You attack.
You attack all.
That's right. Need to know.
I'm tired.
We all are.
We all
We're all
tired.
tired of it.
That's right.
We're all tired.
Hey, I love you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jared, family, we pray for you. We pray for your
right.
family.
Yes.
Thank you for sacrificing.
That's
Guys,
right.
he's losing money.
Yeah.
Right.
He's the
Give
only
this money
president that comes to the and loses money.
Well,
Everybody else that serves makes money.
That's right.
Yeah.
He loses money, and everyone knows that serve. Myself, all of us who serve at the pleasure of the president lose money. It doesn't matter what level you're at. Don't forget that. There is no pay to play. There is no special interest. There is nothing that he owes anyone. I will run for president, and I will not take special interest money and not be beholden to anyone except God.
And he did it.
You maximize your
I will say this.
You maximize your money.
I do lose a fortune being president.
Yeah.
Because we're doing very important work. But
That's
We go
right.
too far back.
you know something I don't talk about, but I give my salary. It's $450,000.
Yes.
And surprisingly, now it may be back in George Washington's day, but they don't think any other president has ever given the salary. It's $450,000.
Wow.
So no, it's money.
It
And
is
again,
money.
It's money.
I never had a story. I don't think I've ever had a story that I give it. But I guarantee if I was ever late, because it comes in quarterly, if I was ever late, it would be a front page story.
Sure would.
Yeah.
Sure would.
And to the best
but
of
no
our
credit.
knowledge, we have not found another president that gave. But I appreciate what you just said. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Amazing, Bruce.
My name is Paris Denard. Mr. President, thank you for appointing me to be a commissioner on the White House
Yes.
Fellows Commission. Serve on Black Voices for Trump and the advisory board. Work for the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, which represents the publicly supported historically black colleges and universities. And sir, your first Black History Month celebration event, it was a small group of us who came to the White House. We met in the Roosevelt Room. Dr. Scott was there, Ron was there. And at that meeting, I told you that you have the potential to go down as one of the greatest presidents for the black community.
Yes.
I didn't know if you were going to be able to do it, to be quite honest, because there's a great challenge moving from campaigning to actually governing and being the president. That people could talk about all the things that you promised on the campaign trail, but that doesn't matter. The things that matter are the things that you've actually done in your position as president. And for the black community, sir, You are changing lives.
Absolutely.
You are changing lives for generations.
Yes.
There are
Amen.
thousands of people, millions of people out there that will never get a chance to meet you, but they meet us.
Yeah.
They see us, and they tell us all the time how appreciative they are, and their minds are opening. The things that Candace is doing with Blexit, and everything that the campaign is doing with opening up these centers that are going to be in dozens of cities across the country. It's because you are leading by example, and you're changing lives for the better. And I am so proud, and I'm honored to defend you, to support you, because it's easy. It's easy because the policies are making a difference. So on behalf of the millions of black people that will never have this tremendous opportunity like we've been given today, I want to say thank you. From my family, from my friends, thank you for what you're doing, because you are changing lives. And in Black History Month, we are here to celebrate Black history, but we're also here to celebrate the fact that we have a president who's making Black history.
My name is Candace Owens. According to the New York Post, I am Democrats' worst nightmare. I take great pride in being that. I obviously run the Blexit organization. I started the Blexit movement because I really just wanted to develop a route for all of the Black Americans to follow me away from the liberal ideas that I espoused in my youth. I honestly, I know people are hitting at the mainstream media, but I gotta tell you, I thank you all for waking me up. For calling everything racist to the point that it made no sense, and I had to start digging because every single thing the man said couldn't have possibly been racist if he had been loved and celebrated for decades. So it is thanks to the lies, it is thanks to the left constantly overplaying their hand that so many Black Americans are waking up today. There's a fatigue setting in. We're genuinely just tired of being told that everything is racist and everything around us is white nationalism and white supremacy. You may have seen me testifying in Congress against the absurd hearing of Democrats pretending to care about what's hurting Black America at the same time that they murder millions of our babies. At the same time that they remove fathers from the home systematically via their welfare policies that they established. At the same time that they incarcerated our men for decades. So what I say to you all is thank you, keep going, and we will meet you at the finish line when we've cracked the black vote.
Hey, I'm Diamond with Diamond and Silk. And Mr. President, there are those that write history. There's those that read history. And I want you to know that you are making history.
That's right.
I need you to understand that we not new to this, we true to this.
Come on now.
From day one. Day one. We have been on your side and we've never left it. You know, I keep hearing the left talking about they a champion for this and a champion for that. Well, when is a champion going to win? Because they ain't winning.
Come on now.
But we done already found a champion. A true champion. Right here in our president, President Donald J. Trump.
That's right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, first of all, for making Diamond and Silk famous. That's right. And let me tell you all two things. First of all, the first time we met him, he brought us on the stage and we didn't know it was going to happen. And the first thing that this businessman billionaire did was looked at us and said, I hope you monetizing this.
Wow.
Now wait a minute, you all.
Wow.
This billionaire businessman who happened to be white, I ain't never had a black man come up.
That's true.
Obama didn't come and say, hey, I hope you monetize it. You couldn't have been sitting at this table up under an Obama administration. But here we sit here up under a Trump administration. This is a true champion. Now, let me say one more thing, because I can talk forever, then I'm going to let it go. President Trump is not a racist.
No, he's not.
What he is a realist.
Yes,
and
right.
the only color he sees is green.
Yes.
And he wants you to have some of it. You see, red,
we
white,
all
and blue?
bleed the same.
That's
We
right.
all bleed the same.
Because he's very patriotic. He loves this country. He loves America.
Yes.
And he loves Americans.
Yes.
Here's my last thing. I want everybody to make sure that you vote right so you won't get left.
Come on.
Vote red. R-E-D. Remove every Democrat by voting them out.
Yes.
Wow. I'm Silk with Diamond and Silk. And I'm usually the quiet one and the silent one, but you know silent can be violent. Allow me to say this first. I want to say thank you for allowing me, as a black woman, a seat at the table.
That's right.
You know, because this would not have happened under Obama administration. It happened under Trump administration.
This is true.
You know, they always say, Mr. President, that, well, he's a little rough around the edges. But I always reply back and letting them know that we need those rough edges to cut through all of the BS that be going on the Hill in Congress. We need somebody that's not going to go along just to get along with some smooth edges. We need somebody that don't have a problem with going toe-to-toe against the status quo.
That's right. That's right.
And that's exactly what you did, Mr. President. We're in the middle. Diamond and Silk is in the middle of writing a book. Uprising, The Awakening of Diamond and Silk. You know, while we're writing this book, there's little things that's coming back to us because we've been in this since 2015 from day one. And as we're writing, I'm looking at a lot of different things. Mr. President, we've come a long way.
Yes, we have.
A long ways at winning, winning, and winning. And you know what? They sing the song, I don't feel no ways tired. But I hadn't got tired of winning. I don't feel it. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. President. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And November the 3rd, 2020, you will be the president of the United States.
My wife, the First Lady, said, it was a long time ago now. It's like 4 years ago.
5 years.
She said, there are two people that she's watching on the internet. They're the most incredible two people she's ever seen.
Wow.
I said, big deal. What is it? No, she said, you have to see this. And I saw it. It was, I guess, for almost 5 years. And I watched them, and they had such a spirit. And they were for me before I was even running. They were so early. And you have been such great friends.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. And Candace, I will say that you're another one.
Yeah.
She saw you too. She said, I just saw somebody with the fastest, sharpest mouth and mind, by the way. You know, I know a lot with fast mouths, but they don't have it. And I said, let me take a look. And I looked.
Yeah.
And it was a long time ago already. You were really young. You were really young. But we appreciate it. We appreciate everybody in this room. And people have made such progress, and we're making tremendous progress. You know, something that happened recently that the press doesn't write about, but every year, a group of wonderful people from the black colleges and universities would come up to my office. A lot of people, 40, 35, 50 one year. And after the second year, I said, how come you keep coming back? And they came back for money, Deneen, money. And I said, why do you have to come back? Other colleges have money. You don't come back every year. And one of the gentlemen, who was a great guy from one of the schools, good school, very good school, he said, we come back because we have to, because we need money, and we come back, and other schools don't have to because they want us to come back every single year, and they want us to beg. He used that word. Wow. They want us to beg. And I said, because I was straight, it was the first year they came, and I didn't think anything unusual. The second year, and they come into the Oval Office, and big group. I heard of almost every one of the colleges and universities. And after the third year, I said, you shouldn't have to be coming. And well, I'll miss you if you don't come, because they're very good people. I said, you should have a long-term deal. You shouldn't have to come back here like this. It's demeaning to you. He said, it is. We love being in the Oval Office, but nobody's ever had us in the Oval Office before. Wow. But it is demeaning to us to come back. And we just passed a bill where they're all set. They got the money, and it's long-term. They don't have to see me. I'll miss them. I'll miss them. And they'll miss me. But you know what? Now they're all set, and they have a long-term future. They were saying things like, we can't even fix up areas, even if we have the money, because we're not sure that the next president, or even you, are going to approve it next year. Maybe for some reason you're not going to approve it. So that's one thing. And you've been hearing all about this, and they're a big heart of this nation. They do a fantastic job.
Yes, absolutely.
I got to know them a little bit, and I said, so we're going to fix that up for you, and we're going to do it. And we did it, I don't know what the length is, but it's very long term.
10 years.
It's 10 years. So for 10 years.
Future Act.
So I don't know where I'm going to be in 10 years. I probably won't be seeing them, but it was I thought it was very unfair. Now the press isn't going to write that, and they're not going to write a lot of the things that were said in this room today, because they just choose not to. I don't know why they choose not to. But so many nice things were said. We have tremendous media in this room. We have tremendous media no matter where I go, I guess. And I can honestly say that's been true before I was president too. So I don't know what it is. Someday somebody will explain that to me, but that's what it's been. I guess that's how I got to be president to a certain extent.
That's right.
But they don't explain those stories. They don't explain opportunity zones where Tim Scott from South Carolina, he'll be with me, I'm making a speech tomorrow, rally and sells out immediately. We have tremendous popularity in South Carolina. We're going to go down. Some people have said I'm trolling the Democrats, and maybe I am. We did it in Colorado. We did it in, in New Hampshire. No matter where we go, Iowa. No matter where we go, we have much bigger crowds. If one of the Pocahontas has 2,000 people, 2,000 people, they say, oh, what a crowd. And I'll have 15,000 people inside. And I tell you saw Colorado. We had 20, 25,000 people outside and 12,000 people inside. They don't say anything about the crowd. And the cameras don't cover the crowd. My wife said, how was it tonight? I said, great, didn't you see it? He said, I heard it. But they never go around and show the stadium. They never do. So we put it on the internet. That's the great thing with the internet. But as she said, but as I said, you can't disguise 25,000 or 15,000 or whatever it is. You can't disguise that. Because when you hear that sound, it sounds like an Ohio State football game or an LSU or Alabama football game. So it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. But they don't talk about it. And yet, when Joe Biden, who's not sure what's happening. When he has an event, if he's got a crowd of a small crowd, just a small crowd, they'll talk about how magnificent it was, and yet we'll have 25, 30,000. We went to South Jersey, and they actually reported it, which was shocking. We had 175,000 requests for tickets, 175,000. And South Jersey is closed during the winter, essentially. I mean, people are opening up their hotels, they're opening up their homes, but we had 175,000 requests for tickets, and the place was just swamped with tens of thousands of people outside. And they don't want to talk about it. The whole thing is sort of crazy. And I don't get it because it's so good for our country what's happening. And whether it's black or white or any other group, Asian, because you see what's happening with Asian, you see what's happening with Hispanic, the best unemployment rates for every group. But very importantly for black, the best unemployment we've ever had. Poverty numbers, the best you've ever had, the best we've ever had for a number of groups. But black people right now are having the best, statistically, the best numbers that you've ever had, and it's really an honor. We have a situation with the virus. We've done a great job. The press won't give us credit for it. We have, in a world that has some big problems, you look at China and you look at industry between the two countries, and I did something that had never been done before, because it had never been done before. I closed our borders to certain areas of the world. I won't be specific because it's not nice to be, specific, but you understand where. And I closed the borders to certain areas of the world very early. We'd never closed the border before. We've never done that before. And flights coming in and people coming in because they had a very early problem, and I closed them. I took a lot of heat from the Democrats. They said, what's he doing? Because anything I do, they'll do the opposite. Like with the wall, we want security in our country. If I would have said we will not build a wall, they would have insisted. And I should have done that.
Oh my goodness,
if I did that, we would have had no problem. Right, Jack?
I'm waiting for you to
So I should have said, you're right. I should have said we will not have a wall, and they would have insisted.
They would have built it. They would have built it.
Anyway, but we've done an incredible job because we closed early. And actually the Democrats said I was a racist, not from black people's standpoint, but from Asian people's standpoint, from Chinese people's standpoint. They said I was a racist because I closed our country to people coming in from certain areas. They call me a racist.
No, sir.
These people are really in trouble. I'll tell you what, they've got problems. And now they say, oh, we have 15 people in this country that right now we brought in 40 from, these were Americans that were in trouble way outside near Japan. And we brought them in and they're in quarantine and they're getting better. That was 40 or 42. We brought them in, which I felt we had to do. So they immediately said, it jumped from 15 to an extra 40.
Right.
You know, headline. And everyone said, no, we brought them in, Jack, because if we didn't, I mean, we're not going to let something happen. We had to do it. And I knew immediately that the press would add it in and say this, like it's catastrophic. But we've done a great job. Those people are all doing well. They're doing very well. The 15 of the 15, most of them are doing very well. One is quite sick, frankly. Most of them are doing really well. And the 15 will soon be down to 3 or 4 because we take them off the list as they get better. And they recuperate. Like if you have the flu, you recuperate, you get better. And they're recuperating. But think of it, we're at 15 people, and we would have been at many, many people had we not closed the border. So we don't get credit for it. The press doesn't write it. They wrote a story today. I gave a press conference last night that I thought was very good. It went very well. I know when it goes bad.
Very good.
I know better than anybody in the world. If we say something, I know better than anybody. I mean, I don't go around like Biden where I'm in Ohio and I say, thank you very much, the people of Iowa. And they start screaming at him, no, you're in Ohio. This happens time after time. I don't say, we shot and killed 150 million people last year with guns, which is exactly half of our population. And nobody talks about it. Then they say terrorists, oh, it's fine, he did wonderful tonight. You know, that's one of those things not recoverable. If you say, as an example, I'm in New Hampshire, and I say that I'm in Iowa, you're dead. He gets away with it. If you say, if I ever said that we have to do something about guns. Last year we killed 150 million people. I guess he meant a tiny, like a lot, but still, a tiny, tiny fraction of that number. But if I ever said that, it may be career threatening.
It would be over.
What he said, I mean, you heard him. He said, in fact, when he said it, he said, man, that was a big mistake. He's going to get killed. He didn't get killed. He did very well tonight. He was fabulous tonight. He said we killed 150 million.
No mistake.
He makes some gaffes. He's gaff prone. I'm actually not gaff prone. You know, if you think about it, I make these massive speeches. I'd say 70, 80, the best speeches are the ones where I'm not on teleprompter, but teleprompter does make it a little bit easier. But I make them, I don't make gaffes.
Nope.
I get no credit for it. I don't get credit for these big crowds. I never get credit.
You do. Right.
People are starting to figure it out because the job numbers are so good and things are so good. But where we have really done a great job, I think, was what happened over the last couple of weeks with this, and it just, this is life. Things come up that you never even think about. Who would think that this was going to happen? You hear it starts with a problem that they have in China. And you say, that's too bad. And then it gets bigger and it starts mushrooming. Then I close the border. I said, just in case. And we have 15 people instead of thousands of people.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Could have been thousands of people. But we have 15 people who are almost all better now. But we do things. And it would be really nice if we could be recognized by the press fairly.
Yes.
And you know what? It would be really nice that if we do something wrong, we get criticized by the press. But I gave a press conference yesterday that was really a very good press conference. And some people thought it was great, and most of you people saw it. It was covered live. One of the advantages is that I get covered live all the time. I like that better because they can't chop it up.
That's right.
I'd rather be live. But it was a very good press conference. And basically it was a calming press conference. It was a conference to say we're doing well. It was a conference where I took out these statistics which were recently done from Johns Hopkins, which is one of the great places in the country, where it says the United States is the most prepared nation.
Yes.
Think of that. Country's best prepared to deal with a pandemic.
Yeah.
So this was done by Johns Hopkins.
And that's fantastic. Amazing.
They don't cover it. Second is United Kingdom, then the Netherlands, Australia, Canada, Thailand, Sweden, Denmark, South Korea, Finland. Okay, so this is it. We're number one.
We're number one.
And then the Democrats go out. I see Schumer going out and these guys. Just a talking point. Frankly, I may do it if I was them, okay? I I've been known to do this too. And they ask you, how's he doing? Terribly. He's doing terribly. It's so bad. And I did say yesterday, first time, because I understand politics, I think I'm pretty well. I've only been doing it for a few years. And I think to the best of my knowledge, we're in the White House, right? But I know politics. And, you know, politics is fine. But when it comes time to talk about pandemics or whatever you may want to call it, you got to get away from politics. And the Schumers crying Chuck and all these people, they can't, Nancy, you can't go out and just say, terrible, it's terrible. We're doing incredibly. Think of it.
We are.
15 people out of billions of people, 15 people. They're getting better. And soon they're all going to be better. Hopefully one is in very serious shape. And we understand that, and we understand it very well. But we also have the other group, and they're all getting better. So I think it's an incredible achievement that our country's done. And one thing I have to pay tribute, we have, whether it's Dr. Fauci, we have the best people on earth. We have the most talented people on earth. We're giving whatever other countries need, we're helping them. Sometimes it's over phone, sometimes we're sending people. But we have to run our country too. A lot of people say, why isn't he in China? Well, you know, China has to want that, and other places have. But they're running it, and they're working very hard, I will tell you, and we're in very constant communication, President Xi and myself, very, very constant. But we are doing, and by the way, their numbers seem to have, maybe they look like they're coming down, which eventually, hopefully, that's what's supposed to happen. But it's gone to other places, and those numbers will come down. We've done an incredible job in this country, and the professionals, and me, but forget, I did one thing that a lot of people disagreed with, including many of the professionals, closed the borders, because they said it's too serious a move. Took tremendous heat, it was called everything, including David, racist, okay? I was called everything, and for a while I said maybe I shouldn't have done that, and now it turned out to be great, because we have so few people that have been affected. But I just think it's really important for the media to report stories accurately.
That's right.
And they don't have to go overboard, but I tell you, they shouldn't go overboard the other way, because they are trying to build this up, and they are doing things and saying things that are absolutely crazy. And they are really hurting our country. The fake news media, and it's not all fake, but much of it is. And they have to cover this very accurately. You know, it's different than covering other things. This country is doing great. We are in a position that few countries would be in, and if we didn't have the talent running this country, and all the way down from top to bottom, the job that these doctors have done, the job that the professionals are doing, and we're working with local hospitals, we're working with the states all over the country. And you know, I got criticized because I said $2.5 billion, that's a lot of money. See, $2.5 billion, a lot of money. And the Democrats said, how dare he only ask for $2.5 billion? This never happened to me before. Usually I ask for $2.5 billion, they say, we're gonna give you 10 cents. I asked for $2.5 billion, my people came, this is what we need, $2.5 billion. I said, that's a lot. It's a lot of money, because you know, if you're in business, you say $2.5 billion. What I can build for $2.5 billion, what I can do for that, they need. So what happens is, Schumer says, he needs 8.5. You know what I said, Jack? I said, I'll take it. I thought, you know, I'll ask for a lot, and do I get a piece? So they criticize me because they say, $2.5 billion, he needs more. What they should do is say, why does he need so much? But they don't say that because they have inverse thinking. But the way they make you look bad is to say, how dare he only ask, think of that, how dare he only ask for 2.5? We demand that he take 8.5.
They're ridiculous.
They want to give it. This never happened to me before. All my life I ask and I get a piece of it, right? But the Democrats are screaming, how dare he do that? And they're not doing a good job. We're doing a great job. While they're working on impeachment, we were working on doing this because we were hearing about it. While they were wasting the country's time and the world's time talking about the impeachment hoax, and they got shut out except for one very foolish, frankly, not a very good senator.
Rhino.
A man who got in on a false premise, and he's not very popular in his own state. And I guess I got half of it. I say 52. We got 52.5 out of 53 votes, right? But he's not a very popular guy, I can tell you. A lot of people aren't liking him too much, and he shouldn't have done what he did. But we did nothing wrong. So we had to work through an impeachment hoax. That's what they were doing. In the meantime, we had already started preparing because we started hearing rumors. We are so prepared like we never have been prepared. Now they'll come up with a certain amount of money. Whether it's 2.5, I'll be satisfied with that. Whether it's 8.5, we'll take that too, and we'll have a lot of money left over, and we'll do a great job. We'll probably do about the same job. But I just want to say, this is really above politics. They have to take. It's easy for Schumer. What kind of a job do you think they're doing? He should say they've done a great job.
That's right. Yes.
And you know what? He'd actually pick up votes. People would respect him for that. Instead, what kind of a job? They're doing a terrible job. He has no idea. We had a trade deal. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. A phenomenal deal with China. Billions and billions of dollars of worth is going to come into our country. Many billions of dollars. That's a great deal. And they went to Schumer and they went to others. Talking points. They went to the Democrats and they said, what do you think of the deal? Oh, it's terrible, terrible. They didn't even know what the deal was. In fact, he said, they took off the tariffs. They didn't want the tariffs. Now I put the tariffs on one. He thought I took them off. We didn't. We have 250 billion. We get 25% on 250 billion. Then we get more above that. Wow. And I left them on. People said, that's amazing. But the Democrats didn't know that. They said, he took off the tariffs. And you know what? They got killed. But the press doesn't report that. So the natural instinct, and again, I should say, I do it too. They'll ask me, and you do it too. I guess it's a natural political instinct. But when they say, what kind of a deal is terrible, 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 and people get it. But with what we're talking about now, with the virus, we can't do that. We have to do it differently. If we're doing a great job, we should congratulate these professionals that are the best in the world. And you know what? If we were doing a bad job, we should also be criticized. But we have done an incredible job. We're going to continue. It's going to disappear. One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear. And from our shores, it could get worse before it gets better. It could maybe go away. We'll see what happens. Nobody really knows. The fact is, the greatest experts, I've spoken to them all, nobody really knows. But we have done, and our professionals have done, a fantastic job. We're working with other countries. We're trying to help some other countries. A couple of them have gotten hit pretty hard, South Korea and Italy in particular. They've been hit pretty hard. And it'll all work out. And I just want to thank all of the people that have worked with us in government and some of these great professionals, because they have been incredible, the job. To think of it, with all of what you see going on, 15 people, we brought in the others, and they're doing great, but 15 people is almost, I would say, a miracle. Also, what I want to do, though, is I want to thank the black people of America. Because frankly, you people, what you've gone through over the years, and now you're making a comeback like you've never. And I had a phrase. During speeches, during rallies, and I'd use it whenever we had a lot of black people in there. Okay, and I have to say, I'd go through a list. You had the worst crime. You had the lowest housing ownership. And I'd read 10, 15, 20 points. And look, a couple of them, NBC just left because they don't want to hear this.
Wow.
She just left from NBC because it's owned by Comcast, and they're the racists. Because
That's right.
As I'm talking, I'm looking at her. She's not writing anything down because she knows she's not going to report any of this. She only wants to report something bad, and there's nothing bad in this room. What's going on in this room is incredible.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. When you look at what's happening, and I used to use the expression, what do you have to lose? It was much more effective when I said, what the hell do you have to lose? Which I did a lot, but some people said it's a bad word, okay? If somebody else said it, it's okay. If I say it's a bad word. But it was much more.
It's a place. It's real.
But I said, what the hell? They talked about, you have tremendous crime, you have tremendous lack of ownership, the worst schools, the worst this. I read 10 points. And one day I'm saying, I had that on a teleprompter, which is always a little boring, but here I'm reading these points, and I'm looking at the audience. I said, it wasn't like written. I said, the Democrats have ruled for 110 years, and you have all these horrible statistics. I said, vote for me. What the hell do you have to lose? I came off the stage, And my people said, "Sir, that was quite disrespectful."
Wow. The truth is not disrespectful.
So what do you have to lose? So now you look what Tim Scott's done with the opportunity zones. I mean, those opportunity zones are incredible. Your colleges and universities we just talked about. So many things. But criminal justice reform. This guy walked. That people could not get it approved. Obama couldn't get it approved, and nobody could get it approved. And I had to call in a lot of chicks because we needed some very conservative Republicans to get this approved. And yet we had we had Mike Lee, we had Ted Cruz, we had guys that were already onto it. It's one of the reasons I said, whoa, Chuck Grassley was already there. I said, that's incredible that you had some of our toughest, most conservative people already there. And I was able to get other people, plus we were able to get it through. And it was a great achievement. And I want to thank Jared because Jared came out.
Good job.
I'll tell you why people tend not to do things. Normally people would be happy with that. And the people that know are, you know better than anybody, Alveda, because you are sitting next to us. Thank God. And you heard the story maybe. Van Jones was in my office, almost in tears, and he was actually in tears, asking for help. And I think that's good. I think that's noble and that's a good thing.
That's right.
And he was there because of Jared.
Yes.
And there was a group, and they were saying, "It's day. We're 5 short, and a couple of the ones that were not against us, we're going to delay the bill." And then it goes to asunder, right? It goes to issues. When you delay it for a period of time, it's, they were going to do things. To delay it very easy to do. I got them to be good. Didn't get their vote, didn't need their vote, but they were great because they didn't delay it. And I mean, they were going to filibuster the bill. So it would have gone on, and then it would have just gone away. People say, hey, everybody has to go home. We have to start this again. And they didn't do that. They were great. And we got the votes necessary. We got it done. Nobody else could have done it, in this case, but me. Nobody else could have done it.
That's right.
And Jared came in, he said, you're the only one, and I got it done. He felt it was so important. And I was getting mixed reviews. Now, I'm getting tremendous reviews. By some of the people that didn't vote for it, they're saying, I wish we voted for criminal justice reform. So, Van Jones is up making a speech. I said to my wife, come, this will be very nice. Look, he's on MSDNC. Right? Do you ever hear that one?
Good stuff.
No, it's a natural, right? It's a natural, the worst. I mean, these people, I'll tell you what, NBC is worse in my opinion than CNN. They're worse. Wow. They're absolute bad people. And they paid me a lot of money, and I made them a lot of money with The Apprentice. They paid me a lot of money over the years. And I can't believe it. They're just bad. They're bad people. They're really bad people. And they don't report the truth. And neither does CNN. And neither does a lot of the media. But so Van Jones is on. I said to my wife, this is going to be great to watch. Let's watch this. He's going to be so nice to us because without me. So he wanted to thank the Reverend Al Sharpton. And then he went through a list of many people. He went to a list of many, didn't mention your name either.
He did not mention Angela.
He didn't mention anybody. But, and by the way, maybe people in this room, maybe he wasn't aware, maybe, but he went through a list of people that I never heard of. And he said, at the end, it was the end of his show, which I think nobody watched, because I don't think, is the show still on? I don't think so. But it was the end of his show. And he thanked a whole lot of people. I said to my wife, he never thanked me. It's my bill. That's why I talk about it. You know why? Because if I don't talk about it,
nobody will know.
I said to my wife, nobody could have done it. President Obama couldn't.
He couldn't do it.
Bush couldn't do it. Nobody could do it but me. I got it done. I'm good at getting things.
Yes, you are.
That's right.
You're good at things. I'm good at things. He's good at football. This guy is good at things. I never want to follow him speaking. That's right. That's got. But I got it done. And he didn't mention my name. But I'll tell you what he did do. At the end of the show, he mentioned all these names. And then he said, now look, we have one thing we have to do this year. We have to defeat this President of the United States. And you go out and we have to defeat this President of the United States. I never forgot it. That was a few months ago. I will never forget it. I have the great memory of all time.
Yeah.
I will never forget that because it was bad and very, very, it was very
That was vile.
terrible. Not mention my name was bad.
Yep.
It's not that I get enough publicity. But you know what? This was an important thing.
Yeah.
To my
Yes, it
family, it
was.
was an important thing.
Yes, it
I mean, this guy worked so hard
Yeah.
on getting that done, and he didn't even mention, or your name, by the way, but he didn't mention our name. We were like nothing. We were like nothing. And I know how some of you feel. You do things and you don't get mentioned, okay? But just the same thing. But then on top, the indignity of saying, we must now focus on one thing. We must defeat this president of the United States. And then the show ended. My wife said, that wasn't too good, was it? It's a disgrace. So I just want to thank everyone. You're very special people to me, and I really do appreciate you being here.
We love
And
you.
all this, you know, these stars, I hope you're making a hell of a run. Because I'll lose billions of dollars. I lose a fortune between what I don't do and what it costs me. You know what my legal fees are? Tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Not fair.
I spend tens of millions of dollars on legal fees, defending myself against scum.
The worst.
And then they say I get rich on this. If a man from an Arab country goes into one of my hotels, they say Trump is getting rich. They don't realize I don't even take foreign, but if somebody gets in, you lose billions of dollars. But if a person rents a hotel room for $300, it's like a major event. These are very dishonest people. Hopefully, out of all of this, the press will become much more
Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be
honest.
great?
And if they do, we have achieved something that will be great. But we have our own press.
That's right. That's right.
Our press is the internet. Our press is being with you. Our press is, as much as they hate all of us, I guess.
Yep.
But they can't put the cameras down. Although I did notice the one that did leave was NBC, which is pretty pathetic. But we're going to go into another room. We're going to celebrate because we have a whole group of people. I want to thank the people at this table. You've been so incredible. And beyond this table, where is she?
Katrina.
I don't know what happened. She's so great. Thank you, honey. I'm pointing at you. These big guys are standing right. These great photographers are in front of you.
Mr. President.
But I want to thank you all because you've been fantastic.
May I
Yes.
just say-
Can we all say a prayer with you?
May I just
Yes,
say
go
one
ahead.
thing?
1 second.
Go ahead.
We'll do it.
Let's do it.
May I just say one thing? That you did ask 4 years ago, what the hell do we have to lose?
Right.
But if we don't vote right this time, we're gonna have a hell of a whole lot to lose.
That's
I
right.
just wanna say that.
Make
So
sure you
vote
vote
right,
right,
so
so
you
you
won't
won't
get
get
left.
You're going to have a lot.
Yes, we'll
This
have
could
a
be
lot.
overturned easily.
Yeah.
We
It's
need
not
that
gonna
4
happen.
years because,
Yes.
you know, I say it's like a tree.
4 more years.
Yep.
You plant it, but it takes a while to
Yeah,
grab root.
that's right.
When this grabs root,
Yes.
they're not going to be able to destroy this.
Right.
That's
guy.
right.
Mr. President, I don't want to interrupt, but I gotta say this because it's Black History Month. Man, you the first black president.
Still president of the United States. Absolutely.
That's good.
100%.
We go over there and stand behind. Can you excuse me, sir? Can we get out? We kind of might be locked in. Here we come. Here we come.
Sometimes you just pretend you can do it.
Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you, oh God, for this group holding up the arm of this president, oh God. A president who cares, oh God, not just for black folks, but for every American, oh God. We pray his health. We pray his strength, oh God. We thank you, oh God, by the power of your Holy Spirit that you're protecting him. You're protecting his family. And you're filling him, oh God. And we thank you for what you have done and what you have yet to do through this, your vessel. In Jesus' name.
Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Thank you. So we're going over now. We're going over to the Eastern. Yes, what? Well, I think the press has been really out of line. And I think they're also very worried that, you know, we're going to be running against somebody and they see these characters up on stage and, you know, anything can happen in an election. and they see these people, and if any of these people ever did happen to assume the presidency, you would have a crash like you've never seen before.
That's right.
And I think the market's also putting that into the equation. But the virus, we're doing a very professional job. We have the best people. Our vice president is working very hard. We have tremendous people involved, and we're doing, as I said, we're at 15 people, and they're getting better. We have one that's quite ill, got them late, and but we have a country that's pulling together really well. I think the Democrats should not try and make this, or the Republicans should not make this a political issue. This is above politics. Again, we closed the borders very early. We didn't let certain regions of the world come in. By doing that, we really saved a lot. We made a great decision, took a lot of heat over that decision, but it turned out to be the right decision, and that's why we're at 15 and other places have many more. So I just want to thank you and thank the media too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Before we begin, I'd like to congratulate all of those incredible people that have worked for so long on our endless war in Afghanistan, 19 years, going on 20 years, and there hasn't been a moment like this. We've had very successful negotiations. We think they'll be successful in the end. The other side's tired of war. Everybody's tired of war. That's been a particularly long and gruesome one. And I want to congratulate President Ghani and the people of Afghanistan. I want to remember all of the people, all of the great, great men and women that have lost their lives in the war, and to their parents and wives and husbands and families, brothers and sisters. It's a great, great people. Many lives over such a long period of time have been lost. I want to thank our wounded warriors, people that are still bearing pain and all of the problems that they've had to go through. And, they're incredible people, incredible spirit. I'd go to Walter Reed and see them so often, and the spirit they had, they wanted to go back. Despite their wounds, they always said, I want to go back. Wounded warriors, they're incredible people. I guess most of all, I want to thank all of the people in the United States for having spent so much in terms of blood, in terms of treasure and treasury, the money that has been spent, the lives that have been lost. And we just signed an agreement that puts us in a position to get it done, bring us down to in the vicinity of 8,000 troops. The United Nations was informed of everything, and NATO has been great. Secretary Stoltenberg has been fantastic. And I want to thank the United Nations for the help they gave, and I also want to thank and congratulate Secretary Stoltenberg of NATO. 29 countries involved, and all approving, all very happy with what's going on. I want to also thank and congratulate Secretary of State Pompeo and Secretary of Defense Mark Esper. And I'll be meeting personally with Taliban leaders in the not too distant future. And we'll be very much hoping that they will be doing what they say they're going to be doing. They will be killing terrorists. They will be killing some very bad people. They will keep that fight going. We've had tremendous success in Afghanistan in the killing of terrorists, but it's time, after all these years, to go and to bring our people back home. We want to bring our people back home. And again, it's been a long journey in Afghanistan in particular. It's been a very long journey. It's been a hard journey for everybody. We're very largely a law enforcement group, and that's not what our soldiers are all about. Their fighters are the greatest fighters in the world. As you know, we've destroyed in Syria and Iraq 100% of the ISIS caliphate, 100%. We have thousands of prisoners. We've killed ISIS fighters by the thousands. And likewise in Afghanistan, but now it's time for somebody else to do that work, and that'll be the Taliban, and it could be surrounding countries. There are many countries that surround Afghanistan that can help. We're 8,000 miles away, so we'll be bringing it down to 8,000 to approximately 8,600 in that vicinity, and then we'll make our final decision some point in the fairly near future. But this was a very spirited agreement. There was a lot of talk. There was a lot of everything. They've been trying to get this for many years, and just it's time. So I just want to thank everybody. I want to congratulate everybody. I really believe the Taliban wants to do something to show that we're not all wasting time. If bad things happen, we'll go back. I let the people know we'll go back, and we'll go back so fast, and we'll go back with a force like nobody's ever seen. And I don't think that will be necessary. I hope it's not necessary. And so I just wanted to bring that up before we begin on a topic that has become very, very important to everybody. First of all, the amount of work that these professionals behind me and many other professionals in many rooms behind us who are watching right now, I don't have the room here to bring them all in, but they have been working round the clock so hard on the coronavirus. It's a tough one, but a lot of progress has been made. I want to provide an update to our people, to our citizens, to the world, frankly, on our action to address the coronavirus and those that have been hurt badly by it. At this moment, we have 22 patients in the United States currently that have coronavirus. Unfortunately, one person passed away overnight. She was a wonderful woman, a medically high-risk patient in her late 50s. 4 others are very ill. Thankfully, 15 are either recovered fully or they're well on their way to recovery. And in all cases, they've been let go in their home. Additional cases in the United States are likely, but healthy individuals should be able to fully recover. And we think that will be a statement that we can make with great surety now that we've gotten familiar with this problem. They should be able to recover should they contract the virus. So healthy people, if you're healthy, you will probably go through a process and you'll be fine. Since the early stages of the foreign outbreak, my administration has taken the most aggressive action in modern history to confront the spread of this disease. We moved very early. That was one of the decisions we made that really turned out to be a lifesaver in a sense, big lifesaver. On January 31st, I imposed travel restrictions on foreign nations who had, and anybody that had been to China or people coming out of China. And I want to say that China seems to be making tremendous progress. Their numbers are way down, and if you read Tim Cook of Apple said that they're now in full operation again in China. Their numbers are way down. Experts now agree that the decision to move so quickly, despite a lot of opposition on that decision, was a wise one. It greatly slowed the spread of the virus to the United States, and it really gave us time to do some of the critical moves that we've done. and it allowed these great professionals to get together and figure it all out. And we think they've done that. We've taken the most aggressive actions to confront the coronavirus. They are the most aggressive taken by any country. And we're the #1 travel destination anywhere in the world, yet we have far fewer cases of the disease than even countries with much less travel or a much smaller population. As an important part of our efforts, on Monday I'll be meeting with the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, actually. They'll be coming to the White House, and we're talking about a vaccine and developing very quickly, and they've already started working on it, developing very rapidly a vaccine for the virus, to combat the virus. And we're having very good initial feedback. But these companies will be coming to the White House on Monday. Tremendous amounts of supplies are already on hand. We have 43 million masks, which is far more than anyone would have assumed we could have had so quickly. And a lot more are coming. Today, the White House Coronavirus Task Force, led by Vice President Mike Pence, they met for 2.5 hours. I spent a lot of that time with them also, and we came up with some ideas, recommendations, and frankly, some pretty strict edicts that we're going to be going by, and Mike's going to be discussing that. But we are really having a group of people that is so talented, and they're working round the clock. And for that reason, I really would wish that we could report exactly what's happened, how well we're doing under quite adverse circumstances. But we're doing really well, very, very professionally handled. Our country is prepared for any circumstance. We hope it's not going to be a major circumstance. It'll be a smaller circumstance. But whatever the circumstance is, we're prepared. And I'd like to just ask and caution that the media, we would respectfully ask the media and politicians and everybody else involved not do anything to incite a panic, because there's no reason to panic at all. This is something that is being handled professionally. I also want to thank, by the way, governors and representatives of our various states, in some cases, some more than others, because they've really been working very hard in areas where we've seen indication of the virus. But I want to thank the governors and all of the representatives from all of our states, the rooms they've made available, the speed with which they've worked has really been incredible. So, again, thank you to everybody. I'm going to ask Mike Pence now to discuss a little bit about travel. And we have some restrictions on some travel from other countries that are having a hard time. And I want to thank everybody. We'll take some questions as soon as we're finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin, as the President did, by expressing our deepest condolences to the family of the woman in Washington State who's lost her life to the coronavirus. I want to assure that family that they're on the hearts of every American and those that are continuing to struggle. In some cases, in ICU units, can be assured of the prayers of millions of Americans. From the moment that this country learned of the spread of the coronavirus, President Donald Trump took decisive action, established the White House Coronavirus Task Force, and as the President just described, the President took unprecedented action to suspend all travel into the United States from China. It simply had never been done before by any previous administration. It is among the reasons why the threat to Americans of coronavirus remains low, despite today's tragic news from Washington State. The task force met this morning and brought the President a range of options, and At his direction, we will be doing the following. First, the President authorized action today to add additional travel restrictions on Iran. We will be using Section 212F, banning travel from Iran. Iran is also already under a travel ban, but we are expanding existing travel restrictions to include any foreign national who has visited Iran within the last 14 days. In addition to moving Iran, we are going to increase to the highest level of advisory, which is level 4, advising Americans do not travel to specific regions in Italy and South Korea. Let me say again, the President today has authorized the State Department to increase the travel advisory for Americans to level 4. We are urging Americans to not travel to the areas in Italy and the areas in South Korea that are most affected by the coronavirus. The President's also directed the State Department to work with our allies in Italy and in South Korea to coordinate a screening, a medical screening in their countries of any individuals that are coming in to the United States of America, and we look forward to working with them in a collaborative and a cooperative way. Now, with regard to the task force, I'm just a few days into this job, but I can tell you, having spent time with these extraordinary professionals that the President just alluded to, having spoken directly to more than a dozen governors, including Governor Jay Inslee this morning in Washington State, I think every American would be proud to know what I've heard about the work of HHS, the work of CDC, the work of all of our agencies. At the President's direction, this team has been working seamlessly with health officials at the state and local level. And I can assure the American public that we will continue to live out the President's admonition a few days ago that we're all in this together. And as we work with members of Congress, I've had the opportunity to speak with Republican and Democrat leadership in the Congress. We'll be working very closely on a supplemental funding bill to make sure that not only do all these agencies have the resources that they require, but we'll also make sure that state and local health officials have the resources and the reimbursement to take such actions that are necessary to protect the health of the American people. The President mentioned masks. This morning we talked a great deal about additional medical supplies. Let me be very clear, and I'm sure the physicians who are up here will reflect this as well. The average American does not need to go out and buy a mask. But this administration is going to always put first our patients first, and second, we're going to make sure and protect the health of our healthcare providers. As the President said, we have more than 40 million masks available today. We've contracted now with 3M to 35 million more masks per month will be produced, and we're also going to be working with other manufacturers. In addition to that, the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response will be announcing today courses of action to increase the availability of masks, as well as prioritizing availability to high-risk healthcare workers, modifying guidance, and developing a whole-of-nations communications plan. The President wants us to be certain that our healthcare providers have the support they need to do their job and to do their job safely. With that, I'm going to yield the podium to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then we'll hear from some of our medical experts. But let me assure every American, at President Trump's direction, this is an all-hands-on-deck effort. While the risks to Americans remain low, the President's actions today with regard to Iran, with regard to Italy and with South Korea, and with regard to making medical supplies more available, I hope gives evidence to the fact that at his direction we're going to continue to lean into this effort and put the health and safety of the American people first. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Let me begin by, on behalf of all of the officials at HHS and our whole teams, expressing our sadness for the loss of this patient in the state of Washington. Any single death for us is a real tragedy, and our sympathy to her family and our solidarity with all those who are and will suffer from the novel coronavirus. From day one, this is what we predicted. This is what we expected. The risk to any average American is low from the novel coronavirus. The risk remains low thanks to the unprecedented actions President Trump has taken and the actions he's announcing today. That risk remains low. But this can change rapidly. We have always said, from the first moment that we have spoken about this, that we would see more cases. We are seeing more cases. We will see more cases. But it's important to remember, for the vast majority of individuals who contract the novel coronavirus, they will experience mild to moderate symptoms, and their treatment will be to remain at home, treating their symptoms the way they would a severe cold or the flu. For some individuals, a smaller percentage, especially those who may be medically fragile, they will require medical attention, including possibly hospitalization. Our basic message in terms of the containment of this disease and the measures that we have and are taken and are today announcing is we want to lower the amount of travel to and from the most impacted areas. This is a basic containment strategy. That is the philosophy behind the moves that we have taken, the moves we're announcing today, and any moves that we will consider in the future. With that said, let me turn things over to Dr. Tony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease at NIH. Thank you very much. Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I want to first, again, as the entire team feels, to extend our sympathies to the family of the individual who expired as a result of this particular virus and this particular disease. But I also want to underscore and emphasize the points that the Secretary made about what is evolving here. You've heard of the terminology community spread. Well, community spread is when you have infection in the community in which you don't have a direct link to a known index case. That really challenges us with something that we need to do and that we do very well. The state and local health authorities, in collaboration with the CDC, would need to identify, isolate, and contact trace. And that's what's going on right here in the country. With regard to the particular area that's involved now in Washington, the country as a whole, because we get asked that all the time, still remains at low risk. But when we say that, we want to underscore that this is an evolving situation. And in real time, we will keep you appraised of what is going on just the same way as that we are doing it today. So how do you address this new challenge? There's what we do from within and what we do from without. I hearken back to the original decision that was made by the president of making sure that we knew the scenario that was going on in China. We prevented travel from China to the United States. If we had not done that, we would have had many, many more cases right here that we would have to be dealing with. So in that spirit, the approach is going to be, as we address this challenge, which is going to evolve by the day and by the week, to do what was just mentioned, to try and keep our citizens from going to places that are active infection and to prevent places where there are active infection to necessarily easily get here. That's the getting it from without to within. From within, we will very aggressively do the kind of public health measures that would hopefully contain this. But as we say this, we need to prepare for further challenges, and we will have them. You will hear about additional cases that will be coming on. You should not be surprised by that, but to realize that that is something that is anticipated when you get community spread. So when you have cases throughout the world, the way we're seeing now, South Korea, Italy, Iran, and places like that, the United States cannot be completely immune to that. The challenge is how we deal with it. And I can assure you all the resources that are necessary are going to be put into dealing with what we see evolving right now. And again, we'd be happy to answer any questions later, but Bob, you want to say a few words?
I also want to add my prayers and sympathies for those that are sick and obviously our citizen that unfortunately died last night. Currently, as said, there's 22 cases in the United States, and these initial cases were really linked to travel to China and their contacts. Recently, as was stated, we've confirmed new cases with no link to travel history or contacts. And health departments, under the leadership of the states and local health departments supported by CDC, are aggressively evaluating these cases in California, Oregon, and Washington. As was said, we should anticipate to see additional cases and clusters in the days ahead, and we will continue to aggressively evaluate them by the state and local and territorial tribal health departments in conjunction with CDC by embracing early case recognition, isolation, contact tracing, and begin to do that to limit the further spread. I want to also add my emphasis to what was said, that as we stand here today, the risk of the American public remains low. As was said, we should anticipate more cases, but again, the current risk to the American public remains low.
If I could just ask you said the other day in the cabinet room with African American leaders, you've got to get away from politics. You were down in Charleston last night using the word hoax when talking about Democrats. Somebody now is dead from this. Do you regret that kind of talk?
No. Hoax referring to the action that they take to try and pin this on somebody because we've done such a good job. The hoax is on them. I'm not talking about what's happening here. I'm talking what they're doing. That's the hoax. That's just a continuation of the hoax, whether it's the impeachment hoax or the Russia hoax. This is what I'm talking about. Certainly not referring to this. How could anybody refer to this? This is very serious stuff. But the way they refer to it, because these people have done such an incredible job. And I don't like it when they are criticizing these people, and that's the hoax. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm just going to ask you directly about this with regard to the flow of information. From the very beginning, you received a lot of criticism regarding that, in particular about Dr. Anthony Fauci. He is world-renowned in contagious diseases, and there were reports out there that he was being muzzled. Can you tell us that this widely respected expert, Dr. Fauci, will have every opportunity to tell us the truth?
Well, that's a very dishonest
facts?
question because
Why
he
is that
has
dishonest?
he has had that ability to do virtually whatever he's wanted to do. And
So he's not being muzzled
in fact,
in any
he
way?
was never muzzled.
Okay.
I think I can speak. You can speak. Why don't you speak to that? Very dishonest question,
No,
but that's
it's not
okay.
dishonest. I want to clarify,
It
Mr.
is
President.
dishonest.
I want to clarify.
So let me clarify it. I have never been muzzled, ever, and I've been doing this since the administration of Ronald Reagan. I'm not being muzzled by this administration. What happened, which was misinterpreted, is that we were set up to go on some shows. And when the vice president took over, we said, let's regroup and figure out how we're going to be communicating. So I had to just stand down on a couple of shows and resubmit for clearance. And when I resubmitted for clearance, I got cleared. So I have not been muzzled at all. That was a real misrepresentation of what happened.
Are you considering other travel restrictions, and what about closing the southern border?
We are looking also southern border. In fact, some of the folks are here right now. Ken is here someplace. And yes, we are thinking about southern border. We have received a lot of power on the southern border over the last couple of years from the courts, but we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President, to follow up, how should Americans prepare for this virus? Should they go on with their daily lives, change their routine? What should they do?
Well, I hope they don't change their routine, but maybe, Anthony, I'll let you answer that, or Bob, do you want to answer that?
Sure, Mr. President, thank you. I think it's really important that, as I said, the risk at this time is low. The American public needs to go on with their normal lives, okay? We're continuing to aggressively investigate these new community links. We're going to continue to be transparent in relating that to the American public. But at this stage, again, the risk is low. We need to go on with our normal lives.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Increasing of the coronavirus in South Korea. Aren't you worried about the U.S. troops in South Korea? And how did you control that traffic in the U.S.?
Well, we care very much for the troops. We're in constant touch with the troops. We've been speaking to the general, as you probably know, 32,000 troops in South Korea. And that's all working out fine. And we're in touch. We were in touch with the authorities in South Korea too. Yes.
What responsibility do you feel, as you're communicating about this, for the public to follow your directions and to take the prudent steps? And then when you did use the word hoax, couldn't that cause some people to not take the precautionary steps because they're linking what you're saying when you use the word hoax in the context of coronavirus?
Okay, so again, the hoax was used with respect to Democrats and what they were saying. It was a hoax, what they were saying, and that was very clear if you'd read the words, and I think you know that too. As far as what responsibility, my great responsibility, I think the biggest decision we made was going very early, and that was a decision made against a lot of people that thought we shouldn't do that. That's why we're at 22 instead of a much higher number. It would have been a much higher number. That was a big decision. It was a hard decision because it had never been done before anyway. I mean, not even early or late. It had never been made a decision like that. So that was big. And my next thing is really getting the best people. We're the best people in the world. They're standing behind me. These people are so talented. I've seen them in action now for a number of weeks, actually, but in particular for the last 4 or 5 days. And I want to thank Mike Pence and everybody for the job they're doing. We have a great team. We have great people. And this too will end.
Are there
Go ahead, please. Go. Do you want? Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, you talked about people going about their routine. I did want to ask, though, with you and the Vice President, is the White House taking any extra precautions to make sure that you don't come in contact with the virus, either through your travel or with who you meet?
Well, I think so. I mean, we lead a life. I get around. I was in South Carolina last night. We had a tremendous rally. I've been around. I think we're going to be in very good shape. You know, you're talking about 22 people right now in this whole very vast country. So I think we'll be in very good shape.
If I may, a couple of questions for Dr. Fauci about some particulars about the virus. Dr. Fauci, what do you now understand about the morbidity? I mean, the Secretary refers to medically fragile people. Are you confident that if you're a relatively healthy young person, that this will not be fatal for you?
Okay, so the number in our country currently is low, but when you look at the pattern, it seems to be following the experiences that others have had. It's never 100%. If you look at the totality of the cases that have been reported, particularly from China, about 75 to 80% of them would do really quite well. They would just sort of like a bad flu or a cold. You get anywhere from 15 to 20 somewhat percent who are going to go on to require advanced medical care, hospitalization, possibly intensive care. For the most part, the people who get in trouble and ultimately, tragically, would die from this are people who are elderly and or have underlying conditions, heart disease, chronic lung disease, diabetes, obesity because of the difficulty in breathing back and forth. However, every once in a while, you're going to see a one-off. You're going to see a 25-year-old person who looks otherwise well that's going to get seriously ill. But the vast majority of the people who get into trouble do have these underlying conditions. And that's why it confuses people, because they say, well, you just said that, and then there's a report of a 40-year-old physician from China who died. That's going to happen. That happens with influenza. Most of the time, influenza kills people who are advanced age and underlying conditions. But you hear in the media every once in a while, a college student would get infected and ultimately die. But the majority is in that risk group.
And one more technical question.
Yes.
Have you determined whether there are any variants of this virus so that a person who may have gotten it and then gotten over it could get it again?
No, there's no indication that that's going on at all. If this virus acts like other viruses, which I have no reason to believe it won't, once you've gotten infected and recovered, you're not going to get infected with the same virus.
I want to ask you about the peace deal in Doha between the Taliban and the U.S. Does this mean
the war in Afghanistan is over? Is the Taliban in charge? And secondly, Congressman John Ratcliffe, why are you renominating him?
He's a terrific man. He's been fantastic at everything he's done. He's highly respected. He wanted to wait till after the IG report came in, as you saw. Originally, I don't think he was officially or formally nominated. His name was thrown out, but he wanted to wait till after the IG report. The IG report has now come, and we've learned a lot of very bad things from the IG report, as you know very well. And I think he'll go through a process, and it'll go fairly quickly. He's a very respected man. Somebody that I've gotten to like, somebody who really has, he's someone who's really distinguished himself, and I think over the last year and a half, 2 years in particular. So we're very happy with that. As far as the Taliban is concerned, everybody wanted this to happen. The Taliban wanted it to happen. President Ghani was very much involved in this, as you know, and he's now dealing with the Taliban. But we're talking about 19 years we've been there, 19 years, and other presidents have tried to do this. The Taliban has given a pledge, and a very strong pledge, and we'll see how that all works out. We hope it's going to work out very well. I think they have big incentives to do it, but they have to take care of the terrorists and kill the terrorists. We'll be working in a different kind of a fashion toward that end. But the job we've done has been a fantastic one in terms of terrorists and terrorism, and it's time for our people to start coming home.
Mr. President, you mentioned the drop of spread in China, coronavirus cases. Is the U.S. government considering evaluating similar measures in the U.S. in case the situation gets
Some
worse?
measures, we've been in very close contact with China, including myself with President Xi. He very much wanted this to happen. He wanted this to get out and finished and be done. He's been working very, very hard, I can tell you that. And they're making a lot of progress in China. You probably saw Starbucks are now opened again. You probably saw that, as I mentioned, Tim just came out and he said Apple is back to normal in terms of production in their facilities in China. They've made a lot of progress.
Thank you. Couple of questions, one of them technical. The woman who passed away, did she travel to South Korea, or is she a case of community spread?
Whoops. Yeah, the case, again, this is why we're talking about the community cases with no link to travel. So the investigation at this time shows no evidence of link to travel or a known contact.
Okay, and also you said that Americans as a whole are at a low risk. Are Americans on the west coast of the United States at a low risk? And are you considering restricting travel within the United States?
So I just want to emphasize again that the Americans, independent of where they live in this nation, are at low risk, all right? And we're going to continue to evaluate aggressively these on-link cases as we see them. And as we learned, we'll obviously communicate that.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Why are you considering closing the border with Mexico, since there are so many more cases here than there? And another question, are you working with the governments from Brazil and Mexico to try to coordinate a response about this? Did you talk to President Bolsonaro?
Well, we have a great relationship, as you know, with Mexico. We have 27,000 soldiers. They're soldiers on our border doing a fantastic job. Our numbers are way down, people coming into our country illegally. We have ports of entry that we are keeping open, and we're not talking about it. We're thinking about all borders. We have to think about that border. But right now, that is not a border as it pertains to what we're talking about here. This is not a border that seems to be much of a problem right now. We hope we won't have to do that. Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. President, if I could just follow on Afghanistan.
No, you weren't. Please.
Thank you very much, President. I'm just wondering what's the communication with China look like right now, and does the experience and lessons coming from China will help the U.S. dealing with the current situation?
Well, I think our relationship with China is very good. We just did a big trade deal. We're starting on another trade deal with China, a very big one, and we've been working very closely. They've been talking to our people. We've been talking to their people, having to do with the virus. No, our relationship with China is very good. Maybe it's closer because of what's happened here, because it was, in a certain way, this can bring the world closer. If you want to know, it can really do that. Go ahead.
On Afghanistan, if I could just follow up. You pride yourself on a deal maker, but your former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, has said that this is an Obama-style deal and sends the wrong message to ISIS and Al-Qaeda. What did the Taliban give up here?
You know, first of all,
will you be hosting the Taliban in Washington at Camp David, or will you meet them abroad?
We'll look at that. Look, nobody should be criticizing this deal after 19 years. He had his chance. He didn't do it. He was very much in favor of going in. We should have never gone in the first place when they went into when they went into Iraq. Listen. When they went into Iraq, when they went into the Middle East in such a fashion, I was very much against it. Shouldn't have gone in. He thought we should have. That's been proven wrong. I'm surprised that anybody would be against something where we try and end a 19-year war. We're 8,000 miles away from our home. We've done a great job in the sense that we've killed a lot of terrorists. We've put them out of commission. Who knows what they would have done if we didn't do that? But it's time for us to come home. Now, the Taliban working with other nations, perhaps, because you're surrounded by other very strong nations. And whether it's Pakistan or Iran or lots of other places, including Russia, they can all work on this. We've been doing it for nations that are surrounding Afghanistan. Now it's time for us to start coming home. And I think it's a very good situation. President Ghani is working on it very hard. We'll see how that works out. But the United States has done great services for people all over the world that, frankly, I don't think they've been given the kind of respect that they should be given for what we've done. What we have done for the world is incredible. And usually we don't even get a thank you. In Afghanistan, we did something, and I will tell you, for the most part, I noticed he was negative, but he should have tried to do something better. He was here for a year. He could have done something better. I was all ears, and he wasn't able to do that. The deal has a chance to be extremely good, but what it does do is we start bringing our people back home. Yeah. No. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The other day, thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
The other day, you spoke about the impact, the financial impact, the economic impact of the coronavirus on our country. Yesterday, there was a letter that was sent out publicly by the Federal Reserve Chairman talking about steps that the Fed may do to prevent economic impacts to happening here in the United States. What's your reaction? Is that enough, that kind of a letter?
No, I think the Fed has a very important role, and especially psychological. I mean, if you look at the Fed has a massive impact. Lots of it is psychological, and lots of it is fact. This is something I think they should have done even beyond this and before this, because other countries that are not as nearly as prime, we're the greatest in the world. It's our currency, everything. We have everything. We should have the lowest interest rates. We don't have the lowest interest rates. Our Fed rate is higher. You look at Germany, you look at Japan, you look at other countries. Many of them have negative rates. And we are not put in that position because of our Fed. And now we have this problem. You saw where Germany is lowering and also infusing a lot of money into their economy, a tremendous amount. I haven't heard our Fed say they should do this. Our Fed should start being a leader, not a follower. Our Fed has been a follower. We need a Fed that's going to be a leader. We should have at least the same rates and ideally lower rates than other countries. We shouldn't be paying more, but we're forced to pay more on interest, and we are the most prime. Think of it. Biggest economy in the world by far. China would have overtaken us in this year. They were expected to for 5 years. 2019, they were going to overtake us. They're not even close, and they won't be close. As long as somebody smart is right here, they won't be close. But I will say this, the relationship with them is good, but as far as the Fed is concerned, our Fed should be a leader. Our Fed has not been a leader at all.
Face-to-face meeting with the Fed
Frankly,
chairman.
We could refinance our debt at even lower rates. The rates are very low, but we should be refinancing debt at even lower rates. Our Fed is making us pay more than we should, and that's ridiculous.
Mr. President, thank you. You mentioned you're having the meeting on Monday with the pharmaceutical executives. Right. As you know, the process of approving medicines is complex and time-consuming.
I think this process will go very quickly.
What powers
I
will
think
you use
Democrat,
to speed it up?
Republican, liberal, conservative, this process is going to go very quickly. And you know, that was, excuse me?
The head of the FDA is here if you want to call.
Yeah, we can do that. We want to do that?
We're expedited.
Okay, would you like to say something? All right, okay.
Excuse me for interrupting.
And the private companies, too, that you're talking about doing
test with?
So we are working very diligently with industry. We're using our authorities in an expedited fashion to help with the development of therapeutics, particularly around the coronavirus. As you probably know, we issued a policy this morning that allows us to have a lot of flexibility around the development of diagnostic tests. Our colleagues at the CDC have done a great job to have an increase in those tests, and we expect this policy to have a significant impact on that as well. Thanks.
Mr. President, on the economy.
By the way, the meeting with the pharmaceutical companies was actually set up before over drug pricing because we want prices to go way down. But it turns out to be a very convenient meeting as it pertains to the vaccine.
So you'll talk about both?
Talk about both.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've put the Vice President in charge of coronavirus coordination across the government. When he was governor of Indiana, the Vice President allowed an HIV outbreak to spiral out of control because he did not heed the advice of his public health professional advisors who said that a needle exchange was necessary at the beginning of the outbreak. What guarantee can you give Americans that political considerations and ideological issues will play no role in your government's response to this virus?
Well, let me just respond quickly, and then I'm going to have Mike say something about that because I've heard very good explanations, actually. When it came to health care, Indiana has been a leader, an absolute leader, and it was really started with others, but by Mike Pence, and he's done a phenomenal job on health care. One of the best, if not the best in the country. And with that, I'll let Mike respond specifically if you want to.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. When I was governor of the state of Indiana, we actually had two experiences with the spread of infectious diseases. The first was in 2014 when Indiana was where the very first MERS case in the United States arrived. Obviously an infectious disease much more deadly than the coronavirus that we're dealing with today. It was then when I was governor that I learned of the extraordinary capabilities of CDC. I worked with my health officials in the state of Indiana, worked with federal officials, and maybe most importantly, learned the invaluable role that local health officials play in dealing with the spread of infectious disease. I'm proud to say that the state of Indiana secured that patient, found out everyone they'd ever contacted. There were no additional infections, and that patient recovered. There was only one other MERS disease. The other incident was in 2015. We had an outbreak of HIV in a very small town that emerged in early 2015. My health officials came to me. We immediately deployed health resources. The truth is HIV/AIDS was being spread by people sharing needles in intravenous drug use. And the state of Indiana did not allow for providing a needle exchange to citizens. But the CDC came in and made a recommendation, and I declared a public health emergency and made for 30 days a needle exchange available in the state of Indiana. And I'm proud to say that every one of those patients was treated. We ended the spread of the HIV/AIDS virus in that community. But again, as I've said before, I think, as the President and I have discussed, I think my experience as a governor dealing with two different infectious diseases and seeing the vital role that local healthcare providers play, that federal officials play, it has really informed me. It's one of the reasons why I've been spending a lot of time talking to governors. I met yesterday with state health officials and the governor in Florida, and I'm proud of the work that we did in the state of Indiana, and I hope to continue to bring all of the best minds together to deal with this issue.
It's a great answer, and he's doing a great job. Go ahead. He's doing a great job. Great answer. Thank you.
2 days ago, 36 Turkish soldiers were killed in Idlib, Syria. And today, Turkish foreign...
When was that? When?
2 days ago.
Okay.
And today, Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu said Turkey wants a Patriot air defense system from United States. Are you in talk with Turkish government regarding
We're
this
speaking
topic?
to President Erdogan a lot, and we are talking to him about exactly what you're referring to.
On the markets, are you able to do anything from a policy or reassurance standpoint to try to deal with
The markets will
jitters in
all
the
come
markets?
back. The markets are very strong. The consumer is unbelievably strong. The companies are very strong. We have one problem. We have to get this problem brought into focus, and it is right now. I think our professionals are doing a great job. I'm not thinking in terms. Well, it's certainly not a good situation when you lose travel. That's a big part of market. But for a period of time, we're going to have to do whatever is necessary. Safety, health, number one. The markets will take care of themselves. The companies are very powerful. Our consumer has never been in a better position than they are right now. Larry Kudlow was telling me before that the numbers, I said, don't even bring it up, what difference? But that the numbers are very strong. He's got numbers from Friday, very strong. You see the numbers. But our focus is on exactly this. It's not on that. That will take care of itself.
Are you considering any tax breaks to help ease the pain?
I think the big thing we're looking for is the Fed to do its job. If the Fed does its job, that's what we are really looking for. Prior to this, as you know, we announced that we're going to be at the end of the year, toward the end of the year, we're going to be announcing a middle income tax cut. In order to get that through, I don't think the Democrats are going to be approving any tax cuts because they like to raise taxes instead of lower taxes. But we'll be, in the not too distant future, announcing a very major middle income tax cut. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Sir, how can you say that the markets are about the momentum?
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President.
People started to buy hand sanitizer and food supplies and also medical supplies to prepare. And there are news about some of the items are out of stock. Do you think they should get prepared and also?
I think it's always good to be prepared. I think it's always good, but we are super prepared. When you hear 43 million masks as an example. All right, we'll do one more. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. It has been reported yesterday that you are willing at this point to meet with leaders of Russia, China, the UK, and France to discuss arms control issues, among other things.
They all want to discuss arms control, and that's a wise thing. We're spending now over $20 billion on nuclear and on the super speed missiles and many other things. And they have come to me, and they all want to now discuss arms control. And that includes China, and that includes Russia. And I think it's very smart of them to want to do it, and I think it's very smart of us to want to do it. And we will be discussing that in New York.
How can you say the markets are strong? Sir, how can you say the markets are strong?
Go ahead, one final question. Go ahead.
Washington
please.
State. Anticipate troops will be returning. You said, how soon do you see them returning in this U.S.-Taliban agreement? How soon do you expect troops to be coming back?
Today. Okay? Today. They'll start immediately. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be doing this quite often. We're going to keep you abreast of all of the facts. And again, I want to thank the professionals. They are great professionals. I've gotten to really know them and see them under very interesting and tough and trying conditions. We have the finest in the world. I will say this, other countries call us and they ask, would it be possible for them to speak to Anthony and Bob and the people that you're talking to on a daily basis now. So we're going to be very transparent. We'll be meeting you probably tomorrow or the next day. We'll keep you abreast. Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank you, Matt, and I'm thrilled to be back at CPAC with the thousands of proud American patriots who love our country, respect our flag, honor our history, uphold our laws, protect our Constitution, and always put America first, right? Been a long time. We had a great night yesterday in South Carolina. That was incredible. We filled up a stadium like you haven't seen. This stadium was packed and thousands of people outside. And I saw the competitors, our competitors that have like 2 people on a street corner. It's incredible what's going on. This is a movement like, honestly, like nobody's ever seen before. We say that. We say that. And you know, if it wasn't so, the fake news media would be all over us, right? They'd say it wasn't so. He exaggerated. I say it all the time. They never change it. You know, every once in a while you see somebody who did well, let's say well, in New Hampshire, or did well, not even win it, in Iowa. And the whole life of that person is made. Because we won the election. We did well in those places. Sit down, everybody, if you want. Sit down. We won the election. So it's great. And I came here and I got to know Matt and Mercedes early on, and I made a speech before I thought about doing this. They said, would you speak? I was very famous then, too. I guess more famous now. But I was very famous, and I made a speech, and they liked the speech. They said, you ought to run for president. I said, no, thanks. You remember that, Matt? You ought to run for president. We had a big crowd, and it was The Apprentice was doing so well. It was like a hot, to put it mildly, show. And Matt said, you ought to run for president. I said, let me give it a little thought. And a couple of years later, we said, let's do it. And then they said, I never forget one of the people, respected guy, Charles Krauthammer, right? He said on, well, this isn't so good, but he said on Fox, he said, no, why would he do this? You have 17 of the most talented professionals ever assembled that are running. Why would he run? He's not going to run, and if he does, he's only doing it for fun. You think this has been fun? Does anybody think, Mercedes, you think this has been fun? I don't think you know. This has been just a ball. We've had a ball. But you know what? You know what? We're doing so well and we're doing so much. No administration has ever done what we've done in the first 3 years. Nobody. With tax cuts, and Supreme Court judges, and 218 judges. We're up to 218, including D.C. But together we're defeating the radical socialists, Democrats, the fake news media, the crooked politicians, and the hate-filled left-wing mob. And I told you I was going to be nice today, see? I said, let's be nice today. It's hard to be nice when they treat you so badly, right? Only a fool is nice when they treat you so badly. We're defending our faith, our values, our heritage, our borders, our rights, and our God-given freedoms. We're doing that. This is an incredible, look at all those people back there. This place has grown, look at, wow. Wow. That's fantastic. I don't know who they are, Matt, but they must be very special, this little group over here. For Matt to block out half the arena for this group of people. I'm trying to figure out, who are they? At first I thought they were the fake news. I said, it's too bad they have such a good location. I don't know who you are, but you're very important. True. Very important people. We're exposing the corruption of the Washington Democrats, and we're draining the Washington swamp. I just didn't know how dirty it would be. I didn't know how deep it would be. When I said drain the swamp, for a long time, you know, I was given that expression. A speechwriter gave it to me, said, drain the swamp. I said, that's so hokey. I said, that's the worst. I don't want to use it. Anyway, it ends up in one of the speeches. I said, we will drain the swamp, right? The place went crazy. I said, let's try it again. And we did it again, and the place went crazy. Now, here's the bad part. I never knew the swamp was so bad. It's really bad. But we're winning, and we're winning. Not easy, but we're winning. A lot of dirty people. A lot of very bad people. A lot of bad people, and I think justice will be had. I do believe that, or I wouldn't be very happy right now. We got through everything we got through. They gave us the Mueller hoax. They gave us the Russia crap. They gave us the one phone call that was a perfect phone call. Oh, let's get him out of office for that phone call. But you know, the Republicans stuck together, except Romney, of course, you know. Low life. Except Romney, they stuck together. And even him, I got half a vote, so, you know. See, I was thinking, because he did actually vote one part. He couldn't do it all, you know, because he wanted to get some nice free publicity for himself. But it was 52.5 out of 53 votes. So I guess you can say that, right? 52.5, right? So think of it, the Republicans were fantastic. I tell you what, that's when you find out who your friends are, really. It is. And we had 52.5 votes. And in the House, we had 107, think of it, 107 to nothing with the Republicans, 107 to nothing. And we got 3 Democrats, and one came over and left the Democrat Party. Jeff Van Drew. And really, together, we're preserving this exceptional nation that our ancestors fought and died to build. We are making America greater than ever before. We really are. I think it's going to be greater than ever before with what we're doing with our military and what we're doing also to get rid of very bad people. We have such bad people, and they're not people that love our country. We're getting people that really love our country, and it's so important. And if I wasn't able to fulfill that, no matter what other things we've done, I would not consider this journey to be a success. So just remember that. One of my most important promises to the American people was to end America's long-running wars in the Middle East. American forces, and we're all warriors, folks, but 19 years, I see the people, I go over and I say hello to those incredible soldiers over at Walter Reed. What talent you have at Walter Reed. Those doctors, by the way, they have to be the best in the world, what they can do. And I see the arms and the legs missing, and I see what's happened to some of these incredible, beautiful people. And I see the strength, the spirit that they have. Most of them, I mean, even if they can't walk, if they've lost both legs, they want to go back. Sir, we want to go back. I want to go back. And it's just incredible to see it. And I'm going to mention it a little bit later, but, you know, we knocked out Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb. We killed him. And al-Baghdadi. And al-Baghdadi. Soleimani was they call him the father of the roadside bomb. He thought it was great. Oh, the great bomb. And, you know, he thought it was great. It kept getting bigger and more sophisticated. One young man, he said, my last day, it was my last day in Afghanistan, and they had the mine detectors. And he said, I trusted this man with my life. He was the best. I've never seen anything like it. He could detect those. We felt so safe. But unfortunately, his last day, they made him out of plastic so you couldn't detect him. And it went off, killed the man who was the detector, and badly, badly injured a lot of people. And he was one of them. And he said, think of it, sir. I said, why did it go off? He said, because they made it out of plastic, and the plastic doesn't get detected by the metal detector. And that was the last day, and he lost his legs. But we took that son of a bitch out, didn't we? Huh? Should have been done a long time ago. That should have been done a long time ago. That should have been done a long time ago. And al-Baghdadi, he's the father of ISIS, and we defeated ISIS in the Middle East. We have defeated 100% of the caliphate. But we said to the Europeans, hey, take your soldiers. We killed many, many terrorists. When I took over, by the way, it was a mess. There was so much, I hate to say this, Republicans, but they had maps and it was all red. Red meant ISIS. I hate to say it. I said, let's change the color. I actually did change the color. But they showed me maps. And large portions of Iraq and Syria, ISIS said, we don't want them ever to come here. And I had some great people and have some incredible generals. And I had a decision to make because that was just not, they were not doing it right. And we made the decision and we took them out. Remember, I got to 98%, and I said, all right, now I can bring our people back home. Sir, and then what happened is the press, they didn't care, but they went crazy. He didn't complete the job. I was at 98%, Matt. They said he didn't complete the job. I said, General, complete the job, and they completed the job. But the Europeans should be helping us because many of those people that we're guarding now, thousands and thousands of ISIS fighters and others, and many of those people will go home to France and Germany and UK and others, and we say, take them. No, 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 we don't want them. See, this is it. We do things for other people, and then they forget our allies. Sometimes our allies treat us worse than our enemies. I hate to say this to you, but sometimes they do. It's very sad. Get them a big favor, but that's all right. It's all working out very well. but we took out al-Baghdadi, who everybody was after. You'd see him all the time speaking with a fan. That was an old picture. He was young, he got older, but they were looking for him for 16 years. And one of the first things I said when I came in is, you got to find this guy, al-Baghdadi. Yes, sir. All of a sudden they walk in. They said, we have him, sir. We're following him all over the Middle East. He'd move from place to place to place. We're following him, sir. And then they said, sir, we have him. And I had to give an order, and I gave an order. And I'll tell you what, 66, the most incredible soldiers you've ever seen. They went in on 8 helicopters. And you know, in modern day warfare, you can watch. I mean, I'm watching it. I'm watching it from the Situation Room. You believe it? It was like, you can't make a movie like this. For instance, there's no dog like Conan. No dog. There's no dog like Conan, right? In fact, Conan, after the operation, was a tremendous success. I mean, they were looking for him for a long time. And it was a lot of violent fighting, and then ultimately we got him. He was in a tunnel, at the end of a tunnel, and Conan was going after him. Conan almost was electrocuted, you know that story, but the guys went after him, and we got him. But you wouldn't believe how great it felt. And when you saw the professionalism of these soldiers, I can't even tell you. There's nobody has a military like we have. There's nobody with the talent that we have. It's incredible. They got him, and he knew it. He knew it. He knew it. As soon as he heard that first little explosion that took him about 3 seconds, that blew the hell out of the wall, I said, why don't they go through the front door? He said, sir, you go through the front door, you got a lot of bullets coming at you. They went through a solid concrete wall. They put stuff up. Boom. So fast. So now they're shooting the other guys from behind. That's much better, right? Guys that said, who's that? Who's that? Guys were unbelievable. You don't have a movie like that. And Conan was given more press than your president. I'm telling you. It was like about a half-a-day story. If somebody else would have done it, it would have been the greatest thing ever happened. But that's all right. I do it for a different reason. I do it because we have to keep ourselves safe. I do it also for all of the people that they killed and wounded. Right? They killed and wounded a lot of people. But American forces cannot be the policeman for the entire world. We're all over the world. And a lot of times we're not even appreciated. It's taken for granted. We can't be the policeman for the world. And the democracy builders, we just can't do that for every nation that seems to have difficulty, especially for those nations that don't appreciate what we do. And there are many of them, many of them. And that goes with trade also. We've changed the whole thing around. Their job is to be secure, and my job is to make sure that we're secure and to defend our country first, our country. Today, the United States, for years they've been trying to do this, and today the United States signed a deal with the Taliban so that we can hopefully begin the immediate process of finally bringing our troops back home. "19 years. 19 years we're there. Thank you. And as you know, others wanted to do it. We got it done and just signed it. And I want to thank a lot of people we really have to thank. You know who we have to thank? The families and those incredible people that lost their lives to start off with, okay? Those incredible families. I've gotten to know so many of families. And we have to thank our wounded warriors that came home missing limbs and serious, serious things. Our great wounded warriors. We're taking good care of them, too. And I want to just thank our military because, you know, we've been really a police force there for the last long time. And we're not supposed to be a police force. We're supposed to be fighting soldiers. And we could win that war very easily if we wanted to kill 1 million people. That have nothing to do with it, that don't know anything about us. And it's really a great feeling. I watched the ceremony today early in the morning on our television. And Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Esper's doing a great job. So Pompeo and Esper were actually in different locations, signing with different groups. Pretty complicated deal, I have to be honest. But in exchange for the Taliban's action against al-Qaeda and other terrorists who could threaten us, we're prepared to begin those force withdrawals. And if the Taliban and the Afghan government live up to their commitments, and they may or they may not, but I think we have a lot of reason why they will. I think they will. That means that the longest war in American history by far, it's not even close, will be over. And again, the agreement was made possible by the extraordinary bravery of our American warriors, the sacrifice of these incredible people and their allies. And I want to also thank, I will say this, NATO came in, and Secretary General Stoltenberg of NATO, we had essentially 28 countries participating in this, and they're very happy to be out. They're very happy to be, soon to be doing other things. And I'll say this for the Taliban, they're great fighters, you know that, obviously they're great fighters. All you have to do is ask the Soviet Union, are they great fighters? They are great fighters. But they're tired also. This is 19 years. So I'm very happy to announce that to this group in particular. It's just sort of, I should say we scheduled it for our CPAC day, Matt. We scheduled it for CPAC, because what better place? But we salute those who gave their lives, and we salute all of those incredible people. And after years of rebuilding foreign nations, we are finally rebuilding our nation and taking care of our own American citizens. It's time, right? It's time. You remember recently when I took the soldiers out of Syria, and everyone said, well, we have to protect the border between Turkey and Syria. I said, why? Why? What does it have to do with us? They've been fighting for 1,000 years. What does it have to do with us? Why are we protecting the border? You can't do that. I did it. We created a safe zone. And I did leave a number of soldiers because we kept the oil. There's oil there. We kept the oil, if it's okay. So they say, he left soldiers there. No, I left soldiers to keep the oil, okay? They don't want to say that. They like to say, he kept soldiers there. He didn't tell the truth. These people are the worst. They are the worst. It would be so much easier for our country if we had a press that told the truth. It would be so much easier. Yeah. Right? It's true. And we're also committed to ensuring that those who mean to do us harm as a nation, even as individuals, are denied admission to America. They're not allowed into our country. And we have some very, very powerful people right now. Our borders are strong. All of the 9/11 hijackers came here on visas. And we are determined to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. And we're keeping them out. Border security is also health security. In our efforts to keep America safe, my administration has taken the most aggressive action in modern history to control our borders and protect Americans from the coronavirus. Came from China. In the early stages of the foreign outbreak, I ordered sweeping travel restrictions to prevent uncontrolled spread of this disease. I took a lot of heat because I did it very early. You know, we had never done it before, Matt, never done it before. And we had never done anything like that before. So not only did we do it, but I did it very early. And that decision has been now given very good grades, like an A+++. I took a lot of heat, even from my own people, but we did the right thing. The extreme fringes called us racists for imposing these critical life-saving measures. They wanted to let infected people pour into our country. I don't think they knew how bad it was, in all fairness. But nothing will deter us from protecting the well-being of the American people. My job is to protect Americans and also, very crucially in this case, to protect Americans' health. And we'll do that, and we will do it with vigor. That is why today That is why today my administration announced new measures to protect Americans to the fullest extent possible. In addition to the existing ban on travel by most Iranian nationals, we're banning the travel of anyone who has been to Iran in the last 14 days. They're having a very big outbreak. And I say here and now, if we can help the Iranians, we're doing certain things for them now, and if we can help the Iranians, we have the greatest healthcare professionals in the world, and if we can help the Iranians with this problem, we are certainly willing to do so. We would love to be able to help them. And all they have to do is ask. We will have great professionals over there. We have the best in the world. And we're raising the State Department travel advisories for South Korea and Italy, unfortunately, including a level 4, that's the highest, do not travel. It's a do not travel advisory for several areas of both countries. There are 2 areas of each country that is very heavily infected. And we are urging Americans to exercise increased caution throughout all of Europe. We will do everything in our power to keep the virus and those carrying the infections from entering our country. As you know, we took in approximately 40 people. They were Americans, and they may have had it. Some had it, but they were put in quarantine, and it's working out. Many of them are in good shape right now, and they're better and going home. It's time for all Americans to put politics aside and to come together to work for the health, safety, and security of the American people. Be a great thing. Because, you know, I watch, and maybe it's a natural reflex, but I watch because we have done a great job. I mean, if nothing else, making that very early decision, weeks early. And we've done a great job. And I've gotten to know these professionals. They're incredible. And everything is under control. I mean, they're very, very cool. They've done it. And they've done it well. Everything's really under control. But when they put a mic in front of a Democrat, and the Democrat said, doesn't even know what's going on. How is Trump doing? He's doing a terrible job. Well, sadly, I'd probably say the same about them. You know. I guess it's a natural reflex. How is Donald Trump doing, Nervous Nancy? He's doing a terrible job. It's terrible. Crying Chuck Schumer, I mean, he sees a mic, he'll run 200 yards to get to a mic. He always did. In New York, same thing. He'd run hundreds of yards to find a mic. And then he'd start screaming, he's doing a terrible job. What job? I don't know. What's he working on now? We have to be able to do, this is a different kind of a deal. I mean, you know, we've made great deals, we've made great trade deals, great everything, but this is different. We've got to be very careful with this stuff. And if we're doing a good job, and it's really the professionals, they have to be given a lot of credit for it, because a lot of people wouldn't be able to do it. So we have to make it nonpartisan if we can. In just 3 short years under my administration, we've already achieved unprecedented victories and unrivaled gains for our citizens. As I said in my State of the Union address, we are in the midst of the great American comeback. That's what is happening. Our economy is roaring, jobs are booming, opportunity is soaring, poverty is plummeting, crime is falling, and America is stronger today than ever before. Stronger today. Our military is incredible. We have rebuilt our incredible U.S. military, revived our industrial might, and restored our standing in the world. America is respected again, respected like never before. Since my election, America has gained 7 million new jobs, 5 million more than government experts projected at the end of the last administration. They were saying the most you could possibly do is 2 million. We did 7 million. I never even said we were going to do 7 million. That's a lot of jobs. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over 51 years. The average unemployment rate for my administration is the lowest for any president in the history of the United States. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. The unemployment rate among African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans has reached record lows, all record lows, every one, lowest ever. Young people have seen their wages increase by 16%, a record, and their wages are rising 3 times faster than those wages during the last 4 years of, did you ever hear of this gentleman? The Obama administration. You ever hear of him? More than 2 million millennials have gotten jobs. We have lifted 10 million people off the welfare rolls and 7 million people off of food stamps. And under the so-called Trump economy, we are actually achieving the progress, hope, and change that liberals have been falsely promising for decades, but utterly failed to deliver or produce, and it's really driving them crazy. That's why we'll probably end up with Crazy Bernie. Crazy Bernie. He's crazy. We got some beauties. We got Sleepy Joe, we got Crazy Bernie, we got Mini Mike, but I think he's out of it. I would like to spend $700 million and end up with nothing. Mini Mike. I know him well. I knew that was going to happen. That was probably the worst debate performance in the history of presidential debates. Do we agree? Has there ever been anything like that? But he's going to keep spending the money. I think this weekend he's going to, I hear his ads stop on Tuesday. He's going for Tuesday. He's going to spend a lot of money. It just shows you that you can't buy an election. I mean, there's a point at which people say, you got to bring the goods a little bit too. You got to bring the goods. Boy, did Pocahontas destroy him, I'll tell you. And look what I did to her. She choked. You know, she went out and got a test because I was killing her with a Pocahontas. Remember I said, I have more Indian blood in me than she does, and I have none. Right? I said it. I said it to her. Love to have some, but I have none. And she was getting hit with that name, Pocahontas. That was one of the good ones. And they said, we want you to apologize for that name. And I did. I apologized. Nobody ever heard me apologize before. I apologized. To the real Pocahontas, I apologize. But she went out and she said, oh, this guy's killing me. Remember, she was dropping like a rock. But I learned something. Never do it too early. A year and a half before the election, I said, what am I doing? I should have saved it. But that's all right. Because she had those burning embers, and then she started, but ultimately she failed. She's gone so. But she was really mean to Mini Mike, I'll tell you, the way she treated her. He didn't know what hit him. He's going, oh, get me off of this stage. Get me off! Get me off of this stage! Well, thank you very much. We hit a nerve there, huh? Bad guy. Far-left radicals have become increasingly desperate and increasingly dangerous in their quest to transform America into a country you would not recognize, a country in which they control every aspect of American life. Just as socialist and communist movements have done all over the world, they're cracking down on all dissent and demanding absolute conformity. They want total control. They want to massively raise your taxes, bury you in regulations, take over American health care, indoctrinate our children from kindergarten to college, and you see that happening. Kids are coming home saying, "What's going on here, Dad?" The kids get it, but eventually they can be taught, unfortunately. Impose a fanatical code of political correctness, bombard our citizens with fake news propaganda, and implement policies that would turn America very quickly into a large-scale Venezuela. They want to take away your money, take away your choice, take away your speech, take away your guns, take away your religion, take away your history, take away your future, and take away, ultimately, your freedom. But we will never let them do that. For many years, the radical left's sustained assault on American democracy, culture, institutions, and values went unanswered. But now we are fighting back, and we are winning like never before. We're here. We are winning, you know? There was a time I used to come to CPAC. It didn't have this kind of energy. Number one, you didn't have the president. You know, I was only going to do this for Matt once. I said, look, I'm president. I can't go to CPAC, right, Matt? I said, I can't do it. So I did it. We had a great time. Next day he calls, can you do it again next year? I said, yeah, I guess. This is like my fourth time or something, right? Or more. And I'll be here next year, okay? Yeah? Why not? Thank you. From the moment I took the oath of office, the left has pursued a relentless crusade to overturn the results of the 2016 election and sabotage our next election. You know that. It was all a big hoax, you know that. Disgraceful. We caught the dirty cop on top. Had I not fired Comey, would have been a whole different story. Would have been a whole different story. That was a great firing, I'll tell you. A lot of people said, oh, you shouldn't have done that. No, just the opposite. We didn't fire him. Remember the insurance policy, right? Right? Remember that? My friend over there, you are the greatest. Thank you very much. Stand up, please. Look at him. Look at, does everybody know Jeffrey? Jeffrey Lord. What a great guy. He used to defend me on CNN, and then he defended me just a little bit too much. And they said, Jeffrey, get the hell out. And thank goodness you're on Fox now, right? He used to defend me. He used to say he's better than Ronald Reagan, and that was enough for Jeffrey. That was the end. Get out of here, Jeffrey. We don't want you anymore. He was too good. Thank you. Thank you for being here, too, Jeffrey. They're coming after me, and we fight them back. And now we're going after them because we have no choice. We have to straighten out our country. But despite the best efforts of the left-wing fanatics, their scams, schemes, slanders, They've all been discredited, totally discredited. How's Comey doing? By the way, how's Bob Mueller doing? That was a great performance in Congress. Raise your right hand. What? Did you want a job in the White House, running the FBI? No. Oh, he did. He did. What happened to him? That was a lie. That was a lie. We have it down. He said no. Well, it was a lie. He wanted a job. He wanted to be director of the FBI. And then they appointed him the following day into special counsel. I call it special prosecutor because special prosecutor is a much more accurate name. What they did to us, what they tried to do. And yet, can you imagine with all of that, going through all of that, with a cloud over your head like nobody's ever had, for us to have seriously done more than any other administration? I mean, it's sort of a miracle when you think. Sort of a miracle, or it's a toughness, or it's something. Maybe it's right there, right? Thank you. Thank you, God. How did we do that? How did we do it? Best economy, greatest military, greatest tax cuts in history, greatest regulation cuts in history. All those judges, those beautiful judges. 2 Supreme Court judges. Great ones. But their sinister plots have been exposed and their credibility has been totally destroyed. They're still just dealing with the embers, you know, a little bit like Pocahontas. She had those embers and she started coming up and that was the end. But they have embers too. They have embers. They have a lot of bad people around, but one by one, with the help of everyone here today, the American dream is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. It's true. To lift up forgotten and impoverished communities, we created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones all across our country. Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott was so great. Creating jobs, opportunity, and investment. It's now pouring into the places that needed it the most. We have poor areas that haven't had 10 cents invested in them in years and years and years. And now millions of dollars are going in there. We're transforming neighborhoods. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's not talked about much by the media. It's one of the greatest things ever done in terms of economic development. Opportunity zones. Millions and millions of dollars are being poured, and not being poured in by the federal government. Not being poured in by the federal government. It's an incredible thing. We passed the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history, larger than any before. And it's incredible. You know, all my life, I've only been doing this for 5 years, okay? But all my life, I've watched politics. And it was always the guy that cut taxes. You want to cut taxes. The Democrats have a strange platform. They don't want a wall. They want people to pour in. They want to raise your taxes, right? They say, we want to raise taxes. I'm trying to say, is this like a good thing to campaign on? They want to raise taxes, right? Think of it. They want to have sanctuary cities where you protect bad people in many cases. The sanctuary cities. And by the way, we just won the big case. Did you see that? Oh, 2 days ago. They have a sanctuary city and they don't do what we need for law enforcement. We don't have to pay them any of that money. There's billions and billions and billions. Wow, where did that come from? Where did that come from? And 40 million American families are enjoying an average of $2,200 more in their pocket thanks to a beautiful thing that Republicans really don't know about too much. You know, the Democrats like to take credit. It's called child tax credit. We took that. That was Ivanka Trump, right, Mercedes? Ivanka Trump. She wanted that so badly. We've cut a record number of job-killing regulations because regulation is stealth taxation, especially on the poor. We have cut more regulations in this administration in 3 years than any administration has cut in 4 years, in 8 years, or in one case longer than that. You know who that was? Good old FDR. We've ended the war on American energy. American energy was under siege. And I'll tell you what, we don't want to talk negatively, but if for any reason any of these characters get in there, you can forget. I mean, I don't know how you're going to win Texas, by the way. I don't know how you're going to win Pennsylvania, by the way. I don't. They don't want petroleum products. Other than that, they're wonderful, right? How about this character, Beto, right? Beto. Everyone thought, remember he said, I was born to run. I was born. He was born. That was a disaster. He said, I was born. Anybody that says he was born to run, he was born to do what I'm doing. Anybody that, I don't even say it, and I won. It's true. No, it's so presumptuous. I was born to run for president. Well, then he came out against guns, religion, and oil. And he comes from Texas. And I said, Abraham Lincoln couldn't win in Texas without those. Whatever happened to Beto? Beto, come on back, Beto. He was born to run for president. He got down to less than 1%. So many of those people are less than 1%. How can you be less than 1%? You got to be really bad. The U.S. is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas in the entire world, by far. Never again will our country be at the mercy of hostile foreign suppliers. America has declared energy independence. I declared it. We're energy independent. Big thing. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. You ever notice in the Straits, we always took care, we never got 10 cents for it. We'd keep those straits open. Nobody would dare mess around with all those countries that were making trillions and trillions and billions. We kept those straits open. It was great, Jeffrey. It was beautiful what we did for these other countries. They never paid us 10 cents. We kept them open. We'd go and shoot at other ships, and we'd fight this one and fight Iran. And I said, do we ever get paid for anything? Right? But now they're saying, you know, when they were blowing up ships last year, they were saying, we'd love to get an American ship, but they don't send too many of them. We don't send too many of them over there. You know why? We have our own energy now. It's pretty good. It's gone way down. But you know who does get a lot of it? 60%, China. And I say, so let me ask you, why are we keeping the straits open for China? And others. But China gets a tremendous amount, percentage-wise tremendous, so we keep it open for them. I don't know. You had a lot of really nice people running our country over the years. Perhaps I'm not nice, but I'm doing a great job for you. Well, it's true. Yet every Democrat candidate wants to shut down American energy production. How do you do that? Including oil, natural gas, clean coal, and nuclear. They like wind. Wind. I won't repeat it, but last year the best line of the whole thing was wind, right? Darling, I'd like to watch television. I'm sorry, Alice. The wind's not blowing. You can't watch the debate. That was the best line. I'm not going to go through it now because I don't like to be repetitive. Like Sleepy Joe, where he says the same thing 4 different times. Well, he's got a bad habit. Ladies and gentlemen of Ohio, it's great to be with you. Joe, you're in Iowa. That was 7 times he's done that. I haven't done it once. And if I did, you know what I'd do? I'd walk off the stage because there's nothing you can do to come back from that. You can be Winston Churchill. He was a great, great speaker. Winston Churchill was pretty good, right? You could be Winston Churchill for the rest of the speech. And the press doesn't kill him. You know, he said the other night, this was really a beauty. Sleepy Joe. He said, guns have killed 150 million people in our country. And I'm watching. I said to your great First Lady, she's doing a great job. I said, First Lady. Doing a great job. She's doing a great job, very popular. She's very popular. Great style, loves our country. Great. Her father's here somewhere. Where's Victor? Where is Victor? Her father's here today. Where is Victor? Her father is here someplace. He's someplace in this massive room. There he is. Hello, Victor. Her father, great guy. But I said to our great First Lady, I like calling her First Lady. I love calling her the First Lady. She said, it's okay, you can call me Melania. Good. Okay. Now see, when I have fun like that, you know what's going to happen tomorrow? That'll be a headline. He calls her First Lady. Because they're dishonest people. We can have fun. Remember this thing? Russia, if you're listening. Remember, it was a big thing. In front of 25,000 people. Russia, if you're... It was all said and done. They cut it off right at the end. So that you don't see the laughter, the joke. And they said, he asked for help, right? Russia, if you're listening, very famous. They cut that thing so quick at the end because they didn't want to hear the laughter in the place and me laughing. It was just boom. These are really dishonest people. But I said to her, it's true, I said to her, let me ask you this. Did he just say that we killed 150 million people? That's half of our population. This is a terrible event. We have to find out what's going on. This is bad. This wasn't reported by the fake news. It's true. I said, I've got to check that, First Lady, because you know what? If 150 million people were killed last year by guns, and they didn't report the story. See, they didn't report it. But you know what, interestingly, though, so I said, well, his debate is dead. It's dead. Nothing he can say. At the end, they said his debate was great. He did a great job. If I would have said that, it would have been over. You know, it only takes one little phrase for me, like a little couple of words. If you mispronounce a word, you know, with all I speak, they say, if he mispronounced the word the, he said the. If you mispronounce the, there's something going on, something wrong. Here's a guy said they killed 150 million people with guns and nobody even talks about it. But it is true, he said, a lot of times he blows it with the, you know, you could, I don't do it. Fortunately, I don't need it yet. Hopefully, maybe someday I will. But you know what you can do? You write down the name of the state that you're speaking in. And you put it up there. And whenever you're going to say the word, you look down. I'm in Florida today, folks. I'm in Maryland. I'm in Virginia. I'm in Iowa. So they corrected him the one time he said, Iowa. And then they said, no, Idaho. And he said, didn't I say that? No, he didn't say that. He thought they were the same. Now, he's going to have, I think, a pretty big win today, I think, based on the polls. I don't know. How the hell does he have a big win? Can you imagine? And I don't know. Maybe we should do. You know, I did a poll last night, right? Should I do that here? Am I allowed? You promise you're not going to charge me? You know, these pollsters, you know, they're the other ones. Like the Fox pollster is the worst of all. But I don't know. Fox is good, but the pollster's so bad. Fox is good. You know, they're okay. But they're okay. They put certain people on. You know, they have a good show, and then they put these people, the never-Trumpers, on at the end. There's nothing you can do to recover from that. But, you know, the pollsters are very phony, a lot of them. Some of it's worse than the actual journalists and reporters and stories. But last night I did it in South Carolina. It was incredible. And we had, what would you say, like Madison Square Garden almost, right? That thing was packed, thousands and thousands of people. And we took a poll. Who would be my best person to run against? In other words, who would I like? Who would I do best against? Okay, to put it in very plain language, who the hell would I beat the easiest, right? And I took a poll, and I'll tell you the results, but let's do it here, right? I mean, this group is, okay. So, Pocahontas, we don't have to waste our time with, right? Klobuchar, we don't have to waste it, right? Let's not waste a lot of time, okay? Buttigieg, I don't see it. To me, every time I look at that face, I see Alfred E. Newman. It's true. No, it's true. It's Alfred E. Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine. See, the problem is most of you are too young. All these beautiful young women up here, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But the old ones, the ones with the white hair, they know exactly. They're laughing like hell, but it's true. Somebody said, use howdy doody because everyone knows. I said, no, that's no good. It's got to be perfecto. And Alfred E. Newman's perfecto, but you're going to have to go back and get Mad Magazine, which I guess is out of business for a long time, like most other magazines, right? But it was one of those things where I didn't add his name. Then we went to Mini Mike. I said, I don't see it. Should we add his name? I don't see it. He's going to have to spend a hell of a lot of money really fast because he's getting killed in California. He's losing in Texas. He's losing all over the place. How the hell do you spend that much money and lose? You know, they had an article in, of all places, the New York Times, and it had the amount of personal money, not money you raised, personal money that somebody put up, and how they did. And they started off with Mike Bloomberg, and I think he's like at $500 million, more than 500. This is personal money. He writes checks like a drunken sailor, if I can use that expression. How much? You think those consultants, I know some of his people, they're bad people, they are ripping him off. He's got a couple of people right at the top. They are ripping him off. They are laughing all the way to the bank. Keep running, Mike. Mike, keep running. You're going to do it, Mike. Give us another $300-400 million. I guarantee you the presidency, Mike. Now he's looking, I promise you $500 million, and I'm down at 10%. What the hell are you doing to me? Why did you make me do this, he says. No, but I know some of his people. They are ripping him off like you never believe. So I said, should we put Mini Mike in there? I don't see it, right? No? Okay, I don't see Mini Mike. People got wise to him really fast. Didn't take too long. You know, you still have to, you can't buy, it showed something nice. I mean, assuming that happens, I don't think. You can't buy an election. You really can't buy, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. That's a good thing. And there are a lot of campaign finance violations there. There's no way you can do what he's doing. You know, you go into a town, you give somebody a contribution, 2 days later, the guy comes, I'd like to support Mini Mike Bloomberg. There's something strange with that whole deal. So we have two names. We have one is Crazy Bernie. He is crazy. And we have, he's like a crazy professor. And we have the other one is Sleepy Joe Biden, right? So let's take a poll, we'll go Biden first. Scream like hell if you think I should run against him, right? Is that okay? In other words, because we're going to beat him. Who will we beat? So scream like hell. So Sleepy Joe Biden. All right. This is, would you like me to run against him? Crazy Bernie Sanders. You can't charge me. You cannot charge me for that. Matt's going to send me a bill for that. Now, think of it. These pollsters, you ever see this crap? We interviewed 193 people. 100. With a plus or minus 3. You have thousands of people in here. I got it for free. But Mercedes will send me a bill, I guarantee you that. For a free poll. So look, that happened last night, too. I did the same thing. They think that Crazy Bernie, how could you be easier to beat than Joe? You know, the guy can't put two sentences together. It's insulting. How can you be easier? But, you know, he is more down the middle. You know, everyone knows he's not a communist, right? And with Bernie, there's a real question about that. But he's definitely a radical left socialist Democrat. And people know that. With Joe, he's sort of down the middle, you know. The difference is Joe's not going to be running the government. He's just going to be sitting in a home someplace. And people are going to be running it for him. And they will be radical left socialists. So that's what you have to remember. There's no way he's going to be running the government. But we're reversing decades of calamitous trade policies, breaking up the unholy alliance of lobbyists, globalists, and special interests that bled our country, bled our factories, and bled our people dry. We understand that conservative policies must conserve our jobs, conserve our manufacturing, and conserve our American way of life. What we've done for manufacturing. Look at all the manufacturing jobs. It's all coming back. Obama said, never happened, never happened. And it would never happen. And he said, you can keep your doctor. Why didn't they impeach him for saying that? Remember, 28 times, you can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan. It was a lie. Impeach him. America lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs following the twin disasters of NAFTA and China's entrance into the WTO. The worst 2 deals ever made in, now I say, see with all the women, humankind. I used to say mankind. Sounded sort of good. Now I say humankind. I don't use it that much. Right? The women know what I'm talking about. The women get it better than the men. The women get it better. They named me Time Magazine Person of the Year, right? Now, this year I lost to Greta. Greta. I lost to Greta. I said, who? I'm not going to get involved in that because last time I got in a little trouble. But I lost to Greta. But doesn't matter. I've won it, enough. I mean, in all fairness, when the whole world evolves around this person, I don't say good, bad, but you turn on that stupid CNN, you turn on MSDNC, you turn on Fox, every story is Trump or Trump-related, right? If a plane goes down with 700 people on it, they don't even cover it anymore. That used to be a big event. They don't cover it anymore. It's really unfair. But it's been, by the way, have we all had a great time, though? This journey, right? This journey has been amazing. I tell the story. A month before I ran, I said to my wife, well, I'm thinking about it. Said to a couple, I'm thinking about it. Didn't think too much about it. I thought about it like a day before I ran. But I remember seeing the New York Times. It came to my office. I held it up. It was like a thing you hand out at a grocery store. It would have blown away with a little wind, about 2 miles an hour. It would have blown away. That was the New York Times. Now it's a vibrant paper. But when I'm no longer here in 5 years or 9 years or 13 years or 17 years, 21, 25. Now, they actually think I'm not leaving, This crazy Bill Maher, you ever hear this guy? He says, he's not leaving. He has a guest, some guest, that didn't have a clue. And the guest, he said, Trump is going to win. You know that, don't you? He's going to win. You know he's going to win, don't you? Like he's devastated, Bill Maher. It's a nut job. You know he's going to win. And the guest says, no, we're going to fight very hard. We think we have a good chance. No, he's going to win. And then you know what? He's never leaving, don't you? He's never leaving. No, he's never leaving. No, he's got it work. He will never leave. There's no way. And I used to think he was kidding. He's not. He is a total nut job, this guy. But under my administration, the great betrayal of America is over. It is no longer for sale. Last month, we ended the NAFTA catastrophe, and I signed the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement into law. Great job. The USMCA is a gigantic victory for farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, and workers all across our country. And by the way, speaking of farmers, something they don't know, but they're learning fast, no more estate tax on your small farms, small businesses, small other things. No more estate tax. People don't talk about it. It's a big thing, big provision. Big provision. If you love your children, it's great. If you don't love your children, it's irrelevant. Don't leave the money to them. But, in years gone by, great farmers, they have a good land, good everything, but they don't make that much cash. It's a tough business, right? And the banks would come in, loan money to the children, and the banks would end up owning the property, and all hell was going on. It was terrible. No more estate tax, or as we call it, death tax. No more on small farms and small businesses. Great thing. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about that, but it's a big thing. If you love your children. If you don't, does anybody here not love your children? Raise your hand, please. Look at that, not one hand. Well, that's conservative people. They all love their children. Right? Now, there's one hand in the back. I'm not calling. I also took the strongest ever action to confront China's illicit trade practices. You see what happened there? And our strategy worked, and we have a great relationship with China now. We have a very good relationship. They didn't even respect us. They were taking out $500 billion a year. We had a trade imbalance. We had a deficit of more than $500 billion with a B dollars a year. Can you believe that? Who the hell can sustain? Who wants to even talk about that? So we started charging tariffs. They hit our farmers. I gave the farmers everything that they took out, and the money came from China because it came out of the tariffs, and we had a lot of money left over. A long, complicated story, but not really complicated. No other president ever thought of it. And now the farmers love me, and we ended up making a great deal. But they loved me before. You know, the farmers, when they'd go to CNN, would go up, isn't it terrible what President Trump is doing to you with the trade war? He says, no, it's hurting me badly, but the trade war is necessary, and it should have been done years ago. Everyone, I've never heard anybody say different. I've never heard anybody say different. The farmers are unbelievable. But I went to Sonny Perdue, our Secretary of Agriculture. I said, so let me ask you, China's tough, they're smart. They hit them. How much did they take out last year? $12 billion. How much did they take out this year? $16 billion. That was last year. I said, 16 billion, 12 billion, good. We're going to give them back the 12 billion. Then we gave them back the 16. Everything they took out. I said, what was the best year they ever had with China? It was 16 billion. I said, good. I'll reimburse them the 16 billion out of the tariffs that China's paying. And by the way, you know, China respects this, just so you understand. You know, other presidents knew that they were getting ripped off. They didn't know what to do about it. They said, they'll attack our farmers. All the farmers will go bust. They didn't know. Charge them tariffs, pay them back, and then keep a hell of a lot more money than you're even giving to the farmers. And we kept tens of billions of dollars, and we made our first deal, and Schumer went, it's terrible, the deal. He took the tariffs out. Now, nobody wanted tariffs until I taught them what tariffs are. But it's terrible he took the tariffs out. Actually, I didn't. They're paying 25% on $250 billion. I don't even know how we pulled off that one. But they're paying. But China's great, and now they want to negotiate phase two because they want to stop paying the 25% on $250 billion. Otherwise, we have no leverage, right? We have no leverage. But the farmers are the greatest. And even before they knew I was going to be able to reimburse them all that money that was being taken out of their pockets, they said to me, I had 25 farmers in the White House, right in the cabinet room. I used the cabinet room. Everybody else used it only for the cabinet. I use it for everything but the cabinet. No, I use it for farmers. We have beautiful, it's this incredible room, right? This incredible room. And I said to the farmers, I said, you know, I want to give you back money. I want to give you a subsidy. Oh, we don't want the word. They didn't want, everybody else, they didn't care what I used. I could use subsidy. I could use welfare. I could use any word I wanted. The farmers hated the word subsidy. Sir, we don't want anything. We just want a level playing field. It's been this way for 20 years. And it's been absolutely hurting us. They didn't want anything. And I said, you know, are you serious? They said, yeah, we just want a level playing field. Nobody can beat us, and it's true. Nobody can beat. They want a level playing field. And I said to myself, can you imagine? Everybody that comes in, countries, other businesses, everybody, they want money. The farmers don't. They just wanted a level playing field. And that was at the bottom when they really were looking. It was looking pretty bad. But now, China's going to be buying $50 billion worth of product. The most they ever got was 16, so they're buying 50. We agreed to 20. And in the final day, they were getting the agreements ready. I said, how much are the farmers getting? Meaning, how much is China going to purchase from our farmers? 20 billion. I said, do me a favor, make it 50. They said, 50. I said, the farmers can't do that much, can they? They said, no. China said, absolutely not. I said, look, what does it mean? You got 1.5 billion people. What the hell difference between 20 billion and 50? It doesn't mean anything. They said, you're right. We'll give you 50. It's crazy. It's crazy. My only problem is I don't think the farmers can produce that much. It's going to be very good to be a farmer when that whole thing kicks in. We understand that our First Lady and highest, and you have to remember this, when our First Lady came out, she said to me today, say hello to everybody. And she said that your first duty and your highest loyalty, and this was coming right from her, is to the American citizens. And you really have to let the people know. This is, Melania told me this. Can you believe this? She's like giving me a history lesson. Our First Lady is giving me a history. Our highest loyalty to the American people. I said, okay, that was pretty good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell her. That was the single best line in the whole speech. Okay. Nowhere has the American left more thoroughly violated this sacrosanct principle than on immigration. Illegal immigration costs American taxpayers hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year, funds that could be used to improve our schools, roads, hospitals, and other vital services. Instead, Democrats want to take even more of your money to give illegal aliens free health care, free federal welfare, free education. They get treated better than they want to treat our military and our vets. And I stopped it, but it's crazy. The Democrat Party's immigration policies empower bloodthirsty cartels that maim, murder, and torture, that smuggle and traffic innocent human beings, that flood our communities with poisonous drugs. The left's immigration policies are not compassionate. They're heartless, merciless, and cruel. Countless Americans are killed every year by criminal aliens. These are illegal aliens that come in, and they are, in many cases, very bad people. In Houston, Texas, an illegal alien was charged with the murder for killing a 75-year-old grandmother in her home, stabbing her with a vicious machete knife 13 times in the chest. In Georgia, an illegal alien was charged with murder for killing, beheading, and dismembering his neighbor. Yet despite these travesties, the far left supports deadly sanctuary cities where people like that get protection, that release criminal alien predators into innocent communities rather than handing them over to our great heroes of ICE. ICE, they take such abuse. ICE, the toughest gangs in the world, MS-13, they slice people up. ICE takes them out by the thousands. Nobody else wants that job. The men over here don't want that job, I can tell you right now. They're tough and they love our country, but they got to be tough. Last year, California's sanctuary law forced a single county to release over 1,000 convicted criminal aliens, and nearly 240 have already been arrested, and they're looking for others. And those are just the crimes that we know about. Montgomery County, Maryland announced a sanctuary policy last July. Since then, at least 10 illegal immigrants have been arrested for sex crimes, including the rape of an 11-year-old girl. In Seattle, officials released a known MS-3, think of this, this was a known MS-13 gang member who later beat a 16-year-old boy with a baseball bat and hacked him to death with a machete. The list goes on and on and on, and these people are protected by their sanctuary city fools. In my State of the Union address, I called on Congress to pass legislation allowing the victims of these deadly policies to sue these sanctuary cities for the pain, anguish, and suffering they inflict on our people. Everyone here today and patriotic citizens all across our land agree with the fundamental truth. Our country must be a sanctuary for law-abiding Americans, not for criminal aliens. The left's crazy mantra is no borders, no nations, and no more deportations. They don't want to deport. Crazy Bernie said he'll never do a deportation. Right? Remember what he said? I better save this stuff. Maybe he won't get the nomination. I won't say that he said he thinks the Boston bombers, right? The Boston guys, right? He said they have the right to vote. He said prisoners in prison have the right to vote. They said, does that include the Boston maniac that's scheduled to die, death penalty, which is very good. But does that include that? He said, yes, he would get the right to vote. You believe that? That this guy would get the right to vote. So I said, I won't use that until later on. And I used it today at CPAC. And now he'll find a way of getting out of it, and I won't be able to use it against him in a campaign. That's no good. See what I do here, Matt? That's too bad. Too early. I got to wait till about 2 months before the vote, right? Right? She's going, yes, please wait. Except then you wouldn't have enjoyed that. But it's true. It's true. Yeah, it's okay for him to vote. It's fine. He killed many people, badly maimed and wounded many people, and he's got the right to vote. Can you believe that this is where we've come? We believe in strong borders, sovereign nations, and the prompt deportation of anyone who illegally breaks into our country. And thanks to our tireless efforts to secure the border, we have reduced illegal crossings by a staggering 75%. We have ended catch and release, the worst of all the loopholes. Nice hat. We have seized a record amount of drugs and deported a record number of gang members. We are building the powerful border wall. We're already up to 128 miles of border wall. And you think that was easy? It's being built. And it's being built to the highest standard you can build it. You know, just to show you again about the news. So we're building it, and part of it's desert. It's rough territory and very tough territory in many ways. But the winds are blowing, and they're putting it up, and it's 30 feet high, steel and concrete both. And you have to be able to see through it. Very expensive. It's the ultimate wall in terms of, we went to Border Patrol. They did studies. They hired people, climbers. What's the hardest to climb? The piece on top. That's called an anti-climb provision. Supposedly it makes it harder, who knows? But I said, do it, another couple of bucks. But we put up a wall, and it was blowing 50, 60 miles an hour in this territory. The concrete was just poured, it was soaking wet. The wall came down, and we end up with a big story. Trump's wall gets blown over by the wind. That's what it is. But I explained, because when you have Twitter, where you have so many millions of people, all you have to do is say, scam, scam. We can get the word out. Now we lifted it right back up and put it back, and we held that sucker in place until the concrete dried. And they don't like to report that. It's really, but that's, you know, that's what we have to go through. It's a very sad situation. Another grave threat facing our country. And by the way, on the wall, so we're up to over almost 130 miles of wall. Think of that. But, I mean, really amazing. But think of it. But then they say, all right, so he's building the wall. You have to understand, I had an entire party against me, and a party that controls the House now. And we're going to take back the House. We have to take it back. We have to take it back from these lunatics. From these lunatics. We have to take back the House. Right? We have to take that. No, but think of that. But so now they like to say, all right, so he's building the wall, but Mexico's not paying for it. Yes, they are, actually. You know what I mean, right? They are paying for it. They're paying for it. Oh, they're going to die when I put in this, what we're going to do. But no, they're paying for it. And they're okay with it because they understand that's fair. But no, Mexico's paying for it, and it's every bit, it's better than the wall that was projected. We're doing it at a higher level. We have so many gadgets on that wall, you wouldn't even believe it. Sensors, we have things. Remember, they wanted drones. They said, he doesn't need a wall. These people all 6 years ago, they wanted a wall. And I tell people I made one big mistake. I should have said, instead of we will build a wall, people went crazy. Look at you. We've been doing this for years. I could get elected twice over the wall. Can you believe this? No, but look at it. People go crazy. But just take a look. We have a wall. People want a wall. And what are the two things, no matter how technological we get with the computers and the airplanes and everything's going, two things that will never change: a wall and a wheel, right? A wheel and a wall. And if you come back 1,000 years from now, it'll still be a wall and a wheel. Remember they used to say, he doesn't need a wall, we'll give him a drone. Oh, that's great, we could have a drone watching everybody pour across it. But the mistake I made, I should have said, we will not build the wall. Then they would have made me build the wall, right? I would have had all the money I could have gotten. It could have been so much easier instead of had to go through years. But we won all of those cases. They got sued by everybody. We got sued by politicians that didn't know they were politicians even. We had a lot of suits, so we won. We won all those suits. Another grave threat facing our country is the effort from Washington Democrats to completely demolish our healthcare system, jeopardizing the health of millions of people. While congressional Democrats embrace Crazy Bernie's socialist healthcare takeover, we are defending America's right to keep the doctor and the plan of your choice. We are ending surprise medical billing, just happened. We are imposing price transparency bigger than healthcare. We are protecting our veterans, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Healthcare is a big, big part of what we're doing. Democrats have declared their unlimited support for extreme late-term abortion, ripping babies straight from the mother's womb right up until the very moment of birth. And that is why I've asked Congress to prohibit late-term abortion of babies, because every child is a sacred gift from God. Thank you. In my State of the Union address, I also asked Congress to pass legislation providing 1 million American children access to school choice, because no child should ever be trapped in a failing government school. And with the help of many of the people in this room today, we passed criminal justice reform to reduce recidivism and to help former inmates successfully rejoin society. We are helping prisoners like you wouldn't believe, people that are in, like Alice Johnson. You saw Alice Johnson, right? She served 22 years, made a phone call, and she's not trying to defend herself from the phone call. 22 years, she had another 20 or so to go, and we got her out. She's a great woman. Through our pledge to America's workers, employers are providing millions of marginalized workers with the skill they need to transition from government dependence to self-reliance. That's what we need, and we need people. To defend the rule of law, we have confirmed a record number of judges who will interpret the Constitution as written. That'll be nice. And we have appointed our two great new Supreme Court justices, as I said, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh. As the radical left moves aggressively to curtail freedom of speech, we are proudly defending free speech, including our college campuses. Any college that refuses to respect your First Amendment rights now risks the loss of billions and billions of federal taxpayer dollars. I signed that a few months ago because these colleges, they take our money and then they don't let people speak. So now they won't take our money, and I guess they can do whatever they want, but they're not going to get money. It's billions of dollars we're talking about. We're also combating anti-Semitism on college campuses. We're stopping the flow of taxpayer money to colleges and universities that support anti-Semitic hate. And we've invested nearly $2.2 trillion to build up the unmatched strength of the United States military. $2.2 trillion. And for the first time in over 70 years, the Air Force being the last, we created a new branch of the American Armed Forces called the Space Force. Together, we have revitalized the values, traditions, and principles that have always defined American greatness. Citizens of every age, race, color, and creed are rejecting the left's insanity and joining us in the fight to save this glorious nation. And that's what we're doing. We're saving this nation. Every day, our movement grows bigger, bolder, and broader, and America's future gets brighter, brighter, and brighter. Our movement is united by a towering spirit of patriotism, a profound and abiding love for our fellow Americans, and a deep reverence for the rights and liberties given to each of us by the hand of Almighty God. We know that America is the greatest nation to ever exist. We know that America is the strongest force for good in the history of the world. And we know that America is the home of the toughest men and the strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. This is the home of our ancestors, carved out of the wilderness, the home of our forefathers, shed their blood, the home of our children. And this is the home that we want. This is the home that we want our children to inherit. We will love and cherish and protect this nation forever. For all of the soaring heights that we've reached, we know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. With your help and the good Lord's grace, we will continue to push onward to our nation's magnificent destiny. We will continue to make our republic the inspiration, the glory, and the envy of the world. As long as we are confident in our values, loyal to our citizens, and faithful to our God, there is no limit to what we can achieve. The United States of America will always march on to victory. America is thriving like never before. And ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come. I want to thank Matt. I want to thank Mercedes. I want to thank the great patriots of CPAC. God bless you. God bless America. And we will see you next year. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We just finished the Monday meeting of the White House Coronavirus Task Force. Since the time the President established the task force here at the White House, it has literally met daily, and we continued that effort today. We added the head of the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, Seema Verma, to the task force today, as well as Robert Wilkie with the VA. First, a few basic facts and reports, and then we'll hear from other members of the task force about ongoing efforts. At the present moment, we have 43 domestic cases of the coronavirus, 48 cases of individuals who've returned to the United States. Of the domestic cases, 29 of the 43 are either in California or Washington State. And we have communities that are facing what the experts tell us could potentially be a cluster in those communities. Sadly, today, there were 4 additional fatalities, raising the number that 6 Americans have lost their life to the coronavirus. And on behalf of the President and all of the American people, we extend our deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of those that were lost. Despite today's sad news, let's be clear, the risk to the American people of the coronavirus remains low, according to all of the experts that we're working with across the government. And as the President has said, we're ready for anything, but this is an all-hands-on-deck effort. Today's activity really reflects the President's effort to bring the best minds of private industry together, the best leadership from around the country at every level. We had a good meeting this morning with governors from 50 states and 3 territories. I was able to convey to them the gratitude that the President and our entire administration feels, particularly for governors that are dealing with the coronavirus in their states, those that have taken repatriated personnel. I can say that what I hear from the nation's governors is that there has been a seamless relationship between all the agencies of the federal government and states thus far, and we're encouraged to hear that. But I told them that we are committed to a full partnership with state governments and to their health officials and to local health care providers going forward. We also met today with some of the leaders of the top pharmaceutical companies in the country. The President spoke to them not just about vaccines, which many of the companies are already beginning to work on, but just as importantly, the development of therapeutics. And it is remarkable to think that there may well be a vaccine going to clinical trials within the next 6 weeks. The nature of trials, as the experts have explained to us, is that the vaccine might yet not be available till late this year or early next, but the therapeutics, giving relief to people that contract the coronavirus, could literally be available by this summer or early fall. The most encouraging news from that meeting was that our pharmaceutical companies, which are recognized as the greatest in the world, all have already formed a consortium to work together to share information in the development of therapeutics and vaccines. A quick update. Yesterday, we were fully implementing the new travel advisories for portions of Italy and South Korea, and the implementation of screening of personnel from across those countries who are trying to take a direct flight to the United States of America. I was pleased in the White House Task Force meeting today to learn that within the next 12 hours, there will be 100% screening, all direct flights at all airports across Italy and across South Korea. The President has directed us to bring the full resources of the federal government and to bring the very best minds in this country to bear on this effort. And finally today, I'm pleased to welcome to our White House team a world-renowned global health official and a physician. She will be my right arm through this effort, as the President has tasked me to lead the White House response to the coronavirus. And I'm grateful that Ambassador Deborah Birx, also Dr. Deborah Birx, will be on our team. And even on her first day, she's already been contributing significantly to our discussions. Dr. Birx serves as the U.S. government's leader today for combating HIV/AIDS globally and has developed an international reputation as that. She's a scientist, a physician, someone with 3 decades of public health expertise, including virulent diseases, vaccines, and has vast experience in interagency coordination. Dr. Birx and I have talked about the importance of bringing all of these various entities together to bring about President Trump's vision for a whole-of-government response to the coronavirus. So with that, I'd like to recognize Dr. Deborah Birx for a few introductory and welcome remarks, and thank you for stepping up one more time to serve our country.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's a pleasure to be here. I just arrived from South Africa last night. Everybody took great care of me. I had computer and phone in record time. It really shows the level of efficiency and expertise here to really get moving quickly. It's clear that the early work of the President, both with travel restrictions and the ability to quarantine, has bought us this time and space to have this task force be very effective. I have never worked with such incredible scientists and thoughtful policy leaders, and I got to spend the day with them. I'm trying to get up to speed as fast as possible, and I look forward to the days ahead of really working together to end this epidemic. Thank you.
Great. Secretary Azar?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to first start out by saying how delighted we are that Ambassador Birx is going to be leading, coordinating these efforts across the government. Dr. Birx and I go way back. Dr. Birx and basically every leader at the Department of Health and Human Services go way back together. So we already have established relationships, and maybe not too way back, right? We already have very established, productive working relationships that I think are going to keep the interagency process working incredibly smoothly. And as the Vice President said, Dr. Birx already has been asking the right questions and challenging us on all the right scientific and policy matters that we need to focus on. I just want to begin by recapping the current situation that we face with COVID-19. As the Vice President mentioned, as of this morning, we have 43 confirmed or presumptive cases of the virus in the United States, excluding our repatriated cases. 17 of those cases are travel-related in one way or another. 26 are believed to be person-to-person spread. Because of the President's strong leadership and all of the hard work that our public health professionals have done at the local, the state, the federal level, the immediate risk to any individual American has been and does continue to be low. But the risk for people with possible exposure to identified cases can be high. What every one of our experts and leaders have been saying for more than a month now remains true. The degree of risk has the potential to change quickly, especially if we see sustained spread of the disease around the world, which could qualify this disease as a pandemic. As Dr. Fauci said this morning, we will see more cases of community spread in the United States. As we've emphasized for some time now, we all need to prepare for the potential need. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. In some places, we will have to use the range of our mitigation efforts. In fact, we already are working closely with Santa Clara County and the state of Washington, in particular King County, to assist them in thinking through some of the best practices from our pandemic action plan, as well as learnings from Singapore and Hong Kong around the most effective community mitigation efforts, such as temporary school closures or even more titrated responses Dr. Schuchat has talked to you about, such as having school, but perhaps not having assemblies in school. That's why the President has taken an unprecedented whole-of-government approach to protecting the American people, including the steps in the last few days to radically expand and improve the testing that we have and to improve access to respirators needed by healthcare workers. The Vice President, Dr. Schuchat of the CDC, and I spoke with basically almost every governor that we have this morning, and we greatly appreciate their close cooperation with us. I also wanted to now introduce an individual who I asked the Vice President to have joined this task force because the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services play such a vital role. $1.3 trillion of spending here in the United States, providing health care to 60 million American seniors. And as we've seen, this disease can have a disproportionate severity impact on the elderly as well as the medically frail. And so Seema Verma, our administrator, has a very important responsibility with regard to funding of care, whether it's therapeutics or vaccines or diagnostics for our senior citizens, but also a vital role that you may not know of in regulating long-term care facilities, such as nursing homes and other healthcare facilities, a very important regulatory function. So I'm delighted that Administrator Verma is formally joining the task force. And let me turn it over to Seema now. Seema?
Thank you, Secretary Azar. So for the Trump administration and CMS, patients come first, and the health and the safety and welfare of America's patients and provider workforce is our highest priority. So let me start with what CMS is, and as the Secretary said, we are the nation's largest insurer, covering over 130 million Americans between Medicare, Medicaid, and the individual insurance market. And some of these are our nation's most vulnerable populations, those in poverty, the elderly, and children, and so forth. Critically, we do have a regulatory responsibility for pretty much every healthcare institution in America. This includes facilities such as hospitals, critical access hospitals, nursing homes, home health agencies, dialysis facilities, surgery centers, and the list goes on. And that gives us a very critical role. in addressing the coronavirus. We are responsible for enforcing the quality guidelines based in part on information from partner agencies like the CDC. And so let me stress that CMS has long-standing infectious disease policies already in place that we've used effectively for other outbreaks such as influenza. And so healthcare facilities already have these procedures in place and should be prepared for what they may see. And we're going to continue to proactively update our regulations. We're going to be working with CDC. Right now, like I said, those are already in place, and it's our job to make sure that healthcare facilities are effectively implementing those guidelines. And we will work with the CDC to determine whether we need to update or change those. Also, we are looking at what we cover and clarifying the types of products and services that our programs will be able to pay for in terms of Medicaid and Medicare. And with that, I'll turn it over.
That's very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. Thank you for stepping up. I want to recognize a couple other members of our team. Tony Fauci, National Institute of Health. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I just want to make three comments and points. First of all, to underscore what the Vice President and with Secretary Azar said, we had a really extraordinary meeting with the CEOs of a variety of individuals in the pharmaceutical and biotech business, several of whom were in the room were people we were actually already actively collaborating with, and their enthusiasm about getting involved in helping us along with the development of products and the availability of products, be they vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, or therapeutics. It was very gratifying. Second, I'm very pleased that the President and Vice President will be visiting the NIH tomorrow, and we're going to have the opportunity to show them firsthand in real time the kinds of things we were doing. And finally, just one comment about Ambassador Dr. Birx. So a couple of people up here have said, you know, I go back a long time with Dr. Birx. Nobody goes back as long as I go with Ambassador Birx. She was actually a fellow in my program as a trainee. And we knew she was a star then. And now what has happened over the years, she's become a superstar. Together, we saw the first patients with HIV back in the early 80s. We were involved in a vaccine trial. That was the first successful trial with HIV. We've known each other through PEPFAR. I had the privilege and the honor, among others, of putting together the PEPFAR program for President Bush, and she was the ambassador in charge of the PEPFAR program. So I can't tell you how excited I am to finally, once again, get back and being a partner with Debbie Birx.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Fauci. And finally, Dr. Bob Redfield, CDC. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What I would like to do is just recognize that CDC continues to work and provide support to really the backbone of our public health system in this nation, which is the state, local, tribal, and territorial health departments. And these teams continue to work to identify new cases, isolate and contact trace these, to work together to try to limit the transmission of the coronavirus. And working with our public health partners, we continue to be able to identify new community cases, as the Secretary said, we always anticipated, and use our public health assets to aggressively, again, confirm those cases, isolate, do contact tracing, to use our public health tools to limit the spread of this virus. I want to echo what was said by the Vice President and the Secretary, that despite seeing these new community cases, that shows you we have a public health community across this country in action, the risk to the American people is low. I also want to add my looking forward, and I know my entire agency is looking forward to the President and the Vice President's and the Secretary's visit to come to Atlanta on Friday and get to meet a lot of the wonderful people that form the backbone of this great agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We'll take a few questions. Steve Holland, Reuters. Where are you, Steve?
Based on what we've seen so far, how quickly do you expect this virus to spread throughout the United States?
Let me refer that to the experts. Go ahead, Mike.
Are there any details about this cluster in Washington State that show us anything?
I think the important thing, as the Secretary has said, from the beginning, we've anticipated to see community cases pop up. And now we have a number of new community cases, which the health departments are aggressively evaluating to see if they can understand the linkage, who are the contacts, how is this virus spreading. And I think the American public should rest assured we have one of the finest public health programs in the world when you look at the state and local territorial. So we're going to continue to see these cases as a consequence of them doing their job. And we're going to use the public health strategies that we can to limit that transmission. And I think we should focus on that right now. We're still working very hard in trying to contain these community outbreaks, but as the Secretary has said, we are blending that now with very strategic mitigation strategies.
Dr. Fauci.
So just to underscore something I said the other day, that there are two aspects of this. It's about cases coming in and then controlling the situation of the spread of what's already in here. And there are two things that are going on. It's the kind of restrictions of travel to areas where there are hotspots in the rest of the world, just like the original inhibition of travel here with China, I think is going to mitigate against the question of the wider spread. And the contact tracing and the isolation that's very aggressively going on. I mean, we hope. You could never predict 100% of anything, but I think what's going on right now with the CDC and particularly the state and local health authorities is going to really, I think, get us through this.
Steve, it's something I learned along the way, is that when we have cases that emerge, state and local health officials are in the lead, but CDC is on the ground immediately, helping to identify how that might have originated with that individual, to find out any other people that they've been exposed to. But we know there will be more cases. The President initially took unprecedented action to do all that we could to prevent the coronavirus from coming into the country, and now we're focused on mitigation of the spread as well as treatment of the people that are affected. Kristen Fisher. Kristen Fisher here? She walked out. Let me go with Hallie Jackson.
Thank you. Two questions for you, sir, and if anybody else wants to jump in. Number one, President Trump hinted today at the potential for new travel restrictions on top of what we've already seen. This is related to Italy, South Korea, China, Iran. Can you elaborate on specifically what countries you're looking at? Is Germany, for example, which has seen some cases of community spread, is that on the table? And then I have a follow-up as well.
The President is very clear. We're going to follow the facts and listen to the experts every step of the way. The action the President authorized this weekend, raising the travel advisory, the American people should know that we are saying that you should not travel to certain sections of Italy or South Korea. Those advisories may expand, but will allow the caseload in those countries to define that. In addition to that, by establishing the screening protocol, which will be in full force and effect within the next 12 hours in both countries, will ensure that anyone traveling on a direct flight to the United States of America receives multiple screenings at all airports in Italy and South Korea. But to your point, the nature of the European Union is one doesn't require a passport to move around, so our task force spoke today about new cases, and there were some in several European countries. We're following that very closely, and again, we'll listen to the experts, we'll watch the cases, and I know the President will make the decisions with regard to both travel advisories or restrictions on the basis of those facts.
And my second question, sir, is just on the word pandemic. Do your experts behind you here, do you consider this now a pandemic in all but designation only?
I would just refer to the experts. That our view is that would be for the World Health Organization to define. And our task force team was in touch with the World Health Organization today.
And
let me let the Secretary address that. But this isn't so much about semantics. I think our briefing today was we're in more than 60 countries at this point, and so we're going to continue to focus on ensuring that we do all we can to prevent people coming into the country with the disease to mitigate any spread of the disease once we identify cases, and of course, to provide treatment. Did you want to speak to that?
You bet, Mr. Vice President. So I spoke with Dr. Tedros today and Dr. Mike Ryan, the incident manager for the World Health Organization, about this precise question because wanted to get a sense of their thinking, how they're assessing the designation of pandemic status. And I'll let them fully speak for themselves, but right at the moment, while we're seeing community spreading in multiple regions of the world, there are many definitions that people use around pandemic, and one issue that the WHO is focused on is just sheer magnitude. And while we've had very large numbers of cases and spreading within China, the actual absolute number of cases outside of China, while reflecting community spreading, are not of the magnitude comparable to any other pandemics that have been declared before. For instance, even the H1N1, where you have billions of individuals infected across the world. So that's how they are thinking about this, and we're just going to keep working with them. We don't have a view as to whether they should designate it a pandemic or not a pandemic. I made that very clear. I just wanted to get a sense how they're thinking about it and assessing it, and that's, I think, reflective of their current thinking there. But I'll let them. I asked them if they could put out some points about how they're assessing this, though.
Can you take a follow-up
Good
to
answer.
that?
Good
Can
answer.
you take a follow-up to that?
Hang on. How about Ben with ABC? Where are you, Ben? Go ahead.
On screening passengers from Italy and South Korea, what exactly will that screening look like? Is that people taking temperatures? Is that every single passenger? Who will be conducting it, and will it be expanded to other countries? And then how many tests have been conducted? Last week, I believe Secretary Azar said there were 3,600. What's an update on that?
Well, let me just, our State Department and an interagency group has worked out that arrangement with both Italy and South Korea. South Korea actually about 3 hours ago fully implemented the screening on all direct flights, all airports. And as I mentioned, within the next 12 hours or so, Italy will have implemented the same thing. It will be multiple temperature checks in the airports for people before they are boarding, and we're working very closely to assist them in implementing that. But let me speak about.
Maybe Dr. Hahn?
Yeah, Dr. Hahn can speak to you about the status of tests, because one of the things I heard from governors last week was the whole issue of test kits, the availability of testing, and I really want to commend Dr. Hahn and the FDA for some very swift work, making many more tests available, more kits that include multiple tests, and also authorizing local testing, which will now make it more possible, as our experts told us, to identify additional cases. As we find more cases, it will mean our health officials are doing their job in large part, and the availability of those tests will contribute to that.
Thank you,
Dr.
Mr.
Hahn?
Vice President. As you heard from the Secretary and the Vice President this weekend, we had the capacity in state public health labs to perform between 75,000 and 100,000 tests. On Saturday, we issued new policy allowing us to have some flexibility, regulatory flexibility around the development of those tests. So academic centers, private companies can develop these tests, tell us that they validated those tests, and then begin to use them. They alert us of that, and then later on, within 15 days, we can look at the validation data. They're having the responsibility to show the validation of those tests. With this new policy, we've heard from multiple companies and multiple academic centers, and we expect to have a substantial increase in the number of tests this week, next week, and throughout the month. There'll be the estimates that we're getting from industry right now, by the end of this week, close to 1 million tests will be able to be performed.
Okay. Real quick follow-up with the risk. When we're talking about risk, you guys came out and said that the risk is low. But with so few tests being done and the incubation rate being as much as 2 weeks, how can we accurately say that the risk is low at this point? We haven't put out 1 million tests yet.
How would characterize the risk?
Anybody?
If you talk about the entire country, the whole 360 million people in this country, the risk is a low risk. I think the point you're making is that since we haven't done yet, but will happen really soon, the testing into the community, how do we know the risk is low? I would imagine it's still going to be low regardless of that. What happens in real time, which is the reason why we do this so frequently, is that things can change. But right now, today, on this day, Monday, if you look at the country as a whole, the risk is low.
All right, guys, last question.
About one more. Ashley? Go right ahead, Ashley.
Families across the country are worried about spring break. They're worried about spring break and wondering if they should book travel or cancel their travel. The sort of two parts. One is, what is the expert opinion from the task force on sort of spring break travel and even domestic travel? And secondly, would you yourself feel comfortable bringing your family right now, including your 3 grown children and their partners, on a week-long trip to Disney World?
Well, I can say there's been no recommendation about any limitations on travel within the United States of America. But let me let the experts speak to recommendations with regard to travel. Want to get that?
Comfortable bringing?
I travel across this country all the time. My kids live all over the country. Look, this is a time to use common sense. It's a good time to wash your hands. But this time of year, that's always a good decision. But as we said, the risk remains low. And while we've had tragic losses, 4 today, the reality is, as I said, 29 of the 43 domestic cases are in California and in Washington State and are centered in very specific areas that we're working to identify the source on. But I think people should just continue to use common sense this time of year. But with regard to international travel, let me yield to the expert.
Well, I just want to echo what the Vice President said, that we want people to go about and live their normal lives in this nation right now. The Secretary's right. Even before the coronavirus, if you had asked CDC what you should do about preparedness, we would give that every individual should think ahead and prepare, whether it's a hurricane. And those recommendations haven't changed. And I really want people to reflect that. In going to, you're allowed, there's no travel restrictions in the United States. The CDC and the State Department and the task force have worked hard to recognize those areas where there's significant community transmission, where we give you advice that we would recommend you not travel there. And you know that China is that. We now have South Korea as a level 3. We have Italy, Japan, and Iran as level 3 travel advisories, which we would ask you to reconsider those travel plans. But in the United States, there's no travel restrictions. I want to echo again what everyone said. The risk to the American public at this point is low. We are going to increase substantially surveillance, similar to what we do for flu. We have multiple different surveillance systems. With Dr. Hans and the FDA getting more and more tests out, those surveillance systems are going to be activated in the near future, and we'll have eyes on whether there is any significant new evidence of community pockets around this nation.
And Ashley, with regard to international travel, we'll continue to monitor the cases. We'll follow the facts, the experts, and the science, and determine whether additional travel advisories or restrictions are warranted. That being said, folks, we're going to slip out. We will be back. Let me tell you, we will be back here, if I may. We'll be back here every day. Get used to seeing us. We're going to bring the experts in. We're going to make sure and give you the best and most high-quality, real-time information from the best people in the world. So thank you all for being here.
Well, thank you very much. Today we're meeting with the pharmaceutical and biotechnology companies, the biggest in the world, most prestigious, the ones that get down to the bottom line very quickly, to discuss how the federal government can accelerate the development of vaccines and therapeutic treatments for the coronavirus. We want to welcome Dr. Deborah Birx. And Dr. Birx has been to the White House a lot over her career, and she's now going to be here working with Mike Pence and everybody full-time, and we appreciate it. We appreciate it very much, Dr. Birx, and a real expert in her field. And if you'd like, you could ask her a couple of questions when we're finished. We're working very hard to expedite the longer process of developing a vaccine. We're also moving with maximum speed to develop therapies so that we can help people recover as quickly as possible. We have a lot of recovery going on. We want to see if we can advance that. It's likely that therapies will be available before a vaccine is actually ready, and we'll seek to bring all effective treatments to market as soon as possible. Some very good work has been done on the vaccine, however, and they have some good progress, and you'll be able to ask a couple of questions of the folks here. We're also working with Congress to ensure that America has what it needs to respond to this challenge. It's a great challenge, but everybody's responding very well. Since the start of the outbreak, my administration has taken the most aggressive action in history to protect our citizens, including closing our borders very early, a lot earlier than people wanted us to do, and that turned out to be a good decision. I ordered sweeping travel restrictions, increased travel advisory levels, established screening measures, and imposed historic quarantines. We have quarantines all over the country, a lot of it. The coronavirus shows the importance of bringing manufacturing back to America so that we are producing at home the medicines and equipment and everything else that we need to protect the public's health. And I've been talking about this for a long time. That process has already started. It started long before we ever knew about this. We want to make certain things at home. We want to be doing our manufacturing at home. It's not only done in China, it's done in many other places, including Ireland, and a lot of places make our different drugs and things that we need so badly, and it's not good to be dealing with one or two or three countries, and we do very little at home, and we're going to start doing it at home, and we've been talking about that for a long time. And a lot of the drug companies, because of what we've done in terms of incentives and taxes, they're heading back here anyway. The coronavirus shows the importance of bringing all of that manufacturing back to America, and we will have that started. It's already started, frankly. It started about a year ago. The White House Coronavirus Task Force, led by Vice President Mike Pence, has been meeting daily and coordinating closely with the state and local governments. Mike had a call today with 53 governors, and I heard it was a very good call, and everybody's very well coordinated. And the governors and the states, all of them, I can't think of an exception. They've been really working closely with us. It's been a very good relationship. We will confront this challenge together, and we will continue to do exactly what we're doing, and we're going to be very successful. A lot of things are happening, a lot of very exciting things are happening, and they're happening very rapidly. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mike, and you can say a little bit as to your calls and some of the things that have happened today.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And the White House Corona Task Force will be meeting again this afternoon. But as you mentioned earlier today, at your direction, we hosted a video and telephone conference call with 53 governors. As the President said many times, we're all in this together. And today's meeting is a reflection of the fact that this President understands that industry is a part of the one team in America that's going to address the coronavirus in this country. And I'm grateful for these leaders of the nation's top pharmaceutical companies to come in to speak to us about the development of vaccines, but also the development of therapeutic medications that can be available in the short term. And we're grateful for your participation. The President will also be traveling tomorrow to the National Institute of Health, CDC, before the week is out. And we will be meeting with leaders of the airline industry. We'll be meeting with leaders of the cruise line industry. And we welcome the partnership with industry in this country as we work out the President's top priority, which is the health and safety and well-being of the American people. And let me also, Mr. President, extend my welcome to Dr. Deborah Birx, one of the leading experts in infectious diseases in the world. She has served in the uniform of the United States. She has served in multiple administrations, and she's going to be our right arm here as we implement your vision for putting the health and safety and well-being of the American people first. With that, Mr. President, I know Secretary Azar has a few thoughts, and look forward to the meeting.
And Alex, maybe you can give a little update, and then we'll go around the room and people can introduce themselves, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. We continue to see cases here in the United States. As you know, we tragically have experienced several more deaths reported today, and our condolences go out to their families, of course. That's why the President's leading this whole of government response at the direction of the Vice President. We're here working with the pharmaceutical company leaders on 3 key issues. How do we speed vaccines? How do we speed therapeutics? And what are the supply chain challenges that we may be facing for pharmaceutical products here in the United States? With regard to therapeutics and vaccines, we want to know how we can not get in their way, but rather speed that development process along. I want to make sure that they all know that we've got Commissioner Hahn here from the FDA, and this is all in the context of emergency powers, emergency use authorizations, and the President will be asking you, how can we make it faster? How can we make anything faster? How can we challenge some of those normal pharma timelines that can be a little slow and bureaucratic? What can we do to speed that along given the nature of this emergency and be a good partner with you in making that happen, especially once we get the emergency supplemental passed by Congress in the next week or so. So with that said, Mr. President, thank you very much.
And supplemental is moving along very rapidly. Everyone wants to get that done, moving along quickly. Emma, please.
Emma Walmsley from GlaxoSmithKline. First of all, I'd like to really say how much we welcome the leadership, Mr. President, of this task force, NIH and BARDA, and recognise the very substantial efforts that have already been made by the administration to protect people here in the US. As a science-led company with a very large, including manufacturing presence here, we know we have a responsibility and a vital role to play. And our priority is to make sure we make available, as part of this one team, our pandemic adjuvant technology available to any company with a highly promising vaccine, because this new technology could make these other vaccines either bring more efficacy or indeed allow them to be antigen sparing, which means we could protect more people, which is obviously incredibly important as we're trying to work at pace and at scale. We've already announced 2 collaborations and hope to announce more, and we're also ready to produce, should the US government require it, a stockpile of this adjuvant. We know fighting COVID-19 requires a global effort, and the US is the vital leader in this. We're absolutely committed to play our part in the task force.
Thank you, Emma. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Please. Oh, Anthony, go ahead. I'd like you to say something anyway.
I'm Tony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Very pleased to be on this task force, which I think you're going to see is working extraordinarily smoothly under the leadership of the Vice President and Secretary Azar. And as you know, we're involved, and that's the reason why I'm pleased to be in this room with you all, because we're involved in the fundamental, basic, and clinical research to develop countermeasures in the form of therapeutics and vaccines. And I'm sure I'll be working with many of you around the room, and I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tony, very much. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Redfield, the Director of CDC. I also want to thank you all for being here. I want to extend that if there's anything CDC can also do as you begin to try to evaluate some of your fruits of your labor, we're here to make that what we have available to help. We're all counting on new countermeasures to be in the arena pretty quickly.
Thank you, Bob. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vice President, thanks for having me here. Good afternoon. I'm Dan Menicella, CEO of CureVac. We're a clinical stage biotech company. We use messenger RNA technology, optimized messenger RNA molecules. Once injected into the body, they instruct the cells on how to make proteins. For instance, we can use the mRNA technology to trigger an immune response against viruses, or we can get the body to increase its production of T cells for cancer vaccines. In this way, CureVac can make potent prophylactic vaccines and cancer treatments. The technology also works well to replace missing proteins, so we can also work in a rare disease space. One strength of our technology is that we can produce prophylactic vaccines using a very low dose. So for instance, the phase 1 rabies trial that we just completed was done at a 1 microgram dose. So in other words, 1/1,000,000th of a gram dose, a very, very tiny dose. And so more broadly, our company focuses, so this year we have 4 programs in phase 1 clinical trials, and the coronavirus program will be the 5th program in phase 1. We expect that the phase 1 program for coronavirus will start beginning of June. Our technology platform is fast and it's agile. We were the first messenger RNA company to have GMP manufacturing. We started in 2006. Currently, we have 3 large-scale GMP facilities, and we are up and running now. Today, we have a 4th facility built, and we're looking for additional capex to put the machinery in there. Once we have that machinery in the 4th building, we can make hundreds of millions of doses of the coronavirus vaccine. So we're very excited about that, and we want to help there. Additionally, we have developed a fully automated production machine. This automated machine is part of the collaboration with CEPI. And additionally, with CEPI, we are working on the coronavirus. They have funded our efforts to get the program and the vaccine into phase 1 by June. The key point here being that we believe we can develop the vaccine for COVID-19 very, very quickly, and we have the wherewithal to manufacture it, although we would like some additional help on our largest GMP4 facility. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. John, go ahead, please.
Sure. Yeah. I'm John Shiver. I head vaccine research and development for Sanofi Vaccines. Sanofi's been making vaccines for over 100 years. And for this project, we're working with proprietary recombinant protein technology. It makes the first flu vaccine that's not an X, that's based on this technology. It has the potential to be applied very readily to coronavirus. Some early work done with SARS, the related virus, is very promising. We intend to leverage that work so that we can get to the clinic as soon as possible. Because we are a major, flu vaccine producer with this technology, we have the ability to produce large amounts of vaccine. We predict, depending upon the final formulation, 100 to 600 million doses per year made in New York and Pennsylvania, which is where we make most of about 90% of our flu product. And we can do this without jeopardizing our flu vaccine production, importantly, because we know that's very important to maintain that. So, Mr. President, we're willing to do whatever it takes to work with you and this administration, the collaboration we've had with NIH and with BARDA, who's co-sponsoring our research, to make sure that we do what we can to help with this problem.
When do you think you could have the vaccine? When do you think you'd be able to have it, start producing it?
We're producing it now, an experimental lot. Proteins take somewhat longer than some of the other technologies that are exploratory, but it's a technology that works. We think we can be ready for the clinic in a year. And depending upon the nature of how the epidemic goes or doesn't go, we would, and with the help of the agencies of this country, perhaps as few as several years. Difficult to predict, Mr. President, knowing that a vaccine has to be both safe and efficacious because it's given to healthy people.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. Lenny?
Thanks, Mr. President, for having us. I'm Len Schleifer, the founder and CEO of Regeneron, a company that I built with George Nicopolis over the last 30 years. And we are a monoclonal antibody primarily centered company. We are no strangers to collaborating with the administration. We work with Secretary Azar's group, BARDA, and we came up with a cure for Ebola. And we're very proud of that. Dr. Fauci's group was really instrumental in testing that under unbelievable conditions in the Congo. And it didn't create quite as much excitement because, thank goodness, it didn't hit our shores. But we can use the exact same technology we already have. We have 1,000 antibodies that are already sitting in dishes. We're screening them, we're selecting them. We anticipate, if all goes well, 200,000 doses per month can come out of our factory in New York starting in August. The unique thing about our technology...
That means you'd be able to use the vaccine that early?
Depends on what we see and how we work closely with the FDA, which we will do. The FDA has already reached out to us, but we've got to work closely.
So that process would be faster than John's?
It would be.
Can you explain why that would be?
Well, so we make passive vaccine and therapeutic. Our drug will be able to protect you. Whether or not you're infected, it will protect you from getting infected, or if you are infected, it would treat you. And we have just taken processes that normally take years, literally years, and we put them end to end and now do them in weeks to months that nobody else in the industry can do. So we're very excited to collaborate once again.
So this would be a combination of a vaccine and also it will, put it in a different way, make you better quicker.
Yeah, well, think of it this way. If you get immunized with one of these vaccines, you're going to make some antibodies to protect you. We're going to already make those antibodies and give them to you so you don't have to go through that whole process. So it'll protect you. And as we showed with Ebola, you give enough of them, it was life-saving, truly life-saving.
That's true.
It beat out the antivirals. It was the way to go. It's very predictable. I just want to say I hope everybody succeeds here. I mean, this is bringing everybody together here is really critical, and there's going to be success. This industry is really talented as an industry. Sometimes we run astray, but we're going to get this done.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Lenny. Appreciate it. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation. Stéphane Borcel, I'm the CEO of Moderna. So the Moderna team in Massachusetts is very proud to be working with the US government and to have already sent in only 42 days from the sequence of a virus or vaccine to Dr. Fauci's team at the NIH. We're now waiting for the vaccine to be green light from the FDA so that the team can start dosing as soon as possible. What is very interesting about our technology is that we use messenger RNA. So basically it's an information molecule that allows us to go very quickly from the genetic information of the virus to having a vaccine. So we already have 9 vaccines in the clinic, in the US, in Germany, and in Australia. We have 5 of those for respiratory diseases. We've already partnered with DARPA from Department of Defense, with BARDA from HHS. We're having ongoing discussions. We were able to go so fast because we were working for many years with the NIH, and we had worked with Dr. Fauci's team on the MERS vaccine for the Middle East respiratory syndrome, which is so coronavirus.
Sure.
And so we're able to move very, very fast from a few phone calls to getting a vaccine made ready for the clinic. We're now working on the phase 2 material, so that as soon as we get the phase 1 dose out of the NIH, we'll be able to start the phase 2 right away.
What is your timing then? What would you say?
So we're hoping to get the phase 1 start very soon now. We're just waiting for a green light. The product is at the NIH. And then it will be a few months to get the human data that will allow us to pick a therapeutic dose to start the phase 2 right away.
So you're talking over the next few months, you think you would have a vaccine?
Correct. For phase 2.
Yeah.
You won't have a vaccine, you'll have a vaccine to go into testing.
And how long would that take?
The phase 2 will take a few months before we can go into phase 3.
All right, so you're talking within
A year, like I've been telling you.
Yeah.
A year to
But
year.
Lenny
and a
is
half.
talking about 2 months. Right?
And we would be there in June. We will be there in June.
In a couple of months. I mean, I like the sound of a couple of months better, I must be honest.
But when you say June, phase 1 initiation though, right? In June,
Yeah.
not a completed vaccine. I just want to make
Well,
this.
well, it'd be a vaccine that would be ready for testing in phase 1.
But not
Ready
ready.
to use is, ready to use when, would you say? Ready to use?
I think.
For next season?
So assuming that the vaccine is well tolerated, safe and efficacious, as John said, then I think the question is how do we work with the FDA to expedite that as fast as possible to some sort of fast track program to get it through phase 2 and 3 testing to get to.
So quickly.
So as quickly as possible.
What do you say to that, Lenny?
Look, I sense the cautiousness of Dr. Fauci, and he's right to be cautious, because vaccines have to be tested because there's precedent for vaccines to actually make diseases worse. And you really don't want to make it, you don't want to rush and treat 1 million people and find out you're making 900,000 of them worse.
It's a good idea.
So, yeah, so that's why I think why Dr. Fauci is being a little bit cautious. I don't want to speak for him, but so we need to prove that. You know, I think that with our technology, by knowing that we have neutralizing antibodies that we give, we know that this approach worked for Ebola, we know that it worked for MERS in animals. We have a greater degree of confidence that this would work sooner, I think. But
Good. Okay.
it's just the way it is.
Thank you very much. Daniel?
Yeah, Mr. President,
Great
Mr.
company.
Vice President, thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
So I'm going to switch it up a little bit. We're
Right.
not a vaccine company. We're a therapeutic company
Good.
focused on antivirals.
Let's talk about
And
that.
Gilead Sciences, I know, has worked with a lot of people around the table here. Let me first take the opportunity to thank you for the efforts of the administration, the Secretary on the HIV elimination program, which we're
Right.
closely connected.
Incredible
with.
what they've done. With HIV, incredible.
To be able to prevent and treat this disease is just extraordinary.
So we're saying 10 years, but now we're into 9 years because it could have been started earlier and somebody else didn't start it earlier, but we started it right away. And I'm now saying, I started off saying 10 years, now I'm down to 9 years. Do you think by the end of 9 years, HIV is where?
I hope we can eliminate it in the developed
I mean, can you
world.
imagine? We'll be eliminated in this
Because we
country.
have the ability to prevent it now. And
That's such a
get
great
to the
thing.
people to really prevent it and then treat everybody. I think it's
If you
certainly
remember
something
back,
we're fully committed to.
if you remember back 10 years ago, how horrible that was, and a little beyond the 10 years, and now to think about what you've done, what's happened. So Daniel, let's
So
talk
we're
about
using that
this.
same antiviral experience that Gilead has had decades too now to apply it to coronavirus. So we have a medicine called remdesivir, which is like a decade-long development that's an antiviral used to treat coronaviruses, the same viruses that the same family of SARS and MERS, and we're hoping it has effect now against COVID-19. So we know in vitro that it has very high effect.
So you have a medicine that's already involved with the coronaviruses,
Yes.
and now you have to see if it's specifically for this. When you can know that tomorrow,
So,
can't you?
well, now the critical thing is to do clinical trials, and
How
we're
long?
in the process. We
Yeah.
have 2 clinical trials going on in China that were started several weeks ago. They're 400 patient trials each. They're getting close to halfway enrolled. They're
Any
enrolling very
response
quickly.
yet?
Well, we don't know because they're double-blind, randomized trials, so we have to wait till the conclusion of the trial. We expect to get that information in April. Then we've been working with Tony and the group at NIH to have another protocol, and NIAID, that will also be a protocol that we'll use in China, outside of China, here in the United States, to test for the virus. And we have 2 other clinical trials that we're going to initiate next week.
Anything here? Anything?
Yes, yes. Well, the NIAID trial already had its first patients in Nebraska, and I think, Tony, we're working on getting Washington State now.
Would you go to Washington State where it seems to have
Absolutely.
problems?
So the intention is to begin.
I think it's a great
recruiting
idea.
Patients there in the coming days.
Yeah.
The trial is really ready to go. So we're fully.
Would you go to
dedicated.
specifically the nursing home where they had an
Yes.
outbreak?
Yes, and the community, of course, that touches, because all the
Sure.
healthcare workers and that, the family members that.
When will that take place? When do
So
you think?
literally, I think, Tony, I think it's the next couple of days.
If Tony's involved, it'll be tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Right,
it.
Tony?
But this is a collaboration. You know, we worked on the protocol together. Obviously, we're providing the investigational medicine. We're working hand in glove with many people around the table to make sure that whether it's FDA or CDC or.
So when will you
NIH.
know if it works? I mean, you already have this medicine. When
Well,
will
I
you
think
know?
we'll know in the April timeframe. And
That's good.
Yeah.
And do you know, do you all, if you're able to say, do you have any negative kickouts like futility analyses or DSMB reviews
There
that
is
will
a
occur that?
DSMB review, and in the trial in China, they'll probably take a look at some of that data in March.
Okay.
So far, that would be only stopped though for safety reasons.
Okay.
You really have to wait till the end of the trial to see efficacy. So we're moving as fast as we can. I think everybody around the table is moving as fast as we can. And on top of that, of course, we have to anticipate success. So we're significantly investing in the manufacturing facility and capacity. We've been working closely with the administration to make
You've
sure.
already
we
built
keep
the
up the
facility
supply chain.
to
We have
manufacture.
We have facilities that we're repurposing for the coronavirus.
This would be
from other
tremendous
places.
news if that works.
Yeah,
This
it
would
would
be
be
because
terrific.
you're there.
Right.
I mean, you're there. You have the plant. You have everything ready.
We have a trial in severe patients and in more moderate patients. And we're trying to understand, as we all are with the epidemiology of this disease, where and when is the best place to treat.
That's very
So
exciting. Get it
it's
done,
exciting.
Daniel.
We're on it.
Don't disappoint us, Daniel. You understand that? Great company. Really great company.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your support.
Doctor, perhaps you'd like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. It's really an honor to be here with you. I'm really interested in hearing the efforts that are ongoing. You know that we're working with you very closely now with many of you, and it's been a great relationship. But we're very interested, this is the message I want to send, we're very interested in facilitating the development of therapeutics, diagnostics, vaccines for the benefit of the American people. And we, of course, want them to be safe and efficacious, but really look forward to working with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. You're going to do a fantastic job. Thank you, Doc. Please.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I'm Chief Scientist for Pfizer.
Yeah.
We are very pleased to be here, and for us it's been always important when there are major public health threats to come together across the industry with biotechs and federal agencies. So we were highly appreciative of the initiative that you've taken in this powerful way to have all of us around this table. Pfizer, as you know, is a proud American company.
Great.
We have 170 years of experience, originally founded in Brooklyn and headquartered in New York, and we have brought many vaccines, therapeutics of small or large types for patients suffering from many different diseases, including infectious diseases. Now, specifically for the COVID-19, the coronavirus, we have identified compounds, medicines that we have that we think, due to their activity against very related viruses, have good high probability to be active against COVID-19. And in March, we are confirming that assumption with laboratories that have access to do this hazardous work of using the live virus to confirm activity. That would allow us to work closely with Dr. Hahn here at the FDA and identify the fastest path to bring it to patients that should happen, if things go well, this year. And as soon as possible, I can hear your encouragement to all of us. I wanted also to say that Pfizer has 30 R&D and manufacturing sites in the US, more than 30,000 Americans involved in making or discovering medicines, and we're willing to share our experience, our capabilities as a team here to make sure that the public in America gets the best solutions.
So do you expect to be dealing with each other, with your competitors, but in this case it's different? This is something we want to get done very quickly. Do you expect to be sharing your own capabilities with Pfizer and everybody else? Good.
I think the call to action that has come from you makes all of us feel that we should be one team here.
I agree. We would appreciate that.
And as a closing remark, we've had a tremendous partnership with NIH and NIAID in many areas, being pioneering to bring medicine or advances forward, with CDC dialogues and with FDA here. So for us we look forward to extend this relationship to make sure that Americans can, as fast as possible, given your encouragement to us, and with have different options to protect them. Protection is by vaccines. To deal with those that are exposed, we need treatments, and those that are ill, we need treatment. So it's not just one solution. I think from this team we should offer multiple approaches, therapeutic and vaccines.
Do you see that happening? Because I notice you have a few different variants of what we're talking about. Do you see that happening where maybe there are different either therapeutics or vaccines or both, where you use combinations of each, maybe in different areas?
You are right on the frontier of science. It is about combination, and even looking at our colleagues here at Gilead, we have learned that if you have two different mechanisms and put them together as treatment, the likelihood of curing or very long-lasting responses is higher, and we actually work on complementary mechanisms.
I think it's fantastic.
It's been the story of HIV.
I love the complementary. If you can do that, I love the complementary.
You can count on our commitment.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. It's really very exciting. Please.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice President, my name is Joseph Kim. I run a company called Inovio Pharmaceuticals out of Pennsylvania. We're a proud American biotech company with R&D and manufacturing in California as well. Inovio is the leader in coronavirus vaccine development in the world. We have a phase 2 product for related MERS coronavirus vaccine in phase 2 stage. When the new outbreak occurred, we applied our very innovative 21st century platform called DNA Medicines platform to COVID-19. By getting just the DNA sequence of the virus, we're able to fully construct our vaccine within 3 hours. And we've been working on preclinical and preparation work with the help of the FDA and Acceleration, and really working very well together. Our plan is to start the US-based clinical trials for COVID-19 vaccine in April of this year, followed by shortly thereafter a trial in China. In South Korea, there are a lot more infections in those areas.
We can give you an area too. No, we can. I mean, you take a look at Seattle again. We can give you an area. So,
absolutely.
If you don't mind.
We've been collaborating with U.S. agencies like DARPA, NIH. We collaborated with Dr. Birx in HIV vaccines and many years ago. With existing resources and capacity, by end of this year, Inovio could deliver about 1 million doses. But to scale by end of this year, but to scale beyond that, we need your help, Mr. President. We need to work with you and your agencies, BARDA and others, to help us scale our vaccine, to manufacture in America, to protect American public, also to lead the world in vaccine development from America. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You'll have our help. Thank you. Please, Dr.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I'm Paul Stoffels. I'm Vice Chairman and Chief Scientific Officer for Johnson & Johnson.
Yes.
I'm in drug and vaccine research since 30 years, did several drugs for HIV. At the moment working with a vaccine platform which has been deployed or is being deployed in HIV. We did in the times of Zika as well as now in Ebola. We are working with Tony on a phase 2 and a phase 3 study with the HIV with the same platform. With BARDA we have extensively collaborated on an Ebola vaccine. At the moment we are vaccinating 1,000 people a day in Rwanda and in DRC, showing the safety of and the same vaccine platform we are now deploying for Corona. Since the availability of the information on the virus mid-January, we have been working day and night on getting to a vaccine. The first versions of that are being tested in animals at the moment with positive results. And in parallel, the company has decided to start upscaling now. Time to result will depend on GMP manufacturing, safety, preclinical safety. Have to work closely together with the FDA on that. Before the year end, hopefully in November, we have the first clinical data starting, and early next year, the results of that. And at the same time, we're looking for significant quantity of vaccines being ready produced in that time frame. But you can't do anything else than at the moment starting parallel the biological clinical work and parallel doing the upscaling, and let's see where we end as fast as possible.
So do you have different concepts and methods than you know, Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson, all great companies? Are you having different, some seem to be faster than others, and others, they do seem to be different concepts?
Yeah, the difference in the concept is that we are using a cold virus, an adenovector, which there is a place where you can place a piece of Corona, Ebola, or HIV. So we trick the body with another virus and generate the antibodies.
And that's different from the others?
That's different than the others. The difference is also, it's been used for many years now. It has been proven for many years that you can do it like that. And we also have a validated upscaling platform which can produce millions of doses in a very short time frame. And that's a parallel process where we developed a cell line, which if we follow what we could do with Ebola, we could produce like up to hundreds of millions of vaccines in a small, let's say reasonably small facility for manufacturing.
So can you have it ready for next season, any of you? I mean, would you say for
That's
next
the goal.
season?
The next season
That would
should
be the
ready.
goal.
Yeah. But
Because
like many people
it
said,
seems to be very seasonal, right?
we have to be very careful here. If you vaccinate several hundred million,
You got to make sure it works.
Works and safe.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, doesn't
Right.
hurt. And that's
I agree. I agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great company. Thank you.
Dr. Ann Schutz.
Would you like to say something?
Oh, just Ann Schuckett from the CDC, and really appreciate the chance to hear everyone.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for saving the most exciting company for the last. So we're Novavax. We're down the street in Maryland. We're a vaccine company. We make recombinant nanoparticles. We make respiratory vaccines. We have 2 in phase 3 trials. We have an RSV vaccine where we vaccinated 4,600 pregnant women to protect the infants from RSV disease in the youngest kids. We have an flu vaccine. We all know we need a better flu vaccine, and we have one in phase 3 trials. We're going to unblind in 4 weeks. Exciting time for the company. But we actually are a company that's focused on emerging infectious diseases. We've made 2 coronavirus vaccines. We made one for SARS. We made one for MERS. We tested MERS and all the way through animal challenge trials and showed 100% infection protection. We have an Ebola vaccine that with the NIH showed in 4 different non-human primate studies that we had 100% protection at extremely low doses. And we've made a pandemic flu vaccine for H7N9 and others. And we've twice now taken from the gene sequence to the first in human studies done in the 90 days and published it in the New England Journal. And we're once again doing the same thing since the gene sequence was identified, I think, published on January 10th. We've taken our same recombinant nanoparticle platform and have been in animal studies for a couple of weeks. We expect data this week for one of them.
On corona?
And on this, I'm sorry, on corona, yes. And we're going into non-human primates this week with the coronavirus vaccine candidate.
So what do you think in terms of timing? What do you think?
Timing is what you hear around the table is we can get into humans in the May-June timetable and in a phase 1 study and with also, but we'll have primate data.
So those are unheard of speeds, I think, right? Pretty much. We'll make it very easy for you, but those are, and we have to be very safe, but those are unheard of speeds. Go ahead, please.
No, and we're trying to identify scale so that we can get to the billion unit scale, both where we have a vaccine antigen and we also have an adjuvant. And we put those together and we get the most promising result, I think. And so we desperately need and have good relationships with the FDA and to work with the FDA to see where instead of waiting 30 days to get to an IND, you get it in 10 days or 20, whatever the number is. But there are a lot of things that we can do with the FDA, and frankly, we need money. We're a biotech company. I'm not one of the larger pharma companies, and so we need money to get scale.
But you work with the other companies also.
And we have worked with the other companies, and on this particular instance, we have not yet, but
Okay.
can. So.
Dr. Stephen Hahn, by the way, is the new head of the FDA, for those of you that don't know, and he's one of the most respected people in the country, and this is the man we wanted, and this is the man we got. You didn't know you were going to be hit with this your first month, right? Been here for a couple of months, and this was pretty big. Deborah, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. I think what was exciting to hear around the table is you have a potential for a bridge between the therapeutics and monoclonals while we work on the vaccines. And I think that's the most promising piece for the American people to know, that there's technology that can be used as an immediate bridge. And then as we work on the vaccines, I think making sure that we've tested all of the antivirals that you have in your collection against this particular virus, do IC50s across the board. Many of you have antiviral medication, and I think just to assure the American people that we have tried using our innovators to actually screen all the current drugs for potential activity against this virus would be key. But I think this is very promising with this linkage that you put together in this room between monoclonal antibodies, therapeutics, and vaccines. It's very encouraging.
It is very exciting, and the speed is very exciting, too. Anybody else have anything to say? Anybody?
I want to add something on the screening. So we set up already an industry consortium where everyone is now able to submit, biotech or pharmaceuticals, to submit to a screening which is set up for everybody, supported by BARDA and supported by Europe.
Yeah. You move rapidly. Media, would you like to ask any questions of any of the geniuses around the table?
What economic stimulus measures are you considering to boost the economy as a result of the virus?
Well, I guess the market's up today. Our country is very strong economically, as you know. This was something that came out of China that was a big surprise to the world. It happened just a few weeks ago, and I'm sure the Fed is looking at it. I hope the Fed is looking at it. They should be, but a lot of the central banks are looking at it for stimulus. And one thing I want to add, we keep talking about for America, but really we're looking at it for a cure for the whole world, because this is a world cure, not just the United States. We want to take care of the United States, but whatever we do is going to inure to the benefit of the world, so we want to do that. And fortunately, some of your companies are so large you can handle that, but you work together, thereby making it even better. So we appreciate that. We would love to have you work together on this, get it done, and get it done safely and quickly. But I think we're in very strong shape financially. And you know, I have to tell you, I came into the room not expecting to hear quite what I've heard. But a lot of work has already been done. We've been encouraging them for the last few weeks. I mean, literally from the first day when we shut down the border, so to speak, we shut it down to China. something we didn't like to do, but we made a good decision. But we also called some of the companies around the table, said, get going, just in case, get going. And we're very proud of the work that some of them have done. Some are very advanced already on this particular coronavirus. So we appreciate it. That's tremendous news. And I think the speed is a lot greater than a lot of people would have thought.
Do you see a need for federal dollars to go to some of these drug companies? I think 2 of the CEOs...
Well, I don't know. I think they're so rich. I know the companies very well. Some of them are so rich, I think they can actually loan money to the federal government. They don't need money. They need time. I think what they need more than anything else, Danny, you might tell me, but I think what you need is FDA and Tony have to help you get through the process as quickly as possible. The bureaucratic stuff, and we don't have bureaucrats here. We have people that really know how to get it done. Between Tony and Bob and Stephen, they'll get you folks through very, very quickly.
Speaking of the Fed, Mr. President, do you think that they should hold an emergency meeting before the meeting in a couple weeks to cut rates as your administration?
Well, I think they should have had a meeting already. So, I think they should have. And the central banks are going to be talking about various things tomorrow. But we'll see what happens. But I think they should have had a meeting already. I don't know what takes them so long.
Will you ask them to? Will you ask them to?
I'll see what happens. Let's see what happens tomorrow. They're buying what? Alex, what would you say?
Listen, as the president has said and we've said from the outset, we're going to see more cases here in the United States, and we need to be prepared. We prepare for the worst case, we hope for the best case. Part of preparing is normal preparedness activities by individuals. Go to cdc.gov to get information about just sound preparedness at home like you would have for a hurricane or for the flu season. That's the same type of activity now. So having some food, having some hand sanitizer, but frankly, soap and water, a good soap and water hand washing for an appropriate amount of time, if you look at cdc.gov for guidance, is as effective as that kind of sanitizer. But people should not be panicked. They shouldn't be. I know they may feel that. They may feel a sense of unease. They feel the uncertainty. We're trying to reveal all information we have. But there are steps people can take like that, just good everyday preparedness. Nothing different today than I would have advised 6 months ago to people.
Mr. President, are you considering tightening any of the travel regulations that you set in motion?
Yes, we are to certain countries where they have more of a breakout. We are. You know what those countries are, I don't have to say, but we are doing that. And we've already done it, as you know, with 3 countries in addition to China. So we will be doing that, yes.
Mr. President, you set this up, I know it's near, what's the price tag up to? And are you also considering a national emergency declaration that would allow states and local governments to cap FEMA aid?
I don't think you'll need that because I really think we're in extremely good shape. We're prepared for anything, and we could always do that at a later date if we need it, but I don't think we need that at this stage. Interestingly, we were discussing, and a question I get asked a lot by people is, on average, you lose from 26,000 to 70,000 or so, and even in some cases more from the flu. We have deaths of that per year. Worldwide, it's hundreds of thousands of deaths from the common flu. And they ask, what's the difference and how does this differ? And I guess there are things that are similar and things that are different. Every one of them is different. It might not be a bad question to ask because I get that all the time. So far we have 6 here. You have in other countries China obviously got hit the hardest. I noticed that South Korea is hit very hard. Italy is being hit very hard. But I would like to maybe know, because I am oftentimes asked, we average, I suspect, Tony, I think you said from around 27,000 to up to 60 or 70,000 deaths per year. That's a lot of deaths. And here we're talking about a much smaller range. Now, hopefully it stays at a much smaller range. And again, we're prepared for anything. Could I ask you, or any of you, if you'd like to answer that question, what would the public think when you have so many? And that's taken routinely. And I was shocked to hear this. 3-4 weeks ago, I said, well, how many people die a year from the flu? And in this country, I think last year was 36 or 37,000 people. And I'm saying, wow, nobody knew that information. Worldwide, you just multiply it out times the world, right? So what is the difference, Daniel?
Well, I think there are people around the table that probably are more medically qualified, but I mean, clearly what we represent around the table is the ability to prevent, an endemic of sorts, and the ability to treat. And those two things going together, I think, are really, really important. That's the best Berg's presented. So
We may have to up our research on the flu.
well, yeah, right.
And the
we
common
have
flu.
treatments for the flu, and we have vaccinations for the flu, and we need to continue to improve upon
Good.
those. But,
Doctor?
Yeah, we actually have taken on the challenge that you just mentioned. So we are investing in what could be new technology to completely change the outcome of flu. And you need to think about how you can move fast from the first cases to have the right type of vaccine, and how you can be able to manufacture it very fast. Because I think you are right on to point that the numbers in flu are so large, and we haven't come to that level yet. But I think it's also the fear that there is no experience yet with this virus, and we don't have the feeling of going to CVS and get the flu vaccine or use some of the early developed drugs. But I think you summarized it very well. These are challenges we should take on year by year in advance and protect lives.
Including Tony, we have to step up our work on the flu, because when you lose that many people,
Yeah.
that's something.
Mr. President, what we're doing is that we have a major effort to develop what we call a universal flu vaccine.
Right.
Namely, a vaccine that you can give that will cover all the different strains, so you don't have to keep worrying about it mutating from year to year.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so that's a major effort that we're having.
Because I notice every year they say a different vaccine, they have a little different, and then, I hear numbers that are not great, 60%, 70% coverage, success. And yet I hear numbers that are better than that with respect to corona. You think you could really knock it out. And that's because you know specifically what it is, I suspect. So that's impressive. What do you think, Lenny?
I think one thing we can be sure, we're going to be surprised about what happens over the next couple of months. We've got to be prepared, as you're trying to do, for every surprise that'll come at us. Because remember, maybe 100 million people, I was just checking, get vaccinated for the flu, even if there's 60% protection. We have nobody in this country vaccinated for coronavirus right now. So that, if it goes to the
But the same vaccine could not work. You take a solid flu vaccine, you don't think that would have an impact or much of an impact on corona?
No.
Probably none.
Probably not.
So that's why you have a difference when you have a population that is totally naked to this virus.
Yeah.
That's why a vaccine approach, getting out as quickly as we can, of course, is paramount. And the other thing is we have a group of people around this table, myself included, who are in an industry where optimism is an essential part of the toolkit. But realism is that 95% of what we all work on doesn't go too far. So that's why it's so important to have so many different approaches. You can't.
But it seems to me, just based on what you said and also what the other folks said, from great companies I know very well, from just seeing what they do, and I find it very interesting. I have for a long time. It would seem to me that you already know pretty much where you're going and where you're headed and what the answer is going to be. It would seem that, Steve. Doesn't it seem? You seem to know what the answer is to this. You have to get it done. Or is that too optimistic a statement?
I think some of the new technologies that have come, we heard today a little bit about mRNA and DNA, where you use completely new tools and technologies. They give us an opportunity to move fast, and that's why some of the companies that have been working on other diseases can quickly change priorities and meet huge public health threat. But I think we should take on as a team to do something with seasonal flu, and actually I think, Robert Redfield, that has been one of your key priorities, and we've certainly picked up on that.
By the way, that would be a great thing if you could do that. Just aside from this meeting, if you could do that, that would be a great thing. Does anybody else have anything to say, please? Well, I want to just thank you all very much for being here, and it's a very optimistic meeting. I didn't realize you were that far advanced, and you'll get together if you have to. You'll deal with Tony and Bob, and you'll deal with Stephen, and get it done. We need it. We want it fast. Okay? Thank you.
This will take longer probably than you would like.
I don't know what the time will be. I don't think they know what the time will be. I've heard very quick numbers, a matter of months, and I've heard pretty much a year would be an outside number. So I think that's not a bad range. But if you're talking about 3 to 4 months in a couple of cases and a year in other cases, wouldn't you say, Doctor? Would that be about right?
Is it realistic to think, really, that a vaccine could be ready in
Well, you have the greatest companies in the world sitting around the table. I mean, Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer and all of the companies, Gilead. You have all of these great companies, and that's what they're saying. So I think that...
Would you make sure you get the President the information that a vaccine that you make and start testing in a year is not a vaccine that's deployable. So he's asking the question, when is it going to be deployable? And that is going to be at the earliest a year to a year and a half, no matter how fast you go.
I think that's right.
And as you said, but the treatment should be available before the vaccine. So that's why you're...
Well, I think treatment in many ways might be more exciting. Okay.
That's what I think. That's what I think. Ambassador Birx, I think, laid out a really nice framework as we think about managing expectations, which is be thinking antiviral therapeutics, transitioning to monoclonal antibodies, and eventually to vaccines as we think about the continuum of research and development here. Is that fair for our CEOs?
Well, you know, I think that's interesting because the concept of treatment in a certain way, especially when you have people that are looking for treatment, they're beyond the vaccine stage. That would be very exciting.
And it always goes faster than vaccine because you're dealing with someone who's already sick. So the safety issues are going to be much, much different. And you will know your result almost immediately, whereas with vaccines it takes a long time.
So then, what would be your timing for treatment? Therapeutics, commonly known as, but I call it treatment. What would be your number for treatment?
For us, we can think about producing 20,000 doses by the end of the summer of a course of treatment. And as Dr. Fauci said, you're going to find out very quickly. It's not going to be a mystery whether these things work or not. We're pretty confident that ours is the monoclonal antibody approach. We think that approach has a very high probability in the near term of delivery.
Fantastic.
So
treatment, I mean, just for the media, so the treatment element of it goes faster than the vaccine element of it, which, in my opinion, in this case, would be better. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I mean, the remdesivir, our medicine, is in phase 3 trials right now. And these trials are conducted very fast. I mean, we're talking about 30-day endpoints.
Yes.
So you recruit them, you know in 30 days, once you recruit whether it works or not. Thankfully, so far, the drug seems to be very safe. What we have to determine is this level of efficacy, its clinical effectiveness. And that, as I said, we'll know potentially as early as April.
So it could be used as a treatment. Somebody is sick, they have the problem. Tony, it could be used. When do you think it could be used?
Well, if the trial that Daniel was talking about proves efficacy, which you likely might know in a few months whether it's effective or not.
Yes.
If you know by June that it's effective, then you just scale up and manufacture it and you're good to go.
How good is that?
We're scaling
Hear that, Jeff? That's good even by your standpoint,
Let me give you an example, for instance, with the Regeneron product with Ebola. So Tony Fauci and his team in the World Health Organization ran a historic 4-arm clinical trial in the war zone in eastern Congo. And 2 of the products, one of them developed by NIAID, one of them developed by Regeneron, proved so effective that the ethical board said stop on the other 2. I'm sorry, Dan. One of them was yours.
We had one that didn't work there.
They said, and start treating. And when I went to the Congo, I got to see people that even before FDA approval are being treated still in the extension of this clinical trial and being cured of Ebola now, walking out where they would have had a death sentence before. So that's what we would try to do.
For us, that's an end of the summer type of event.
That's what we would try to do.
He just got back from the Congo, and that's dedication. That was not an easy trip, was it?
I mean, it wasn't easy to do that trial there, by the way. Kudos to
Heroes.
Oh, I want to thank everybody in this room. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to do the same, Mr. President. Just pledge that our whole task force, this whole team, HHS and the CDC, President and I will be at NIH tomorrow. Look forward to working with all of you, and I want to commend each and every one of you for responding to the President's call for action. This is all hands on deck, and the news out of this meeting that you've already formed a consortium. We know we have the greatest pharmaceutical industry in the world in the United States, Mr. President. Now we know they will be working together to create therapeutics and ultimately a new vaccine to deal with the coronavirus, and I want to thank you all.
And anybody delays you, please call me. If they don't, just call Tony and Bob. Huh?
Thanks.
All right, call Alex.
1,300 points today.
1,300?
Yeah, 1,293, 5%.
They must have heard about this meeting.
I'm just curious.
Who's talking outside?
I'm just curious for.
No, this is a very optimistic meeting. Look, I know optimism and not optimism and the worst pessimism. And I will tell you, the whole thing with therapeutics to me is very exciting. And obviously vaccine, but therapeutics is very exciting, especially when you're so far advanced. That's great. That's really great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.